Yeah, you're better off.
Do you have
without
one
profile.
blue eye or something?
Is that you actually in that profile picture that people were talking about?
Yeah, dude.
Okay.
I had to change it.
Yeah, it's better not. But I think you're better off without it. It just
Is it that bad? Maybe if I take another photo, it will be better.
it looked like you were trying. It looked like you were trying to be a troll in that picture. You probably got called out as being a troll just for the picture.
Yes, I've posted Issa's channel in the live stream for those who are interested. It's filled with his music.
Thanks,
fun
Roger.
stuff. Yeah,
All
sure.
right, thank you.
Thank you.
So he hasn't posted it in a while, huh?
No.
He's been doing a couple short live streams. He doesn't keep those posted though. When he does the live streams, he'll go live and
Is this guy an OG flat earther?
yeah. He comes in here sometimes, talks a little bit. He knows a lot about the law, and that's one of the most interesting things because he got kind of called out by other flat earthers for being on the side of, or seeming to be on the side of the government, but not. He was never on the side of the government. He just was really into the law and how it could work in your favor. And talking about that as the system is beautiful if you really know what you're talking about. There's a lot of advantages people don't even take into account. And of course, there's, like I said earlier, flat earthers are the worst when it comes to paranoia. Oh, he must be a government shill. He's talking about, the system could work for you. Yeah. But
It's best to assume everybody's my enemy, but try not to worry about it. That's my policy now.
He's more like we need the system is here, so this is how the system works, and this is how you can win from the system, right? Use the system against them. That's more.
Right.
Can you use evil for good?
Yeah.
Well,
No, not that kind of thing. Not that kind of. No, more like know the law so that you can use it to your advantage and not be taken advantage of.
Right.
But the whole system is flawed from top to bottom. We know this because just people go behind bars and die. Right. So it doesn't matter right or wrong anymore.
But a lot of those people are only there because they don't know the law. Is his point?
Well, that's a flawed system. I shouldn't have to know anything for the law to protect me.
True. But the only way is like there's some strategies of the system that seem to be there as a remedy because the system's fucked up. Yeah, it is fucked up, but there are remedies that people aren't told about because if everybody knew about it, then the system wouldn't work the way it does.
This is a real simple remedy. They're cheap. They go really fast. Of course, I'm talking about Roadrunner birds and nothing else. But in any case, I wish the guillotine would make a fashionable comeback. That's what I wish.
I was going to mention his analogy.
It's coming.
That what we have available to us is not known by so many people as far as the system goes. It's like you're sitting in a Ferrari in your driveway of your car, and you could drive it and be badass, but you're not. You're just sitting in the passenger seat with like a fake steering wheel going. Vroom, vroom, vroom.
Yeah, I miss being 2. No, I get it, but your government, you should not be having to worry about fighting against your government at every turn like that. It shouldn't have that much power to begin with.
Well, our government compared to a lot of
opinion.
other governments, it could be worse, I guess. Is one of the
Our government's the most powerful government in the world.
I beg to differ because I think our government takes orders from a certain other government.
Well, one of the things that Flat Earth does is it makes you
powerful.
realize that there's a world government that people aren't even talking about.
I know what government you're talking about.
Well, if they're all in on the space lie, then it kind of gives you it breaks a lot of illusions, like countries warring with each other over these things. This is an agreement behind doors for this to happen to manipulate the masses.
They who shall not be named are doing awful well right now, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. They're doing there.
Pharmaceutical companies, money lenders, pornographers, all the major industries doing well.
Technocrats. Yeah.
Mm, social media.
All right, guys, I gotta say goodnight. Good talking with you.
You too, man. Take care.
You take care. All right.
Good
What would you
night.
think of those pictures?
Yeah,
I'll send you
Freaking,
more. If you, I'll send
Clint
you more.
Eastwood one is a little
It's not-
intriguing
it
too.
doesn't. That's what I was talking about. Yeah, we'll talk about it later. I'll send you
Yeah.
some more things about that later.
Oh, he's gone. Have a good
Yeah,
night.
that was a loud ding. That caught me off guard.
Have a good night. My good sleep well, sweet friends.
Good night, sweet prince.
Good night.
Oh man, ballers. I wish
You guys
were
should
here.
not call them ballers, because usually that's a compliment.
Globies.
Glovers,
Mm.
Globies.
Globies. Well, I call them globetards.
Yeah, well, there's a difference between globers, right? That believe that they're on a globe, which is perfectly fine for them, and you have anti flat earthers that
Right.
Probably no, they don't, but are just in it for the fucking win it.
The anti-flat earthers are what I call globetard. You know?
yeah, these are the guys that are in the trenches, right? Defending the priests.
Yeah. They'll defend anything the government says.
I wish there was a way to just like go into like Rumpus's room and just play 5 minutes of him contradicting himself for his audience so they can see what an asshole he is. But he wouldn't allow it, and they won't follow you anywhere to hear him, do it somewhere else.
Yes.
I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock. See what I'm saying? They put these autistic people in NASA. This woman is not normal intelligence.
Is it a
Have you
woman?
heard her talk? Yes.
Is it a woman?
Dr. Michelle something.
Yeah, Michelle Faller, I know.
Yeah, she's one of the brainiacs too, and then she says things, and she has this air of arrogance about her. She says it, and it's logically inconsistent, and she doesn't even fucking realize it.
And
she says it with such conviction. Like, why would you even consider that? Fire could come from both a candle and a torch. That's insanity. Something like that. It's so illogical. It's like Rumpus. Of course, we wouldn't expect to see the horizon. Why would you ever see it? What the fuck?
Yeah. And before Black Swan, right? They told us the horizon is the leading edge of a sphere where boats and buildings should get blocked by. And then after the Black Swan, nobody said that the horizon was Earth curvature.
Yeah, it's just concept. It's imaginary.
Well, why would you say that? Well, nobody said that.
Well, if the horizon's not Earth curvature, they're kind of admitting to flat Earth in the first place.
It's just the point that they spent 5 years screaming Earth curvature at it, and then think the next day nobody's going to remember when they say, well, "Of course not. Who said that?" And they look around all confused. Come on. It's such a level of dishonesty that
no one's falling for their tricks anymore. We've heard it all before.
Well, none of us, but unfortunately, they're not here to trick us. They're just here to trick those who might be persuaded but can be dissuaded. That's who they're here for.
Yeah. So is a referee a moderator that's like on trial?
The referee role was for the arena. So if somebody wanted to have a one-to-one debate in the arena, then there would be a referee. If there was an objection, then the referee could step in.
The arena. How many people get to go hash it out in the arena? Does that ever happen?
You're in the
Or
arena
ballers-
right now.
Am I? Didn't know I joined that. Did I join
This
that
is the
channel?
arena, right?
Oh. I thought I was in Flat Earth 2 or something.
The arena. Yeah, it was like a year ago, or it was pretty filled, like daily. But yeah, these Globers got spanked all around. They don't want to do it anymore. So
It's not fun for them.
Yeah, I can imagine. But it's not supposed to be about fun. I was not having fun trying to prove the fucking ball. Going, oh my god. Every time I try to, okay, it should be oh no. Oh no. Oh Jesus.
Well, that's what you get for being a Glober. It's part of the process.
Trusting government is the tough part, especially when they're throwing money at them. That's the cognitive break you got to make.
yeah, and I think something has to do with it that they have to make these illogical jumps and fallacious arguments, and then when they get caught and pointed out by QE, for instance, in his numpty clips, then yeah, they're they
don't know how to react.
they've been made a fool, right? So I guess they don't want to lose face again, because they know that when they enter these arguments in, for instance, the arena, that they have to say such stuff.
What's up, everyone?
Good evening.
It is currently like 6 a.m. 7 a.m. Holy shit. I gotta work in a few hours.
It's quarter
What do you
past
do
one.
for work? How do you work after staying up so late?
I don't know, especially after yesterday when I didn't sleep at all and went to work and then came right home and did it again.
Oh my
You should buy
goodness.
some of my coffee.
I actually might call out today. I don't think I'm in any shape to fucking go in.
Yeah.
Learn about the globe being flat.
No. I had a shit ton of anti-baller energy in me for the past number of years since I've realized I've been lied to, and I've never joined a chat room before, never really spoke to anybody about it.
Yeah,
Except
man,
for,
we've
like,
been
close
lied to for a long time.
Yeah.
You're finally discovering that you're not alone in your belief. Or you're.
Well, I didn't expect it to be that many people who, I knew flat earthers, there was a lot of them, but there's a lot of people, more than I thought, that are at least not just like willing to just hand wave, dismiss it, and walk away without hearing what's being said. So that's a positive.
I have a question. When is the Flat Earth Revolution coming?
Hmm.
Hey man, you're back.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
I
So what do you
predict
think?
the Flat Earth Revolution will come.
Yeah,
and
when
we're-
everybody thinks it's flat, when everybody knows the truth.
Maybe
Yeah,
you
so
can
what-
convince everybody to start. Go ahead.
Well,
Yeah,
your
what-
name is Soviet Dawn, so first we need to wake up the proletariat. The proletariat in this instance is the flat earthers, and the what's the other word?
Sasha Ivanov. Nice name.
Oh, thank you.
I love your name.
Oh, thank you, my friend.
Yeah. So what do you think we're doing here, right?
Yeah, but when is it coming? I need the exact date so I know when to get into the bunker.
I
Okay.
would say it's
That's not
gonna
how it
come
works.
in the year 2039.
Oh, that's pretty long time. Damn.
Well,
We'll have
first
time
we
to
have to
listen.
wake everyone up.
Wake up. You know? Yeah. I agree.
Wake up. Wake up.
Yeah, yeah, wake
you know,
up. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you,
Oh.
do you believe in the ball?
I love balls.
So you're a
How about the one-
baller.
Yeah,
The one you
I
stand
play
on?
ball.
So you're not even a flat
Football?
earther and you still want to be a revolution?
Yeah, I'm waiting for the revolution, of course.
I think this might be
I'm an
a spy,
anarchist.
guys.
I'm a communist anarchist.
I think he's
You're just
trolling.
looking. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he is.
What? I asked a simple question. I don't know how am I trolling.
Yeah. So speculation, right? We can go into speculation all
Yeah,
day.
of course. Go into speculation. That's really, I think, a pretty important part of the revolution. To know exact dates.
There needs to be a
All the people
catalyzing
come
event,
together.
right? That's how every major government does it with their false flags. So we need a catalyzing event. I'm not saying we should set one up, but that's what it's going to take.
True. So
Well, does there actually need to be a real revolution? Or could
Of
it
course.
just be like
against the government that lies
information?
to you? Yeah.
Well, I
they're-
don't think we actually need to do a revolution because once everyone knows, then we won't elect the globe government.
But they
Well,
still have
then you got to
influence.
deal with
They have
them until
money.
the next election, and they're not going to fucking leave.
They still have a lot of influence in the world. So how do you think they're gonna lose the influence? You need a revolution. You need
Tell
to
you they're
take
not
down
going to
the
leave because
government.
you asked them to. That's
Yeah.
not happening.
Yeah, so you need to take it by force. That's what I'm saying.
No, we don't. No,
But
we're
first,
not going to.
first is to
No,
expose him, right?
we're not going to incite to violence or
Yeah.
whatever.
How much does the FBI pay you to come in here and say this shit? By the way, because it doesn't work.
We're
You
not
tell,
going
tell
to.
your handler to go fuck himself. How about that? Tell him I said go fuck yourself.
I don't
Yeah,
think I can
personally.
legally get a job. I'm 16.
It doesn't mean shit. The United States will hire
It means
you.
a lot.
I'm not stupid.
I'm not in the United States, and in my
I said that
country,
you don't have to
cannot
be.
get a
You
job
don't
right
have
now.
to be.
What
You've
country?
never heard of a foreign agent? You never heard of a foreign agent before?
Yeah,
You think
but
there's
this,
16-year-old Americans living as Russians in that country right now? Pretending to
Oh,
be your
he's trying to
dad?
make us start a revolution. So
no. I'm
because
asking you
he's
when is the
working for a
date?
foreign government.
I know. You want to go and return to,
But you
your
have to
Führer,
understand,
or
no
whatever.
kind of change, almost no change happened with peace.
I
Yes.
know
Yeah,
that.
but that's
be some
something
kind
an
of-
FBI agent would say.
Exactly.
True, but I'm not.
Hey, do you know where I can get some inciting
It's a simple
materials,
logic,
Mr.
a
Not
simple-
FBI agent?
Simple history.
Yeah, you're Fed posting right now, buddy.
True.
Hey,
Have you
listen
ever
up,
heard of
Fuzz.
that?
We ain't buying your cheese. Get out of here.
Yeah, get out of town, guy.
Yeah, beat it
Yeah,
there,
man.
buddy.
I'm actually
Yeah.
not FBI. KGB. No, KGB. Yes, Russian
KGB?
spy.
Yeah, he doesn't even know what kind of shit he's pulling. He's just
KGB.
Yeah,
KGB.
да, я люблю Россию. Да.
Spetsnaz.
I think that's two different things actually.
He's a
I know.
Ruski.
Yeah, да, я не русский, but я понимаю по-русски.
Да.
Jakże
Da, da,
match.
da.
I speak Polish.
Oh, really? Я perdone.
No, I don't speak Polish.
Oh,
Pivo. I know Pivo.
I have no idea what that means. I know я perdone, kurwa.
I know. Go be, suka bliad.
No, that's Russian. That's Russian.
The only Russians I know is Grute Grut, because I'm a wrestling coach. Chest on chest. What else? Stavai, get up.
But yes, very
Wait,
good.
Soviet, did you play CSGO?
Of course, I play CS:GO. What do you mean?
The Russians always say, go be, go be.
Rush B by P19 Rush B.
Go B.
Please. Yes. Of course.
Part of Russia you from?
The cold one. The cold one.
Serbia.
I didn't mention. I just meant, are you in the country or are you in the like a
Sibir.
city?
I'm from
City.
Sibir. Yes,
Seabird?
yes. The cold, the up of Russia. Yes.
Beautiful.
Yeah, not really. It's very cold. You die.
It's
A lot of
cold.
people
Yeah.
die.
Cold can be beautiful from afar, where I'm at, watching it.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
America. Yeah, very good one.
Yeah.
Very cool. Yeah.
America's a dump. Don't come here.
I would agree.
Don't believe the FBI agents. There's nothing here waiting for you. Just stay in
I
Russia.
would rather live in Russia than in America.
Oh no, you wouldn't.
Yes, I would, bro.
How about
you
Ukraine?
wouldn't.
Would you live in the Ukraine?
Yes.
I think it's maybe same or even worse than Russia.
I'm pretty sure it's worse, but yeah.
Oh, I would love to live in Belarus. Very good country.
Belarus? Yeah, there we go.
Oh, good country. Yeah, very nice.
I hope I bring a couple of cans of ammunition with you for the trip.
Yeah. It's already controlled by Russia, so who cares? It's basically a part of Russia already. Belarus.
What's the next expansion?
Probably the Baltic states.
See, this is how a spy works, dummy. I'm doing it to you. You're supposed to be doing this to us. Come on. I'm getting all good intel.
Probably the Baltic states. No.
Yeah.
The Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania.
You're trying to get them all back, huh?
Of course.
Yeah.
From Lithuania, there's a lot of export, They have to go through Lithuania first to go to Russia.
Right.
So we need to take over Lithuania.
Need that guy back first, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
What are you waiting on?
Don't want to start a World War II, but we're just gonna take over by controlling everything.
I like that you call it two. It's the only second time, right?
Yeah, only second.
We're on three.
Wait, is Russia and China, are they friends?
Yes, of course.
Oh, okay.
It's basic knowledge.
I thought Russia and China were like frenemies, where they kind of like each other, but not.
Everybody's frenemies. Everybody's frenemies.
Maybe, but they're I think more friends than enemies.
Does Russia like United States or China?
I think I have no idea actually.
More capitalist than communist right now. I think you got a lot of Western advantages right now in Russia that you'll lose soon.
The problem is I'm not in Russia. I'm in a very, very secret place right now.
Good.
Yes.
It's in the Netherlands right now.
Oh shit! How do you know? Oh no.
Copy that. We have the Winter Soldier. Stand by.
Yes. Please don't shoot. Please don't shoot. I have family.
I love America. Fuck Putin.
Yes. Of course.
Putin, Obama, vodka.
Everybody hates Putin. Only the old people like Putin. Yes.
Putin, Obama, vodka.
Oh yes. All the good words in Russia. Oh damn. Hollow Earther. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So who hollowed out the Earth?
God.
Oh.
Godzilla. When he was looking for King Kong. You didn't see that movie?
Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
I have pretty bad memory actually. So. Unlucky.
Yeah. American government, they don't fuck around with their indoctrination.
For real.
I'm sure it was tough.
They indoctrinated me. I'm eating at McDonald's every day now.
People on the server make fun of me for thinking the Earth is hollow. They make fun of me.
Yeah, they're not very friendly. Some people are not very friendly in the server. I'm very friendly actually. Any information you give me, it's safe,
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Maybe your bank account, your social security number and stuff like that, It's safe with me. Yeah. Yeah.
Excellent.
Excellent. Yes, of course. I'm gonna keep it very safe, You can give everything to me. Oh my god. So, what do you think about gay people?
Uh,
Pretty gay.
Oh, yeah, why? Well, this server is the
Oh.
Flat Earth Discord server, right?
Yeah, but gay people are on
No,
the flat Earth.
no, we're not going to.
yeah, they're on the flat Earth, and they're
Yeah,
You know,
so-
we gotta fix that. We gotta take them off the flat Earth.
Whoa.
Everybody lives on the flat
Write that
Earth.
one
I
down.
agree. We're not here to
Okay.
judge
No
anybody.
discrimination. Okay, I understand.
Thank you.
So, we don't need to build a wall then.
We don't need to build what?
A wall.
Thought you were not. I mean, oh, secret location must be somewhere in the U.S., huh? Okay.
A wall.
Ah.
Maybe close to US, Canada,
Yeah.
Mexico. Maybe
Mm.
close to that.
Ready to jump that border? Bay of Pigs. You're Cuba.
I love Cuba.
Yeah.
I
Cuba
love-
loves Russia.
Cuban cigars.
That's true. Don't they make tequila in Cuba too, or some shit like that? I might be wrong.
Make the what in Cuba?
Tequila.
Oh, yeah.
Mostly Mexico. They make
Oh.
rum
Oh.
in Puerto Rico, Haiti, and Cuba.
Interesting.
There may be Cuban tequila, but it's not like noteworthy that I'm aware of.
Do you drink a lot?
Not a lot, but I enjoy the taste of hard alcohol.
Oh damn,
Like most
that's
people.
right. Same. Oh shit, I cannot say that.
In the winter, especially, I love that warm down the throat into the gut. Boom.
Yeah. Can I tell you my favorite alcoholic in the server?
Please do.
Helioskeptic.
And why is he your favorite?
Because he's funny.
Oh,
Yeah. Very funny guy.
yeah, I like him also.
Yeah. I would like to touch his bald head.
You would
What do you
like to
think?
touch his bald head.
Of course. So, who do you
Yeah.
think is gonna win the election in 2024?
Flat Earth related? Anything flat Earth related? No.
Sure. If there's a president that says
He's the president of the flat Earth, right? Yeah.
yeah. If there's somebody like that, yeah, of course. Would you vote for him?
Yes,
Oh,
Of course.
without a doubt.
if he was actually, if we vetted him and found him to not be a controlled opposition, we might allow him.
Yeah.
But he's got to go through all the secret.
Well, I would rather.
He has to tell about all the, blood rituals and stuff.
Right.
True. Yeah, of course.
You don't think there's blood rituals, huh?
I didn't say anything about that.
You just said blood rituals. What do you mean?
Yeah, but I didn't say they don't exist.
Oh, okay. So
I
you
might
said
be in
that-
one. Wait. You didn't hear that.
I did hear you.
No, you didn't. Tell me your address right now. You will
I'm
not
making
hear
a
it.
sacrifice. Hold on.
Bro, what? Fuck.
All right. All set. Here we go. What's up now? All right.
So, you want to be young forever then, don't you?
Not young, just powerful.
Powerful.
I could be old and powerful
You can
forever.
go to
I
the
don't
gym
mind.
to be powerful.
Not like Russian powerful, like
Oh,
Small
Russian is pure genetics. You cannot get that.
yeah, I
You
know.
need to,
Oh, I have some Russian in me. I have a little bit of Russian in me.
I believe you. A lot of immigrants in America, so I believe you. Very
Most
good
of my
country.
parents- I'm sorry. Very good what?
Very good. A lot of immigrants, very good. In our country, yes. Yes? No?
Apparently, we're not a country. We were being educated earlier on someone who's more versed in actual law and all that. And apparently, we're a whole bunch of little countries that our federal government has actually been dissolved and no one knows it yet.
Ooh. Oh,
Yeah,
that's interesting. That would be
Return
pretty
back
hard
to your
to.
roots.
Who said
hide.
that? Was that Cuddles who said that?
Can't remember. It might have been Cuddles. I'm not sure.
That would take a lot of people to lie about that.
Why would they lie?
I don't know. You tell me. Why would they lie? Why? That's the question.
That's the question all flat earthers have.
Why did my mom leave me? Wait, what? Okay. Are you thinking of making a Discord, Flat Earth Discord Minecraft server?
Yeah, we should.
Flat Earth SMP? That would be pretty fun.
Yeah, we should do that.
Yeah.
I
100%.
don't play Minecraft. Sorry.
You should try. It's really fun.
I've tried it. It's interesting.
Well, you should get good at Minecraft and then you'll like
Yeah.
it more.
Get good, of course.
I should get good scrub. I know.
Yeah. Of course. So how many guns do you own?
I would prefer not to say that to the FBI informant, but yes. You can assume it's not 0.
Oh, so not 0. Okay, I understand. So maybe okay.
21.
Let me guess. You have like at least one pistol, and like a shotgun.
Everybody thinks every American's got a shotgun. Why is that?
Yeah, it's a very effective gun.
It is effective, but not every American has one. Not everybody lives in the country, and you can't really. Well, I guess you could use like bird shot in the residential areas I live in. If you shot a shotgun at a wall, it would go right through it into your neighbor's house. So
Oh damn.
any slug or triple, yeah. So it's probably not the best weapon for home security.
No, what's best security? Police. Call the police.
Oh, is that right? The ones who have no obligation to help you. We'll be right there. We're on another call as I'm being stabbed to death. That's a good plan.
Or maybe just get good. No.
I am good. I'm not
Learn to
worried about
defend yourself without a weapon.
I can defend myself.
Or maybe ban all weapons in America. That would be cool.
I could still defend myself, and banning weapons does not remove weapons. You should know that.
Just kill everybody that has weapons.
Everybody's got weapons.
So kill everybody, I guess.
No, not everybody.
Everybody wants to.
Who's a villager?
Hey guys, I want you to introduce you to my new friend. He's not
Hello.
FBI agent. He has
No.
bombs for sale. Hey, meet Ivan.
You want to start a nuclear war army?
I could get the plutonium.
Yes. I'm
Fair
turning into
enough.
Borat. Oh my god.
I went Polish on you again, I know. Or Kazakhstani, sorry.
Kazakhstani. Oh my god, Borat.
Jak zamaj.
Oh my god. I
Wow,
never
wow,
watched Borat, so
wow.
I don't know what he says. I didn't watch
What,
Borat.
what?
Oh, well, yes, 100%. 100%. What any kind of questions I have? Let's see. What questions I have? What did they give me? Wait, what? No.
Let me see. Let me rifle through questions, guns, plans, money.
So
Do you have insurance? Do you have insurance?
Are you guys?
Do you have insurance?
What
Medical
shape do you
insurance?
think
No,
they
any
like
kind of
those?
insurance.
Hmm?
Imagine needing insurance for your health. Imagine paying hundreds of dollars to get into an ambulance. Oh my god.
Hundreds. Try thousands. It's not
Yeah,
hundreds.
thousands. Of course, I didn't want to exaggerate, but
You're not. It's a couple $1,000 for.
imagine.
Well, it depends. You might get lucky if you can convince the fire station with their emergency service to pick you up because they're covered by taxes, but usually they're busy. And it's usually only 1 or 2.
That would be good. Just everybody pays more tax and everything is just free.
Yeah.
Easy.
That's a good
Just like
everybody should
in
be
every
the same
European
house.
country.
Yeah, everybody should live in the same size house, have the same amount of shit, and it should be identical. That's what I
For
think.
real, for real.
Yeah.
Now that's white culture. Now that's
Base.
culture. Based, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Based in red pill.
Yeah, true. So what is white culture in your opinion?
What is what?
White culture.
Inventing things.
Well, white is kind of broad. I wouldn't say because all right, you're white, right?
American culture, I say. Let's say American
Okay.
culture.
All right, American culture. American culture is just garbage. It's a collaboration of everything horrible in the world thrown
Yeah,
together.
American culture is trash, dude.
Oh, so like, oh, okay.
Basically, no redeeming qualities in the last 20 years.
Mm-hmm. Of course. I believe you.
Huh?
Oh my god. Okay, let's see. Another question. Let's see. Flip a page.
You forgot to ask us if we had any aliases.
Oh yeah. What's your real name? First and last
Yeah.
name.
It's Mike, Mike, Mike. Akaslong,
Oh,
OCKL,
Oh,
Yeah,
same.
OCKL. LONG.
Yeah.
My partner here is Hugh.
Humongous. Yeah, I know him. He's my partner.
Long lost friend, maybe? Yeah.
Let's see. What can I ask more? Do you think Olympics are what brainwashing?
Of course.
Yeah, of course. That's what I'm saying. Let's see. Do you think we should put like a social credit score like in China on people?
Yes.
It's way too soft. There's no way that'll work here. We need like social caning, not social points. Like instead of points, you get whipped with a cane for every point.
Oh, but that's okay. Let's see. What can I ask more?
In our system, you don't want points.
If
Do you
say
think?
so.
Oh, I cannot talk about that. I forgot. Do you have a phone?
No.
That's cap. Let's see. What can I ask more?
Is there like a blizzard going on over there? Is that why you're stuck inside? You got nothing to do? Is that what's
No,
going on?
I have a fan on. I'm very hot boy. I'm a hot man. It's very hot.
You
for
run
me.
hot.
Yeah.
You're a naughty boy, that's what you are.
Whoa! I'm 16. Chill, bro.
Easy now.
Chill. Chill. Let's see.
Say chill again. I'm trying to pick up where you've moved to. I can hear an accent and you're American. Say chill again.
Chill.
Yeah. I don't know. You sound yeah. I don't know. I think you've transplanted to the West Coast somewhere in the United States.
For real.
But in any case, for reals. What
I
else you
think
got
you're
for
a
us,
glober.
comrade?
You sound like you're a glober to me.
I'm not a flatty. I have boobies.
Oh, so you think there's a curve?
Yeah, on my chest.
What the heck, dude?
Dude, you're about to be banned. Can you be a bit
okay,
more
I'm sorry.
serious, please? Thank you. We don't mind fun and jokes and games, but could you be a bit more serious, please? Thank you.
Well, he's a naughty boy, so you should know that.
Chill, you cannot call me that. That's illegal.
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah, no problem, man. What is the best kind of what do you say? How do you say it? Fuck. I don't know how to say it in English. Fuck it. Let's see. What is the best music? What kind of genre? American music, goddamn right. That's what I'm saying.
That was good. The good accent.
I don't know what to say anymore. Nobody's talking, and it's very boring.
Well, it's because you haven't said anything of any actual
Well, it's because we like to talk about the shape of the Earth.
Okay, so can you show me the proof of Hollow Earth, please? Please?
Mate, shut the fuck up.
Yo, chill, man. Chill your boobies.
Chill, you naughty
I'm too
boy.
tired to be angry.
Sasha, Ivanov, please.
Привет.
Привет. А ты понимаешь по-русски?
Yeah.
Да.
Ага. Почему
Yeah.
ты не говоришь по-русски?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
To speak Russian on this server, my friend.
I know
Okay.
what you just said.
What?
Yo,
I know what you just said.
come on, man. Come on, man.
Come on, man. Chill.
I'm chill.
I mean, old dude just warned you.
Can you just ask
and-
one serious question for us? You've been here. 20
I already
minutes.
did. I asked
Thank
Sasha
you.
Ivanov a serious question.
All right.
Yeah,
he
he
has
did.
an
I
answer.
can vouch for him. He did.
Okay, I missed it. I'm sorry. Thank you for playing along.
Well, we're playing?
No,
I-
you are. But,
You think this is a game, kid?
No. I thought this was reality.
yeah.
It is reality.
So, what does Putin say about America right now when it's not on American television? Is he talking like we're gone crazy, or what's the deal there?
He's not saying anything. He's just
About
controlling
America
his
at all?
country. He's gonna be president for his whole life. He made a
Yeah.
new law, so if you're president, you're gonna be president for until you die.
Well, I mean that's a good law, especially since he's such a good president, right?
No, he's not. No,
But
he's not.
he doesn't. But America isn't in the news right now for you guys. It's not like on the horizon at all.
No, he doesn't want us to get brainwashed by American thingies, by American
It's
culture.
pretty smart.
Chance is true. Yeah. But I'm a spy, so I have to know about America. So I know a decent amount, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are there a lot of flat earthers over there, or no?
No, there's a lot of gay people.
What? No, there's not.
What do you mean?
In Russia?
Yes,
It's illegal, bro.
I know.
And you think it's a lot coming to America? See what a lot
Rules
is.
are rules are made to be broken.
Yeah, but in Russia, they're less broken than here. I can guarantee you.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, well, in America,
corrupt.
we have gay pride festivals, so.
Yeah, same here.
What? I thought they.
Stop the cap, bro. Stop the cap.
Just Google Russia gay, and you get
Google Russia gay. I bet you're gonna get nothing but safe for work pictures.
no, like in YouTube, not in Google.
Russia, yeah. Russia.
Oh my god. Let's see. I want to say. Wait, where is Becky? Oh shit. That's so cute. Where is Becky? I love Becky. She's my favorite Australian.
Becky?
Yeah, Becky. She used to be a mod, I guess. I don't see her anymore.
Are you talking about Jenny?
No, Becky, I think.
Damn.
Becky? Yeah, Becky K in Australia. Is she even here?
I don't think so.
Oh, she is, but she doesn't have mod anymore. Unlucky.
Oh, RIP. Did she lose her
Rip.
mod-
Rip?
mod
That-
privileges?
Rip.
Yeah, it's super weird. A lot of people get their mods off and on the server. It's very weird.
Trying to find the right fit, I guess. Or maybe people don't have time. They think they do and then don't.
one thing cannot fit everyone, you know. If you know what I'm saying.
What is boosting the server? What the hell does this
Nitro
mean?
boost.
Boost, like it just boosts.
It's like a nitro boost.
Yeah, it gives you like you can upload bigger pictures and stuff, or bigger, more emojis.
It's basically paying Discord.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I don't think that's happening.
basically giving money to Discord. Yes. And Discord is run by gay furry. If you didn't know,
Is it run by what?
the creator is a gay furry.
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What is your obsession with everyone's sexual?
No, but
preference?
he is actually. I'm not lying. Like I
Like,
literally.
the sexuality has nothing to do with the Earth being flat, bro.
Right.
Yeah,
that's
but
gross.
every person in this flat Earth lives, you know. So we have to talk about them too. People on the Earth are more important than the Earth, you know. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, even in Russia, I'm sure there's somebody that they have you can go talk to about being gay. It's gonna be okay. You don't need to come here. There's specialists.
No, it's an important thing right now in this time of day. You know?
So, do you have any questions about why we think? I mean, you can ask us why we're so stupid if you want. I mean, it won't offend us. Honestly, ask us a question.
Sure, go ahead.
No, I mean, I want you to ask. I mean,
You already
I
asked my
honest-
question.
I didn't hear it. That's why I asked you to repeat it, but you never did.
Oh.
So,
Why are you so smart?
me particularly, I'm
course.
guessing a combination of genetics and my parents' need for me to read at a young age. Why?
True. Same here. I'm retarded. Let's see.
So you can't even do one serious question. Is your whole life a
I
joke,
can.
or is it just when you
Can.
sign
I'm
into the
just
end?
thinking of a question right
He's
now.
in Joker mode.
Let's see. About the flat Earth. Let's see. Let's see. So do you still do the laser test?
Yes.
Oh my god. Incredible.
A great test. Proves there's no curvature.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let's see. What can I ask more? I know basically everything.
I think you got it covered, man. It was
So
great
are
talking
you
to
a
you.
flat earther then? But you said you're a glober, so how could you know everything and be a glober?
Because I'm autistic.
Oh, okay. Me too.
Let's see. What can I ask more? What can I ask more? What more? About the flat Earth. There isn't really anything that I'm interested in, so I don't know what to ask.
Besides trolling,
Who said I'm trolling?
You're a troll.
No, trolling is against the rules.
You're a troll.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be a troll. I just want to lighten up the room. I heard it's very quiet, so.
It's okay.
It was
I don't
bothering
think
me
you're actually a
all
troll.
night, Sasha. It
You're
was
just a
bothering me all
glober.
night. But your voice has been reminding me, and I couldn't figure who your voice reminded me of. You sound like Tony Hinchcliffe. Do you know that? The
I
comedian.
don't know who that is.
Yeah, look him up online. That's who you sound like.
Is it good or bad?
It's pretty good. Not all of his comedy is my taste, but like when he's talking in conversation and like roasting somebody, he's like quick. He's on.
And what's his name again?
Tony Hinchcliffe.
Tony Stark.
He's like one of those Joe Rogan and Ari Shafir dude, like that whole crew of comedy guys.
Okay.
Hmm. Let's see. So, what do Americans eat usually in a day?
Pasta.
In breakfast, pasta.
Oh, in breakfast I have egg.
What? You cut off.
Eggs.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. That's cool. That's cool. That's
What do Russians have for breakfast?
Let's see. Where I live, I don't usually have breakfast.
Borscht.
Oh, borscht, very good, very tasty.
Yeah, usually I don't have breakfast either, but when I do, I have eggs.
Borscht. But if you put eggs in borscht, you're fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
Let's see. I like pelmeni,
Paninis are good.
not paninis. Pelmeni, like dumplings. Dumb fuck. Are you even Russian, man?
No.
He's not.
Let's see. Yeah, very very tasty, very filling. You put some maybe sour cream or maybe butter on it. Very tasty, very tasty.
They're nice.
Very nice. And maybe for dinner, you have. Let's see, what can you have? You know those Jewish pancakes, the potato pancakes, latkes.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah, those are very tasty. The sour cream too. You put some sour cream on that shit. It's very good.
Doesn't surprise me.
A lot of sour cream, very good. We put sour cream on everything. It's very very tasty.
What about crepes?
Crepes? Oh yeah. It's really
Very
good.
nice. Very
With
nice.
sour cream too, it's very good.
Sour
What
cream
about
on
that?
crepes, bro? Are you serious?
It's really good, bro. I don't know.
No, I could see that actually. Sour cream on crepes. That doesn't sound
Or maybe
bad
you
at all.
could mix like jam with sour cream. I did
Yeah, I
that.
was gonna say sour cream and like orange. I mean, strawberry preserve or raspberry on
Yeah.
a crepe. That'd be great. Blueberries. That
It
actually
is-
sounds good.
You should try like pancakes with sour cream. It's very good.
Yeah. Have you ever had like a sour cream chimichinga?
No, I don't
Ivan?
have that shit in my country.
No. I was asking Ivan because he said it sounded gross, but this is very similar, except that the crepe would be deep fried, wrapped around the cheese and the fruit.
Man, you can't say a chimichanga is shit until you have one, bruh.
I didn't say shit. I don't have that shit. I don't have that stuff. By shit, I mean stuff.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
I thought you were calling it shit.
Sure. Wait, no. Let's see. What is very good Russian food? I don't know. I'm not Russian, so I don't know. I guess.
Moldov?
What?
You Moldovan?
No.
Trying to think of all the people I know that's kind of speak Russian or can know some Russian.
Beef stroganoff.
That's stroganoff.
It's gonna be bad because you're American and you don't know geography. It's gonna be
First
very
of all,
hard.
that's a broad generalization. Secondly, you're
Not
absolutely
really.
right.
I think
wouldn't
that's.
know. You're right.
Wait, beef stroganoff is Russian.
What the fuck is that?
Is that not
Oh,
like
meat jello. Very good. I don't know how to say it in Russian. Meat jello.
Jello.
Yeah.
That sounds fucking putrid.
Yeah, you put some meat, and you made the jello by boiling the bones, and you put the bone juice
Yeah.
with the meat, and very good, very tasty.
I know how it's made. I just don't think it sounds very good.
Yeah, it tastes like shit.
Yeah.
I don't eat it. I used to eat when I was a kid, but now I don't eat it. Um, what else? What else? What else? What else? Nothing much, I think.
A lot of McDonald's, right?
I don't have McDonald's in my city, where I live at least.
No, huh? That's good.
So you must not live in the United States.
I definitely
No.
not live in the United States, but I have a Hesburger, but I don't eat here because it tastes like shit.
A what burger?
Hesburger.
It must be European.
Yeah, probably. Hesburger. Very, very shit, actually.
Or like Hezbollah burgers? Is it like terrorist burgers?
Now that's... It's called like this. Yes, very, very shit. Let's see. Yeah, I usually eat at home. I don't go outside to eat.
That's very good.
Yeah. I don't know. Very quiet. I don't know what to say. Nobody's saying anything, bro.
Right, because we're here for a specific reason. We're waiting for people that have questions about the flat Earth.
But I already did. But yeah, I didn't really answer it.
You asked one question about a hollow Earth. I heard that.
Yeah, but he didn't answer, so it kind of feels.
Yeah. Best to give up. You're right.
But the Earth is hollow.
No, where?
In the middle.
In the
Oh, damn.
middle.
Now
And we don't know geography, so
that's interesting.
Just
That is
What's the name of that borehole that you guys dug?
Bro, imagine not
Wow.
knowing geography. No, that's sad.
I know geography, bro.
Okay.
I know where fucking China and Russia are. Isn't that enough for you? What else do you want?
No. Do you know all the continents?
Yes, dude. We're not fucking retarded.
Shoot.
I probably know more than you think. I don't know a lot, but I bet you I do better than you think. Go ahead, ask me where a country is.
Okay. Let me. Okay. Let's see. A country. Let's see a country.
Let's see.
What continent is Puerto
Continent?
Rico? Puerto Rico.
It's not on a continent, it's an
South
island, dumb
America,
shit.
bro.
It's an island in the Caribbean.
I got fucked. Let's see. Let's see. What country? Let's see. In what continent is Lithuania?
Europe.
Lithuania is on the border of.
Europe.
There you go.
Yeah, it's next to Poland.
You kind of guessed it right, actually.
It was
It is next to Poland, but it has a lot of.
Yes.
It has a bigger border though with let me think. Poland, Lithuania, and
I can tell you how many countries there are with border
not-
Lithuania.
Europa.
Yes,
Well,
Europa.
Europa.
Yes, country. Very good.
Yeah, I'm Romanian. European.
There's 4 countries that border Lithuania. Tell me all the 4 countries.
Syria,
Oh,
Bro, Syria. Australia in Asia. That's I think that's Asia.
Australia, Syria, Australia,
Mm-hmm.
Chile, and
Yeah.
I know where all these countries are. I'm just fucking with you. That's the dense Europe is where I do get lost. That dense Europe bunch of countries is tough.
Yeah.
I mean, I can
Okay.
go Spain.
It wasn't
France,
even a country.
Germany,
Lithuania is not a country.
Italy.
It wasn't.
When?
Before the 90s or so.
What the fuck are you saying?
Yeah, but a
It
lot
was
of
part of
countries.
Russia, but before part of Russia, it was still a country.
Drop the phone.
Well, West
Like-
Germany is
Sorry for
not a country now, but it was.
Yeah, but Lithuania is a country still. Okay. Okay. What country does Norway border?
Sweden.
Finland.
Bro, I want to ask the American guy.
Oh my bad.
Fuck. Let's
You
see.
don't think Ivan's American, huh?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually American.
What countries does America border?
Oh, that's a tough one.
Canada and Mexico and the other one's an island and Canada again. So that's it.
Wrong.
Uh,
Wrong. No, I actually don't know. I know that
It is.
Canada and Mexico.
Canada and Mexico.
That's it.
Yeah. Unless you count the chain of islands in Alaska to be bordering Russia
Ooh.
with some ocean.
You know.
You used to own that, right? That was part of your country.
Yeah, I think so.
We stole it from you. Aha, sucker.
Haha. Nice. Thank you.
America. Fuck yeah.
True. Okay. Tell at least one country that borders Brazil.
am I allowed to answer? Or...
No, let the
Honduras.
I'm not
Honduras.
vote.
Honduras. No. Not Honduras.
Peru.
Fuck. Okay, another American answer, but it's okay. Okay. Now this should be easy because America should know about this, okay?
Okay.
Okay. What country, at least one country that borders Iraq? Tell me.
Hmm.
Kuwait.
Nope.
I'm the American too, fucker. Give me my props. It is Kuwait.
Yeah, I think he's right.
Wait, Iran.
Oh wait, no, Kuwait's
no.
really small.
It is really small, but it has to be bordering Iraq because Saddam didn't cross any other borders to invade it, right?
You may be right,
Oh
but
yeah, no, he's right. He's right.
who's right? The American?
Kuwait borders Iraq. He's correct.
Okay.
Stupid
Then
American.
he's correct.
Yeah!
Let's go. You know the country that you invaded. Let's go.
That's right. We can remember our imperialism. Don't worry.
Let's go.
Did we invade them or did
Let's
Israel invade them?
go! USA! USA! USA!
Okay. What country does North Korea border?
Bro, these countries are so easy.
Yeah, you're funny. I'll give you that, dude.
Say it, bro. What?
South Korea. You were
job.
afraid for me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I have
What
to.
country does Serbia border?
Ooh.
I don't think. Oh,
Oh, Russia, right? On one end, but
I don't think Serbia is a country.
Yes, it is.
Serbia?
No, sir. There's no way Serbia is a country.
Yes, it is, bro. What
Wait
the
a minute. If you get this wrong, game's over. You lose.
hell?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Somebody look it up. Serbia,
Oh, yeah.
look it up. Somebody look it up.
That is true. That is true. That
You
is true.
fucked.
Sorry,
Game over. I win.
I was thinking about the other thing. Sorry. I was thinking about
Does it border Russia?
No.
No.
Fuck.
It's
borders-
basically like in the middle of Europe, I would say.
Yeah, it's like yeah.
Oh yeah, it's an Eastern European country, not like Eastern, but yeah, I know what you're saying.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, I need to translate this. I forgot how to say it in English.
Ask Ivan. He's got you.
Okay, what country does Finland border? Easy. This is easy.
You should know this one.
This is super easy, man. Please.
Mother
I even know. I'm retarded. I even know.
It borders Mother
If
Russia.
I had to guess, which I do because I can't think off the top of my head, I'm going to say the Netherlands, but I'm probably wrong.
No, it's Mother Russia, bro.
Mother Russia, of course. Bro.
What's
No,
the
right?
What's the other half of the Netherlands? What does it share its border with?
Germany and Belgium and shit like that. Luxembourg.
And the ocean.
It's the North Sea, though, right?
The North Sea.
or the Atlantic. I mean the Antarctic. I mean the Arctic,
It's
Arctic
like
Sea.
close to the
Arctic
UK.
Sea.
It's like right under the UK.
Under the UK. Okay, yeah. All right.
Like to the right, kind of.
But how could borders work on a flat Earth?
How can
People
what
are
work?
what?
Borders.
How can
Borders.
borders work on a concave, hollow Earth? Is the real question.
How can borders even work? We should not have borders.
No, we should have borders, bro. Borders are good.
No.
Borders are base. You know this.
That is true.
Yeah, bro. You don't want third world people flooding your country.
Okay.
Tell that to our president, please. If you don't mind.
Okay, America.
The real question is, could you achieve first world status without taking advantage
Of course not.
No,
those
the answer is no.
third
Yeah, you're
world
right.
countries?
The answer is no.
And if the resources were adequately shared, wouldn't
Well,
we
you
all be
could.
at a higher state
Germany
evenly?
is like a first world country, and they're not very imperialistic anymore.
Russia is. Oh,
But very import driven. You know, so they
Well, I
use
thought Germany
it's
was
because
like,
of the countries.
don't they like export like cars and shit?
I think at this stage they've probably set up facilities in other countries.
Oh,
But
yeah.
it's all about that opportunity cost, whether it costs you more to actually produce it in-house, you're going to outsource that function somewhere else that has a cheaper labor cost or a cheaper land cost. And with the whole EU and that union, you know, they've kind of outsourced a lot of things, which has weakened Europe. Same like for the US, outsourcing all their production to China. That's most of it.
Hmm. China's gonna take over the world soon.
That's why I think we should all just let it fall, because it comes at such a cost. All this iPhone fucking cheeseburger bullshit is really not worth it in the end. Really starting to get fed up with it.
Yeah.
Didn't ask for it. Was thrust on me. Don't want any part of it, and then they don't tell. We can't go anywhere. Oh, you gotta stay here. You can't even leave your own country anymore.
You have to wear the mask.
Yeah, get the jab.
I'm gonna go make some food. I'll be right back.
Hey guys, I'm gonna run out real fast and grab myself something to eat. I will be right back too.
Later. So how did the game start with what country borders what country?
me. I said that American people do not know geography.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I would say a vast majority don't.
That's what I'm saying. Bro. What?
Anybody want to talk about the lack of the globe?
What globe?
There you go.
The globe never existed and never will.
I hear cartoons. You're hot mic.
Sounds like the good violent kind too.
Oh, my bad.
Sounds like the good violent kind. LOL.
When I was a kid, cartoons, everything you saw would have led to somebody's death if you tried it to emulate it.
Mm-hmm.
Like everything. But life was different in the 70s and 80s. People smoked on planes in restaurants. Like it was just like a different world. People don't understand. That Russian go and report to his handlers.
Who? What?
So it would seem.
But you know, how are the health concerns never considered when it came to like smoking in an airplane, smoking around children, breastfeeding while smoking?
Right. Big tobacco had doctors paid off, so it never got raised. And as people got sick, it was like shrug shoulders and say, we don't know. And they kept getting paid.
Damn.
And then, like, every person must have been in on it. If
not in on it. It's not like in on it. It's just the culture.
Deceived.
You never stop and think about it because you grew up with people like smoking all around you, in your house, everywhere, so you never stop to think to question it. Just like the ball.
Yep. There's a lot of people that argue the smoking thing and speculate that tobacco, pure tobacco, is not the same as whatever they conjured up in their manufactories.
May or may not be true. Don't know. Never cultivated my own tobacco, dried it, and smoked it to see the difference. So,
yeah.
But I wouldn't doubt. It would not surprise me in the least bit that they aren't adding some shit that's going to make you sick. You know, Roundup's on it, right? That can't be good.
Yeah, there's that. I mean, the only thing that I would speculate them adding would be chemicals that would enhance the addictability of it. That'd be the only logical thing.
Well, bigger plant is more yield. That's profit. So anything that'll help it grow or get a bigger yield.
Yeah, and inadvertently, if they can get something that causes addiction, and that's not the safest chemical out there, but it achieves the purpose that they want, they're going to use it. So the damaging effect may be just ancillary or supplementary to a larger desire. But I watched a study where Marlboro found out an additive that they could add, which increased the speed at which it burns. Meaning that the cigarette burns out quicker, so you light the next one sooner.
Yep.
So those,
there was a
all
lawsuit,
of those kind
right?
of aspects, you know.
Wasn't there a lawsuit about that?
No, this is standard in their product. Like they
thought
put
I heard
little
something
machines.
about this. And the paper was what it was doing it, if I'm not mistaken, right? It was the paper that caused it to burn
a chemical on the inside of the paper.
Right.
But that chemical also transfers onto the tobacco when you smoke.
Yeah, of course. You're breathing the whole thing in, of course, yeah.
But they have these artificial lungs, kind of like how they use ventilators to keep people alive.
Yep.
They have those things pulling these cigarettes, and then they test all different chemicals to see how can it pull quicker, how many holes we can place in it so that less of the nicotine or gets through to the person. So they also make it quite porous so that you don't get too much, or so that you're always constantly needing the next one. It's the whole entire mindset is about increasing consumption. So same thing with
Fucking
Coca-Cola.
insidious.
Coca-Cola talks about their average user is someone who should consume 1 liter per day. And they talk about their heavy consumers is up to 8 or 9 liters per day.
9 liters per person. You know how many calories that is?
And then their goal is how do we get the person who's having 2 liters today up to that 9? Because we want to increase consumption, because then obviously we can push more product. So
I haven't had 9 liters of Coca-Cola in the last 10 years.
Yeah, props, man. Once you know that it's poison, like one of my best friends works in Atlanta for head office Coca-Cola.
Mm-hmm.
And when they talk about us, like, pushing your medium consumer up to heavy consumer and the psychology, they figured out that the sound, when you open a Coke and it goes, that sound normally gets people's mouths salivating for Coke. So they started buying time slots where they could stick that in, even subliminally, into messages around lunchtime in everyone else's adverts, because just that sound caused people to get up, leave their desk, go buy a Coca-Cola, come back. And if you think about it as a poison and that they're trying to manipulate you to go buy more of that poison, it's this world. Hey, man.
There was a movie back in, I want to say it was 2010, 2012, around there, and it was about this guy. And I don't remember much about it. I kind of started halfway through. I saw it and I was never able to find it again, or I forgot about it. But this movie was basically about a guy who could see how people were being affected by consumerism, and they were like these like parasitic entities.
They live.
No. This was a much newer movie than that. And the monsters were CGI, but it was along those lines, except it was much more religious. Because at the end, it shows the guy killing the Red Bull. All right, I'm not going to get into it, but anyway, the premise is that all these addictions and stuff is not. It's like he would see a family standing outside of a restaurant, and then they're walking by, and all of a sudden the entity would come out and tap the kid on the shoulder and tug at him, and the kid would, mommy, I want McDonald's. It's not right now, and the thing would be more, struggle for the kid, and the kid, mommy, and they'd give it to him, and then the thing would have this like gleeful look on its face, and it's like that's kind of what it feels like is going on, even though this is kind of allegorious. It was very creepy the way it was displayed, but it's very
but that's actually
revealing.
Very accurate. Like in terms of the spiritual, I don't even know what to call it, but like the spiritual battle that goes on in that realm. You have certain people who possess something called spiritual discernment or discernment of spirits. And when you listen to them talk, they often say that they can see entities sitting on our shoulders, and that effectively that entity is like steering your head. And the way, kind of like what you said there about the entity tugging on the child, it's these things we acquire over years of engagements and moments of vulnerability. Then these things almost rest on us like we're carrying the weight of the world on our shoulders, or you've got the monkey on your back. And as that thing sits on your back, I've heard some of those like really spiritual people talk about how these demons vomit onto you. And as they vomit onto you, that's when you portray that sin. So it's almost like they're covering you in this thing, and then you go and fulfill like adultery, or you go and steal, or you go and do pedophilia, and there's actually a demonic entity linked to each one of those, and that we have the ability to create one in another, or if we can actually identify those in ourselves, we can start to remove them. But that in my personal experience, like growing up in the church, there was this one person who you could enter the room and they would say, "You're a smoker and you drink alcohol," and they could start listing the things that you do by looking at you. And you're not in close proximity, so it's not like they could smell the cigarette smoke or anything like that. They could just look at you and start listing off a presence that they were saying that they could pick up. And that, to me, blew my mind, that if you think about all these individual humans walking around, it looks nice and clean. Like we look like ants, but it looks clean. But imagine how many demons are sitting on each one, and all those different engagements that are happening on a spiritual level that we can't see. How many people are going off just to go do something that is actually self-destructive because something is sitting on their back, basically puking onto them, telling them to go and do that.
This must be
Quite a
based
hectic
on
visual.
that because they were riding on their shoulders at one point. People were carrying them around, but they weren't vomiting on them, if I remember. They had them like have these either tentacles or like trunks, like an elephant trunk that would latch onto them, and it looked like it was sucking something out of them as they walked around. But the things would get bigger and bigger the more people they fed on. And a few of the bigger corporations, like say it was the PepsiCo demon, when you went by the building, it was like Godzilla or King Kong just kind of lurking around the building outside, and it had all these tentacles leaving it, going all over the city, just sucking in people. It was very creepy.
Wow. It's visually accurate. It's like if you think about the long arms that reach out. In marketing, they often talk about the distribution of your product against Coca-Cola, because Coca-Cola has one of the deepest distributions out of anything in the world. You can buy a Coke at the tip of South America. You can probably buy a Coke in Antarctica. You know what I mean? It's like it's everywhere. And that kind of reach would imply this giant octopus-like monster with its tentacles out everywhere. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, sometimes if you can kind of muscle your way through some of the lower budget Christian movies specifically, they're kind of like tough because usually the acting, but usually somebody with quite a high degree of intelligence and insight wrote the movie. And if you can just make it through the acting, oftentimes those movies can be really good. I've watched my fair share of them.
Well, this is also something that, like, I've always wondered. The wisdom that comes out of a human, that like collective knowledge or that true wisdom, then when it gets captured on a book, then we refer to the book as the wisdom. But the wisdom came from a human first. And he simply put that down in a book so that it could be shared for generations. Now, we live in a society where, like, if it's not in the book, it's not important. And it doesn't matter what you're saying today. But how did the stuff get in the books was by someone saying it and then someone recording it. And it was when I was having this real spiritual journey of, like, do you read the Bible? Do you go to church? Is the Bible true? That whole journey that I think all of us have been on. And through that thing, it was like I had this tremendous sense of peace that you get communicated to your heart. Like Adam and Eve, they wouldn't have been given a book in the Garden of Eden. God spoke to them in their hearts. And God speaks to all of us in our hearts. And then sometimes men write it down and then it can get passed on for generations to come. But that wisdom is an internal thing. So like when you have a filmmaker making a film like this, where he's taking parts of documented spiritual realm stuff and putting a little bit of a spin on it, that could be like real deep, meaningful stuff that people should see just as much as reading that book that changed your whole perception on certain things. And that book came from a man, and it came from a man's ideas. So, but we dissociate. Like the moment it's written, it's like fact. Like look at what all the great philosophers wrote about, and they were so wise. Read their writings. But like, there's wise people today saying just as wise things that are being shut down. How does that make any sense? The wisdom starts in a man, or in the divine spark in a man, and it's the recording of that wisdom that we then hold as the pinnacle. But it's actually, we are forsaking or disregarding the billions of other pieces of wisdom because it's just because a man said it. But it was the whole thing about if you don't read the Bible, you're going to go to hell. No, because Adam and Eve, they didn't get given a Bible. God spoke to them in their hearts. And we all have that little voice inside of us that tells us yay or nay, do it or don't do it. Why are we doing that? We want more for our lives. The thing that pulls you up from your bootstraps when you've hit rock bottom. There's something else. And it's that, real engagement with the source of the wisdom. I know some East, like New Age religions, talk about source and universal energy and blah, blah, blah. And they mean it like not God, but I mean the source being God, And when you put that together, when you put you as a receptor or receiver in alignment with the thing that's emitting all the signals, then you can emit more signals than you were even capable of knowing that you are able to emit. So it's just such a fascinating thing that you meet people who are truly wise that don't know they're wise, but they are. And then you meet people who think they're wise, but they're actually not. And then in the Christian space, I looked at all my fellow Christian brothers and I thought, are these guys just believing the story? Kind of like the ball story. There's this figure in the sky, and if you do this, you're going to go to heaven, and if you do that, you go to hell. And then did they just dive in with both feet and say, all right, I'm going to believe in this little figure in the sky? And then when you realize that the flat earth is real and that this place is created and that there is a creator, it's the most profound understanding that it's not a story that I just have to believe that there's a creator. It's almost demonstrable that this is divinely, intelligently designed, and our position in this place and our engagement with everything is intelligently designed. That it's no longer just a story that you have to believe. And yet when I tell my Christian friends about the flat earth, they'll think I'm crazy because they're just believing it's just a story. I don't know. It's weird. Sorry, I went quite on a long monologue there. I hope I didn't lose you.
No, I'm here. I'm listening. I would
Do you think wisdom is intrinsic? Like, do you think it's within you, or do you have to get it external?
No, I think that it is one of. I think it's gained in several different ways. One through experience, but not everybody has the opportunity to do so because everybody's experiences are different. Everybody has experiences, and what people do with it will, I think, result in whether or not they're going to be wise or not, right? So if somebody has experiences, they don't learn from their experiences, then they will never have wisdom to share with others. Otherwise, I think that wisdom can be a supernatural gift. That's my personal opinion, and based on some of the spiritual gifts that are discussed and later on in the Bible. But I think Adam and Eve actually might have had more direct communication. I think it was less supernatural initially, in the garden at least. Now, post-garden, very likely that it changed around. But I think it was actually natural communication. Yeah, but I don't know that for certain. It just seems to make a little bit more sense on how it says they're being communicated to and stuff. Not that that's super important.
Yeah, like that supernatural aspect, like you're saying, is sometimes you even surprise yourself with what can flow out of you when you're in that connected with your creator state.
Yep.
Sometimes you even surprise yourself. You didn't even know you had that inside you in the first place.
Yeah, mine is gifts of knowledge and gifts of discernment. And I've used that in a counseling setting throughout my life.
Yeah, mine scared me off. My youth pastor, right from young, I was always in a leadership type role. I would lead the group of kids below me, or I'd participate with the adults to help keep the kids in check. I liked that I could communicate to people, and then they can understand, and we can get there quicker. And my youth pastor came to me and said to me as well, I've got discernment of spirits, I've got praying in tongues, or let's say I have the ability, if I work at them, for God to bless me in those fields. And he said to me, I would also potentially one day lead some sort of a church or some body of people. And at age 15, 16, that was not what I wanted to hear. I didn't want to be a pastor. I didn't want to be a youth leader. I was like, I'm just doing this while I'm young, and when I'm old, I'm going to go work and make lots of money, Yeah. And it sort of drove me away when I heard, there's like all these big expectations of me now. But yet throughout my life, I've had the ability to sort of sense the evil in people and not engage. Or the praying in tongues thing is mind blowing. When I haven't done it for a long time, but when I was close to God and I was doing a lot of sacrificial, giving up a lot for Him, He would allow me to pray in tongues, and it would flow out of me that it would just be like waves of goosebumps. Like I couldn't explain the sensation. But then there's always this thing in the back of your mind, doubting because you don't understand what you're saying. So there's always this doubt, like Satan's always hitting you. Did you say what you think you did? Don't you want a definition of that? Like there's always this self-doubt. And part of that, allowing those gifts to manifest, is like selfless expression. You're doing it for other people. It's not for, hey, look at me, what I can do. It's more, this is going to benefit you, so let me share it with you.
The verse that always comes to mind when I hear the word sacrifice, I just looked it up. It's in 1 Samuel 15:22. And Samuel said, Has the Lord is great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices, as in obeying the voice of the Lord? Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to listen than the fat of rams. And
just repeat that again.
The whole thing, or just the second half?
Just the second half.
Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to listen than the fat of rams. So listening and obeying is more important than things we might feel like we could
offerings.
do for God, or give to God or whatever. And this is one of the elements of misconceptions about religion. Well, at least the Christian religion, is that a lot of people on the outside look at Christianity and they're like, oh yeah, they have to do good stuff and they get to go to heaven, blah blah blah. And that's how people look at it, and that isn't accurate on a lot of different levels.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I
Just the
find
work-
it.
The work was
I
done.
find it.
Long story short.
You know, everyone's got like their busy lives and always rushing off to the next thing. Sorry, but I'll let you speak now. Everyone's rushing off to their next thing, and sometimes when you just stop and listen to someone and really hear them where they're at, you almost see the spark in their eyes. You know, holding eye contact with someone and genuinely listening, even though you're busy and you've got 1,000 other things to be doing. That moment of listening is quite profound, and you can change people's lives in a very short conversation by just listening. It's, once again, the Bible's just so full of wisdom.
Mm-hmm. So on to the more relevant topic. I have been having this conversation every couple of weeks with somebody that I know in real life, and they're not quite twice my age. How many years difference? I think around just under 30 years older than myself. Maybe, right? Yeah, somewhere in that range, around 30 years. And we've been having the Effie conversation, and he's asking all of the normal questions for the most part. How does this work? What about this? And it's very interesting because I wasn't the introducer. He has a brother-in-law that apparently is 100% FE and has been apparently for years, and he's the one he learned about the topic from him first, and then we were talking about all sorts of stuff. Apparently there's a lot of history in western North Dakota and northwestern North Dakota with weird things that have happened that have caused people to be a little bit more open and or curious about the way that the government lies. Anyway, it's just fascinating to do the face-to-face conversation as opposed to online. This morning I was reading back through this list. I'll post the link. I posted it earlier, but it's how many? 146. A long list of logical fallacies, well written, not your typical description. They provide a couple of examples, and it actually reads very nicely in learning logical fallacies. And there's a handful in there that I'm like, gee, like every day, every single day, you hear these from everyone, not just like one side or anything like that. So it's interesting. I was going somewhere with what I was going to say. Yeah, North Dakota apparently has a lot of history with like cattle mutilation and stuff like that.
Sorry, you were talking about having conversations with people twice your age. What was the point of? Are you finding that they're not listening, or they're not receptive, or they are receptive?
Yeah. On the FE subject, he's receptive, but it's still it's difficult to conceive of, and I can relate. Whole lifetime. I mean, most everybody feels the same way. It's really hard to visualize, right? It's not hard to like understand. Really, you just go, oh, well, that all makes sense once you like evaluate, scrutinize the data and the evidence. You're like, okay, that all makes sense. But you have so many images, and stories, fairy tales and stuff that you have built pictures of in your mind, and so it's still knowing one thing but visualizing the counter of that thing is difficult. It's because how do you visualize something you've never seen? The same could be said of the globe, except for people believe that they've seen it because representations of that idea have been, inundated or flooded people's eyes and experiences in every context, at least as far as media goes. Movies and music and some visual and audio, both, but yeah. I don't know how many people sit back and go, yeah, when I close my eyes, I 100% see a flat earth. That's what I see when I close my eyes and think about it. I don't know how many people have made that, and maybe it's like language. They say that when you're learning a language, it's that you're over the hump of fluency when you're dreaming in that language, for instance. When you're not having to do internal translations, you're beyond the point of standard fluency or whatever. And maybe it's like that, but
I think it's the visual representation, like you said. You have to see something that causes you to unthink what you had previously in your mind. So what's peculiar, I found that exactly like you say, when you close your eyes and you visualize what it is, then during the first few weeks to months, yes, you visualize so many different things. Everything's on the table. Could it be concave? Could it be hollow? Could it be, you know what I mean? When you figure out that it's not a convex ball, then you realize, well, what is it actually? And then you look at like that Picard who said it looked like an upturned disc, or like the edges were upturned, and there's various support that kind of indicates that maybe we are in like a sunken depression, and that's why the water collects here. So indirectly, if the exterior is higher than the center, that conforms with concave. But then when you start to look and you think about the water being level, and you start to like piece together these different bits. But I found that the guys who could visually represent things were often the ones who would make their point the quickest. So the guys who had the 3D rendering skills, that they could show, all right, this is what a moving runway looks like while a plane tries to land. And then you see the plane crash and explode. And then you see a stationary runway and the plane lands like we all experience it. Then you can visually see what was being discussed. And I think that this whole thing requires a lot of depth perception or mental agility, mental dexterity, to be able to visualize, like, where would the stars be in relation to the Earth 6 months apart? Why, if the Earth's spinning around the sun, and, we turn 24 hours every day, why isn't day and night opposite 6 months apart? Because you've turned, You got to
not everybody
visually
has
see
that.
the
It's
stuff.
called visual spatial reasoning, and not everybody has that as a strong suit.
Yeah, definitely. And that's where the demonstrations or the visual representations, if a picture says 1,000 words, then a time lapse says 1,000 pictures.
Oh, I'm feeling so.
You're hot micing Ivanov.
Oh, sorry about that.
I only say so for your own dignity.
Yeah. Well, it was like that 200 Proofs by Dubay had some great visuals. And then when you dug deeper, you saw that a lot of those visuals came from like My Perspective and various
He's
other
back at it with his
3D
little videos.
He's back at it.
Yeah, he's been making little short videos, like 6 to 10 minute videos. And they're concise and they're topical, like one he did recently on gravity and stuff. And I mean, he obviously, well, maybe not obvious. I don't, as is common, I don't agree with everything the man says. He's a little out there with some stuff, but he's really great at the visual stuff. He's really great at giving clear examples. And
Did he just drop out, or am I going deaf? What's going on?
Yeah. I don't know. Went into a serious robot. Maybe his phone died.
That was kind of scary.
The AI got him.
It was low-key scary AF.
I've had dreams where I'm like, no, the Earth's flat, and everybody's like, yeah, we know. And I was like, really? Oh my god! And then I wake up, I'm like, fuck!
The Earth is red. Is that what you said?
The Earth is flat.
No, the guy who just spoke now?
Oh, sorry.
The guy who had the dream?
I had
Is everyone lying?
No, I had a dream that, I'm walking around trying to tell people the Earth's flat, and everyone's like, yeah, I know. And I realized everybody realizes, and I was like, finally elated for about half a second, then I woke up, and I was so pissed.
Did they just say, yeah, I know? Like, they were kind of like robots?
Yeah, like, where have you been? That kind of, like, yeah, stupid.
Oh, it's like you woke up from a fever dream.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you're in a dream, so it kind of makes sense. Yeah, that's... Sometimes my dreams are really... Like, they provide really interesting psychological insights. Like, I just find out the weirdest things that I didn't actually know about.
yeah, people that have been around on this server for more than a year, no, I used to be here about 50 hours a week, and people got used to the fact that I'd just be talking, and all of a sudden, I'd get yanked out of the matrix. And when I get a phone call, my headset switches over to my phone. I get no warning. And it makes me trying to say things, especially when I'm
Not a
monologue,
problem.
very difficult.
That's all right. You work from home, or do you have to bring home
No, I
to
work
work
from
to
home.
do this 40 hours? Oh, okay.
Work from home.
So 50 hours a week doing this. Insane.
I work from my actual schedule 7 to 4, but usually I'm there a little early, and then They're a little late. So starting in what year was it? It was when the server started. Like it was like I joined the server about 25 days after it started or something like that. And then I was in there like in it for about a year, about 45 hours a week, just nonstop. It was good times. And then I just got a little tired of beating my head against the wall and kicking dead horses every day. Get a little burnout sometimes trying to reason with irrational people, and just decided to do some other stuff with my time. And I'm back to boredom, so that's why I'm here again. Basically.
And now you get to entertain drunk teenagers when they're like, hey, you want to talk to an asshole flat earther? Let's join their Discord. That's what you get to deal with.
No, I still enjoy. I like talking to the people that are willing to use their brains and not just spew their programming. People that are willing to, but then there's some people that are really good at faking genuinity, and they're falsely sincere.
Yeah,
and those people are nauseating and very aggravating because oftentimes their charisma allows them to maintain a position of respect. People look at them as, I'd rather talk to this guy than this dude that's just saying, well, where's the edge? And wouldn't cats have pushed everything off the edge by now? Like, you'd rather talk to the sophist a lot of the times, but the fact of the matter is that sophist, he's dangerous.
He's a psychopath. Dude. That's what it is. He's a fucking psychopath.
What is a sophist? I've heard that word thrown around, but I don't actually know what it is.
I sometimes provide my own definitions, but when it's easier to just type in the word because I'm already sitting on Edom Online or the dictionary, it's amazing how often I keep these tabs open for the dictionary and etymology, but I just love words, and there you go. That's the etymology of sophist. The actual clear
documents. Okay.
No. In 1828, this was the definition of sophist, which is pretty funny. A professor of philosophy as the sophists of Greece, or a captious or fallacious reasoner is the alternative meaning. So those are not quite antonyms, but
pretty close.
But they're close to antonyms, because I mean, just because you're teaching philosophy doesn't mean that you're using fallacious reasoning. So yeah, that's interesting how almost opposite those definitions are for the same word.
It should. Well, it doesn't. If you just read it for what it says, a professor of philosophy, as the sophists of Greece, right? So, yeah, professor of philosophy, and then number two, a captious or fallacious reasoner. How it doesn't necessarily stand that a professor can't be fallacious. So maybe they knew back then something about philosophy that we should, not that inherently it is fallacious, but that it can be used in such a fallacious manner that you should be careful.
And this is definitely one of those situations where I have to look up the word that's in the definition of the word I'm trying to better understand. Captious, I don't use that word. That is some old language type stuff. I feel like I've heard the word capricious, but I'm not sure if it's a mispronunciation of this word or a different word altogether, but disposed
I think it's-
to find fault.
It's going to have something to do with, captive, capture.
Yes,
These are the words, you know what I'm saying?
there you go. And that's why etymology is such a beautiful thing. If you understand prefixes and suffixes of words, man, you're going to do way better on the language portion of an SAT or GRE or whatever.
Yeah, I remember. I was an Eagle Scout, and my routine. I was very routine as a young boy. Was to come home and learn 5 words out of the dictionary every day. And
That's a great routine.
Yeah, and I just kind of like scanned around, or if I heard a word I didn't know, I tried to remember it, that kind of stuff. It wasn't like I went from A to Z or anything like that. But when I took my SATs, I remember going in, and I was always good at math, and I did my math, and I'm doing my vocabulary. I stand up, and the woman, I go to turn it in, and she says, "No, you're supposed to do both sections." And I was like, "I did both sections." And I left. I was home for an hour and a half before my girlfriend got home. And she started screaming at me, "Well, you're going to fail. You're not going to get into any colleges. Why don't you finish the test?" I'm like, "What do you mean I finished the test?" She goes, "There's no fucking way. There's no way you read it all." I didn't realize people read so much slower than me. It never dawned on me how much slower people were reading than me.
I am a really slow reader because I read sentences 2 to 3 times almost always. If I care about the material, I'm probably going to read each sentence 2 to 3 times. And yeah, that definitely makes for slow. Like if I'm reading a novel, I'm not usually rereading sentences. I'm reading it, I'm following along, and I'm visualizing and so on. It's a story. But if it's a dictionary, if it's a technical writing or anything like that, I'm rereading to really instill in my mind the full meaning of each sentence. Making sure that I'm not proceeding without fully understanding all the words in the sentence, so on and so on. So I tended to, especially as a test taker, I tended to be the last one done. And I always envied the kids that would finish first and be like, I know the answers, and I know I'm just as smart, if not smarter than these guys, but I was a slower test taker because, quote unquote, the teachers were always like, "You're overthinking it." I'm like, no, there's like 4 valid answers here, and anyway.
Right, you're trying to double, triple, quadruple check yourself. Am I sure I can't find a way this is the answer? Yeah. But learning in general is a skill, and a lot of people don't put any credence into it, unfortunately, and it takes a toll. And you can see that you got a whole generation of kids who literally can do nothing other than show up and run a register, or not even that half the time, run a register, or put product on the shelf. That's basically what it boils down to for jobs now, especially in America. And ever since the pre-jab era of everybody being at home, there was no work, no services, no nothing. And everybody's going to be used to it now. Stupid will stay stupid is the point. There's no incentive to learn anymore. They get to just vegetate and succeed somehow.
So have you heard of the different trades being in severe deficit, in great need of employment, like carpentry and electrician and HVAC?
No, not in my area. I work at a community college, a trade school too, and our numbers are down again this year.
Oh, as far as available positions?
No, as far as like, for the student body, yeah. Our total student body is at about 50% right now.
Well, what I'm saying
is, a big community college
there's a national deficit in regards to those trades that the industries are aging out. Like carpenters are like an average age in their 60s. Things. Are you seeing that sort of thing, or?
Well, I can tell you that right before. Hold on, I got a microphone thing or my headphones. 1 second. Shit. Yeah, right before they sent us home for the great day off, they had made a decision to like reduce, like they a couple of the programs, like they closed one whole school. The automotive school got closed down, and then they reduced 2 other programs, scopes, and when they came back, they were planning on opening automotive again, and they had a big meeting, and all of a sudden I personally think what they decided was listen, the campus is half empty anyway, and our revenue was up because we kept all the tuition and all the money when we closed down, and we made people go home to do it, and that worked out just great. So let's keep doing that. And they're just slowly closing us down now to do all distance courses. That's what's going on. And as far as like, I'm sure that we need carpenters and plumbers and automotive techs and all that good stuff, but the incentive to go do it is low because again, all these kids just got finished getting out of high school, and instead of going out to a job, they spent a year fucking off, and they're told they can do it again.
True. My curiosity, like, this has been a problem and a growing problem for decades now, at least the last 15, 20 years. And my curiosity, I mean, I'm not doing it, so that I'm part of the problem because I do other stuff, but everybody has different skills, so on and so on. But there's so many people out there that have 2 hands and a brain and not a job, and it just seems kind of interesting because carpenters make good money, and it's not actually, it can be backbreaking some days, but it's not backbreaking every day.
The kids that I'm dealing with literally can't be bothered to open the books in the classroom that they're in while they're being told to do it. I've seen it with my own. I went back and took some courses.
I know.
It's fucking disgusting.
I know what you mean.
Insidious. I had one of the professors come up to me after the semester and say, "I'd like to thank you." I said, "For what?" She goes, "You are the best student I've had in 10 years. I'm like, "What?" I'm looking around the room, and I'm looking. There's sleeping kids, and everything like that. You must have read every book 4 times before you turned in. Everything was analyzed, and it was great. And I'm like, that's great, but then why pass all these assholes? And the ultimate answer was, I'm like, if the work was that poor, why don't you demand more? It's how I basically placed it. He says, well, I can demand more out of them, but if I fail them, they won't give me a class next year. So I basically have to pass a certain number of kids. Yeah.
It's so like that in so many
every
fields.
Professor is interim now. None of them have they're all part-timers.
Full.
Because it saves money.
Benefits, man, that health insurance. Yeah.
So they all work at 2 or 3 schools part-time. They go from my school to another school. I live in an area where there's a lot of schools you can drive to within about 40 minutes. Probably figure out where the hell I'm at with all this information, but the entire area of the economy with all those schools for years was based on student bodies coming and spending their money and their off time, rich parents sending their kids to school with money. So a lot of local town businesses and mom and pop shops that lived off of the economy of these schools, they all died last year. They're all gone. They didn't open back up, even though kids are starting to trickle back in. They can't afford it. And they can't afford to make another investment and hope that it doesn't happen again. So that's all gone. I'm telling you, this is a ripple effect, and the stone has just hit the pond. There's more and more coming. We haven't seen all the effects of our already, lost year of fucking around.
Yeah.
And the other thing is like the lack of a sense of self-preservation in these kids is appalling. Like, these are city kids for the most part in the area that I'm in. A lot of the schools around here aren't, urban, but this school is, and just listening to an average conversation is like, I don't know how to say this without sounding offensive, but it's like two wild animals screaming at each other, and making absolutely no sense. A lot of posturing and body language, and zero communication. And that's like every little interaction you see. It's just mind-numbing.
Yeah, much like the movie Idiocracy that I rewatched a couple of weeks ago.
If you have a bucket with 3 gallons and a bucket with 8 gallons, how many buckets do you have? 2? Correct. You're the smartest man alive.
Checks out.
Notice everybody in that movie had a tattoo?
On the you talk about the barcode thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who are they? What did he say? How come? No, did he say how come you don't have a tattoo? He said it in white. I think he said why come you don't have a tattoo?
Why come you don't have a tattoo?
Yeah. That movie, man.
Hot latte, full body latte.
Yeah. It's getting there.
Yeah. Carl's Jr. is dispensing medication to people. I mean, we're not far off.
Yeah.
So my prediction is that
welcome to Costco. I love you.
Yeah. Costco, I love you.
That was hysterical.
Do you know where you're going? Yeah, I went to college here. No, I went to law school here. That's what he said.
Yeah, I went to law school here.
Of course I know where I'm going. I went to law school here.
Gee. Ay.
Anybody here still like that globe? Anybody?
Bro, every TV show, every news show, every movie, like, I'm always like, listen, I understand all the symbolism, all the best possible symbolism for the globe, but I just still don't understand how it's possible that everybody seems to have one on their bookcase or their desk.
That's Hollywood's fault, because we've seen globes on desks of important, smart people in every Hollywood production ever. Indiana Jones, globe on the desk. Amelia Earhart, globe on the desk. Any adventurer, any hero, anybody who's going to do any world traveling, globe on the desk. And what do we do before we fly and make our trip? We spin that globe right for you. And the little red dot shows you how you travel along that curve. Dun, da, 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 dun, dun, da, da, da.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's as I was reading through that fallacy list again, one of them on there was the reification fallacy, which I first learned was the fallacy of misplaced concreteness, which is just really wordy and kind of fun to say, but pretty wordy. Well, that list...
Misplaced concreteness is the reification fallacy?
Yep, fallacy of misplaced concreteness, yeah. But it has a different name for it. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It's a long list. Okay, so they call it mistaking the map for the territory. And I was like, oh, gee, that's awesome.
Right. Like mistaking the model for the thing, right.
Exactly.
Or the painting for the subject, right.
And then it goes on to say that the ancient fallacy of treating imaginary intellectual categories, schemata, or names as actual material things. And man, that's got to be one of the most popular fallacies.
The thing I notice about these fallacies are, even though if you said it, I don't know it. When you say it, I go, of course, that's logical. Why wouldn't you think that way? I already know what a logical fallacy is without knowing it because I have logic. Correct. And I know if it doesn't adhere to it, it must be a fallacy. I don't need to know the list to know if I'm about to make it a mistake. Sometimes you miss it. Sometimes it's a step or two removed and you stumble over it and somebody reminds you, go, oh, yeah. But for the most part, I think everybody who has enough sense about them to walk through the world and not fucking die walking out their own front door can use logic.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the adherence to it that's the tough part.
So this one right here is unfortunately a little overused, and I think that some people, it's not quite an ad hom. It's, let me see if I'm posting this in the right place. Okay, yeah. Not exactly an ad hom. It's called othering.
I'm guessing that's like scapegoating.
Yeah, I mean, it can happen when we're like, oh, well, he's a Glober, so he's just going to be like that.
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
It's like the hand wave dismissal. So what's the hand wave dismissal?
What is that on that description?
Yeah, if there was a fallacy that fits the hand wave dismissal, what would I call
it? Let's see. Wave of the hand. Argument from incredulity, the popular fallacy of doubting or rejecting a novel claim or argument out of hand simply because it appears superficially incredible, insane, or crazy, or because it goes against one's own personal beliefs, prior experience, or ideology. It's the argument from incredulity. Well, that couldn't possibly be true because I don't believe that. Right. That's actually how almost every Glober comes into the argument about FE. That couldn't possibly be true because it's not what I believe.
Yeah, that one's already in the chamber waiting to be fired when they walk in the door.
Yeah.
But don't these seem self-evident to everybody else, or am I crazy?
No, you're not crazy. I'm oftentimes in a conversation with somebody and I'm like, that's a fallacy. And I feel like I don't know inferior. Exactly. I feel inferior because I don't know the title. Because I feel, when you're in a certain environment, you feel like you have to name it or it's not valid, which is probably another fallacy of thinking.
Right. I did it yesterday to myself. I stopped myself. I'm like, that's a fallacy. And I almost, people talked over and I let them because I realized I'm not sure which one, and QE's in the room. He'll fucking destroy me if I screw it up. So I'm just going to keep my mouth shut.
You don't have to know how something is wrong to actually know that it's wrong. Something can be... Anyway.
Yeah, he's a stickler. He wants me to know the nomenclature, I'm sure.
Yeah, well... It makes you stronger, kind of thing.
Yeah. Oh no, I get it. He's got his own style, though. I mean, I respect it, but and And I gotta love that myself as well, but he's relentless with zero compassion.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put on mute for 1 second. Be right back.
Uh-huh.
Anybody got any brainstorming ideas on how to present the flat efficiently? For people who want to just, yeah, like just the arguments that are simple to understand, so they don't have to do a whole lot of thinking to understand that there's something wrong. I may not realize what it is, but I just want people to leave the room, even if they're frustrated or whatever, with at least one or two solids. I love the gas pressure. I think that's solid and pretty easy to understand. I know everybody's kind of got their favorites. I just wanted to maybe hear them while we're in a lull, unless somebody else has something they want to talk about. And obviously the observations that are too far, especially the really long ones, because when you say it's at 10 miles and it should be at, however many feet, 17 feet or whatever, to them they're like, oh, refraction. That's the bigger the number, though, the harder for them, I think, to go to refraction.
So this is what came up in my conversation. Either we see what we see or we don't see what we see. And according to the consensus, or according to the textbooks, however you want to call the mainstream knowledge or whatever, right? They make both claims. Now let me continue. And if you're talking to somebody that's a reasonable, logical person that appreciates non-contradiction, or the natural law of non-contradiction, for instance, then you can proceed from that foundation. So I used an example of the Selenelian eclipse model that they propose to explain, and their proposition. You can start from there, or you can start from, excuse me, for thousands of years, people navigated using the stars. The pyramids were built with these channels that point directly at certain constellations. These different things seem to be extremely reasonable to expect that things are where they appear to be, because if they weren't, then these other things wouldn't make sense, such as the navigation and construction of astronomical architecture and stuff, whatever. So you could start from that and start with that as your basis, and then move on to however. Oh, and by the way, supposedly the way that we know the distance of the Earth to the Sun is because of specifically the ability to see things where they appear to be, and completely hinging on it being where it appears to be. Then you move on and you explain that the only way that they can explain certain phenomenon is to make the claim that things are not where they appear to be, such as the Selene eclipse. If you go to like a NASA approved website, and I'm saying that facetiously, but if you go to one of those websites, it will say this is the apparent position of the moon and sun, and here is the actual position of the moon and sun, and the actual position will be below the horizon for both items. Okay.
Really? When did that
Absolutely.
start?
Bro, it's hilarious. If you look up the official explanation of the Selenelian, it's embarrassing. Because they make the claim that it is that the
That's
sun and the
fairly
moon
new.
are here it is. Here's the
Got it there.
this in a different language. So I apologize for the, but you just need the graphic. That's like Dutch or something. I don't even know, but where's the English? Here it is.
Oh, it's curving around the radius, eh?
Precisely. So I'm going to delete the other one. This image that argues for globe. I'm putting context because some people read the chat and never listen to the conversation.
What's going on?
Argues for the globe. That argues for the globe. Debunks heliocentrism.
Nice graph artistry, whoever drew that. Very nice. Better than I could do.
Yeah, that's that stuff. All right, so my point here is that they make a claim that the actual position is not where the apparent position is, and therefore they immediately invalidate everything that has ever been stated about the things in the
Based
sky,
upon their position, right?
which was founded upon their apparent position.
Mm-hmm.
So how could we ever know the distance from the Earth to the sun? Because we all know that nobody's ever gone there. We all know. Everybody can agree nobody went to the sun. So
You just opened up your ruler and found that all the numbers say 6 on it. Uh-oh, what are we going to do? We can't measure anything. What are we going to do?
So anyway, I feel like pointing out any of the inconsistencies like that can be some of the most effective ways of pointing it out.
I didn't realize. So is this the in the thing you dropped? It's the hand drawing is depicting the shadow of the Earth and the shadow of the moon facing each other. Is that what somebody?
I think that's what Get Me Get is demonstrating. The unusual thing is like this picture right here, which you might have seen. This is a Selene.
You broke down. So no. Right. That's it, and I don't care how you explain that. It is impossible. How is the shadow coming from the top again? Why does that? Why does the moon look like it has a Netflix logo on the top of it in this picture? You see the Netflix N on the top of the moon, anybody? Or am I crazy?
Yeah. So, were you in the middle of something? Or anybody talking?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So that picture demonstrates that the shadow is illogical because the moon's above the horizon. The shadow you would expect, if the Earth was the obstruction, you would expect the shadow to be from the bottom up, not the top down. And again, their graphic still is horribly insufficient at explaining that shadow position. And I think that some people have argued. I've heard different globers argue that it's inverted, but then that would be
what is inverted?
That the shadow is inverted because light. Hashtag because light does stuff.
Doesn't matter if you invert. It's not the inversion of the shadow. It's the direction it's coming from. The shadow isn't flipped. It's a ball anyway. You wouldn't tell if it was inverted because it's supposed to be a round shadow, but it's approaching from the wrong direction. That's my problem.
Yeah.
And there's a giant black Netflix N logo on the top of that moon. This is an ad campaign we've been had.
Say what again?
Doesn't it look like the Netflix N logo on the top of that red moon, like tilted away from us slightly? Like there's a big black N on the top? I might be seeing things, but that's what I see when I see that
Which
eclipse picture. With the moon, with the moon being eclipsed from the top. At the very top of the ball, the shadow is extra dark, but it's like in the shape of an N, like the Netflix logo. And to me, that's a little too coincidental. Like they're like, free ad campaign, funny. Make that look like an N. But in any case, what was the movie? Hancock, where they put the ad on the moon. That's what I was referencing.
Yeah. That movie was interesting.
Yeah, it's a nice little take on the superhero genre, I thought. But this is impossible. And what's the rebuttal is that it is flipped. But how do you get to approach from the wrong angle?
Yeah, precisely. It's a mysterious phenomenon. I don't know how eclipses work or why and.
Oh. But I'd love to see that demonstration, how they're gonna. And to scale, I want a bulb in relation to the size of the objects we're, casting shadows on to be relative to the size of the Earth and the Sun in the same distance. So we're gonna need a basketball, a softball, and a golf ball in about 150 yards, and we'll put a light on the basketball, shine it at the softball at the far end of the field, and it should do this, right?
Yeah, and there are those demonstrations, but they demonstrate the exact opposite. There's not a way.
Logically, amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Adheres to exactly what I figured it would do.
But the demonstration, again, if any way that they attempt to demonstrate it continues to further falsify the foundation of heliocentric knowledge.
Right.
With that aspect of things not being where they appear to be. If things are either where they appear to be and they do have the appropriate appropriate and inappropriate, because you can't have it both ways, long story short, and they're trying to have it both ways.
So what are they going to try to do? They're going to try to calculate the terrestrial refraction it would take to bend the light of the sun around the moon to project the moon higher on the horizon than it actually is, and somehow make the shadow turn, and then they'll claim, see, we can
they can do that. And and I'm sure they have in their own minds. However, once they do that, they've falsified the foundation for how they know anything about the. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how they're going to logically try to break it down, like a rumpus style argument, like something like, of course you'd expect to see it. Where would would you expect it to come from? Of course, it comes from the top because gravity, or it'll be something along those lines.
Yeah.
And they will attempt to hold both true at the same time, 100% guaranteed. They're going to try. Obviously, it doesn't work, but that doesn't stop them from being illogical anywhere else. But yes, this is definitely nail in the coffin. If you're basing measurements and predictions on an object based on where it is, and it turns out it's not where you thought it was, whoops.
Its nickname is the Impossible Eclipse. By the way, Selenelius.
This looks like the Grand Canyon. Is this the Grand Canyon?
I don't know.
Yeah, I forget.
I don't know because there's spots in North Dakota that look like that.
Black Hills, yeah.
Yeah,
I've only been to North Dakota as far as Fargo and its surrounding town. That's it.
Oh, gotcha.
And the drive to the airport in where we fly out of Minneapolis, I think. Does that sound right? No.
Yeah, Fargo to Minneapolis. Yeah. That's a 3.5, 4.
Yeah, that was about it. Yeah. So that's where we flew in and then drove to Fargo.
Yeah, I haven't found very many people with harsh accents yet. I'm in the Northwest, though. I don't know if that really makes a difference. I'm probably 45 or 50 miles from Montana.
Yeah.
How do you define a harsh accent, mate?
That's a good point. I would say that there's, I'm about to get a bag, or whatever, or I'm a boot, I'm a boot to grab a bag. When the words are, the Midwestern, as far as American accents go, the Midwestern accent is the de facto official accent for America, and what that means, or why that is even in a sentence, is because of news media, where back in the 50s or 60s, they had not honed in exactly how they wanted to do it, because previously people just heard the dialect of their locality because of radio.
Yeah.
And then once national news became a thing, they had to find a way to make it more palatable for everybody. And it became kind of the norm to get as neutral of an accent as possible. Now, I'm not from the Midwest personally, but I would say that because of where I grew up, maybe, or whatever, in Atlanta being a quote-unquote melting pot and everything, my accent tends to be more neutral than others.
I wouldn't pick you for a Georgia accent, that's for sure. I heard some country-ass Georgia accents.
Yeah, for sure. It depends on where you live. I was in the suburbs, and there's just a different environment. And
well, good globe buster proof. I like it. Keep that one in my back pocket.
Yeah, this picture that Get shares, it is a very. I've tried to rationalize. Okay, is there any reasonable explanation for that?
Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Those aren't filters. Those are all just straight lens shots.
No. Before that one, the moon one.
Oh.
Well, the other moon one, the Earth and the moon one.
Earth.
Allegedly.
Right. The one that looks like fake ass CGI. That one. Yeah.
That one. So
why is there a tight ass shadow on the Earth reflected there by the moon? Do you see that along the right hand side? Does that look like it's casting a shadow on the surface of the Earth there at the size of the moon? Do you see that?
Where?
So the right side of the moon, quote unquote, as you approach, from the back smooth ass side that doesn't look like anything to where the crater should be, there's that black line. Is that on the side of the moon, or is that being cast on the Earth there? Are they trying to imply that that's the shadow of the Earth? I mean, the shadow of the moon on the Earth? And honestly, it looks like it's just laying on it. It doesn't even look like three-dimensional. This is horrible.
Yeah, I don't think I'm saying what you're saying.
Okay, so where it says Earth from the moon, right, and you got the box showing where it's from.
Yeah.
Follow the edge of that moon now down past the horn-like white cloud that's kind of coming out from underneath it, and right there it starts. You see this blackish line start forming. Looks like it's wider than the edge, and it might be on the surface of the Earth below it. They painted in a shadow to make it look more real and didn't think about it when they did it.
To give it more of a three-dimensional appearance. Yeah, I know what you mean. As for that, I don't know. The point of that photo, of course, or image is to point out the perspective difference. So.
Right, I see it. Yep, the size of the moon versus the size of the Earth on the horizon. Yep. Nonsensical. Even though that image, the moon is or the Earth is kind of faded out in the background, you can see its border. It would take up 3/4 of the sky or some shit. Nothing like that.
I try to take the adventure of suspension of disbelief, and try to imagine it being real, and try to make sense of it. Could it make sense? Is it possible that the perspective is just that unusual? And here's what you would do. So you would do a soccer ball and a traffic light. Okay. So you got a soccer ball, and why do I say that? Is because a soccer ball is about 1/6 the size of a traffic light. Traffic lights are huge. So if you were on a soccer ball, you'd have to be smaller than an ant. I feel like if you were on a soccer ball, the same equivocal distance.
An ant would be the size of like Delaware on a soccer ball. It would be huge. It would have to be way tinier than that. But, yeah.
I know. But you'd have to be really, really, really small.
Yeah.
But how far would the soccer ball be away from the traffic light if you were to play the whole thing out is the question.
I forgot. I think it's like 26 or moon widths or something. I can't remember. 13 or 26. Why is that number jumping in my head? Moon distances from the Earth. Like you could fit exactly X amount of moons between its orbit and Earth.
Well, they claim that every planet in the heliocentric model could fit between the Earth and the Moon. Conveniently. Almost to the dot. No joke.
Wait a minute. Did they change the size of Jupiter on me when I wasn't looking?
I know.
What happened?
Exactly. Here, I'll get the image.
They're just making shit up on the fly now. Who cares? Wild Wild West.
Yeah. I'll just copy this whole thing. Here. Their claim.
Yeah, okay. That's
checks out, bro. Checks out.
Yeah, it checks out. Yeah, checks out. Between the Earth and the Moon, huh? Yeah. That's the moon back there on the end of Uranus, huh?
Yeah.
Not enough room for Pluto. Good thing we got rid of it before this happened. Well, all I can say is it's elegant and
it
balanced.
is.
Yeah.
It would make a great background image for your desktop.
Hey, you know what else is cool? Weather report on Jupiter, same as it has been for 78 years in every square inch. Not a single cloud's moved in 78 years. Good job.
Yeah, they're conservatives. They're really good at staying the same.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If
So,
I hurt myself enough, I can just about understand how people believe that. Yeah.
I just thought of something. So the gravity of Earth is holding that ball that far away, right? Moving around that whole distance. There's a good visual for that portion of their story if you ask them. So the Earth's way over there, and the moon's way over there, and it does this radial loop around it like that. It's taking its time going around. And now when it gets close to the moon, towards the sun side, you still don't think that the sun's gravity not even the sun. Let's go to Venus's gravity. Venus's gravity has got no effect on Earth. Venus has no effect on Mercury, neither back and forth. It's only the sun has individual gravity over each planet, and they don't interact with each other somehow. Why is that?
Well, it's
how does gravity select that the sun's gravity? How does it select just the bodies and not their moons? Number one. And then how does each planet's gravity only interact with the sun's and their own moons and not the other planets? Gravity is very fucking selective. It might be racist.
It's a little bit of a democratic process. What happens is the sun gets a certain number of votes, and its number of votes is always higher than everybody else's votes, so it trumps everybody else's votes.
Wow. Stunning and brave. Stunning and brave.
What is that? I don't know what that is.
Stunning and brave is the new amazing accolade you get for selling your soul to the devil on TV. You get called stunning and brave.
Okay, gotcha.
It makes me sick. Just looking at that sideways picture of planets makes me sick now. And I used to stare at the fucking poster in my first grade class for hours, just imagining what that shit was like. Motherfuckers.
I completely relate. I get it.
I was either going to be an astronaut or a shark hunter. One of the two. Because I love Jaws. So those are my two passions, the ocean and fucking space, amazingly. And now I'm terrified of the ocean, and I don't believe in space.
And you'd probably have to get a vaccine to do that as well.
Yeah. Either one now. Yeah, they're not going to let you scuba dive and use a tank and spread your corona on it and give it to somebody.
Instead of what's the globe, I'm gonna start hitting people with what's a vaccine, and they're gonna be like, "What? No, just explain it to me."
Well, no, they don't have an idea. Even the doctors don't, because they're calling what they're giving us one, and they know what one is supposed to be. And I love these have been going through every single failsafe has been observed in the making of this, as it has been in the past. Impossible. Used to be testing for years. We just sent it out the door in 4 months.
I just got a
You're
text
a liar,
message.
liar, pants on fucking fire.
I just got a text message from the secretary of my boss at my work saying it's now mandatory for all people working in disability to get the vaccine. So everyone's booked in. She took it upon herself to book everyone in. And So I
Yeah,
just
they
said,
want you to just not even go along. Tell her to fuck
can you
off.
show me the information that says that it's mandatory, and she just hasn't replied for 4 hours.
Yeah. She's not gonna. Right now, she's on the horn with legal right now, saying, "What are we gonna do about this troublemaker?"
Yeah.
Honestly, that's exactly what's going on. HR is scrambling to find a way to either A, threaten you with being fired, or B, just fucking fire you and get you out the door now, so they don't have to deal with you. One or the other.
Well, I was on a pretty good wicket. I make $120,000 a year just as a care worker, but I mean, they could pay me $300,000 a year, and it wouldn't matter. $500,000 wouldn't matter. There's no way
As soon as as soon as I get told it's mandatory, I'm going and I'm applying for SSDI immediately. I am not fit for work ever. If you attempt to send me to work, I will murder somebody. Put me on a lie detector test and tell me I'm a liar. I'll get paid. I promise you, they're going to label me psycho and they'll pay me the rest of my life.
Well,
That's the way I'm going.
99% of the time, mandatory doesn't really even mean you have to get it, I'd imagine. They just want everyone to believe that you have to, otherwise like something's going to happen. So then that just gets the majority of the people to go, oh, well, it's become mandatory, I better go and get it.
Yeah, but this time it feels like the 1% where they really want this to go through. This is one of those big plan time type of operations, and they're not going to let it go to waste or fuck it up. Personal belief, obviously, no proof of that.
But don't they say that they need a certain percentage, right, to reach their goal? So it needs to be 70%. They're saying 70% in Australia.
They're telling you that, then their goal is like 50%.
Exactly right. So technically, all they need to do is just lie a few times about it being mandatory, and they'll reach the goal.
Yeah, we went over this last night. Like somebody had said that they think that there's not going to be, this is it in America, no more vaccines because we kind of hit a stall in the numbers. But I told them there's really been no sanctions. Wait till they put some more pressure on you and make it a little bit more uncomfortable for you to not have it. A whole bunch of people are going to tap out, and then the next week they'll add another sanction. More people tap out. Eventually, they will hit the hardliners, and that's when they'll know who the enemy is, and that's when the real shit hits the fan, I think.
Yeah, good point. I think you're right. Damn.
Well, there's a special sentence in a book says even the people that even the elect could be fooled. There's some interesting stuff. And you just...
Well, I made a poll on my Facebook. I've got like 5,000 flat Earth friends on Facebook, and I made a poll asking if any flat earther is getting the vaccine, because I haven't had a conversation or come across any of them. And so far, I've had I think 400 replies. Every single one of them no. So if there is one group of people that is completely 100% anti-vax, or anti-this vax, or anti-all vax, it's flat earthers. So we're the enemy.
Here's a little anecdotal thing for you. So my boss is it's kind of a old school. Well, he's a Caribbean islander, a native. Let me put it that way. So when he comes to America, he's got a different kind of set of ethics and stuff like that. This guy's kind of old school. He's worked hard his whole life, but has very little trust for the government. So when this started happening, this is one thing I could talk to him about. I'm not going to mention specifics for obvious reasons, but you know the subject matter I'm talking about. So we discussed this, and it's no fucking way, never, never, never. They can fire me. I'll go to court, blah, blah, blah. Next week, I got it. How'd that happen? Well, my daughter wanted to go someplace and was told that she needed it. So I couldn't tell her she couldn't get it, so I had to go with her. Then she told me she was afraid and she wanted me to get it too first to make sure it was okay. So I did. So that's how it happens. That easy. He just wanted to make his daughter happy.
I had 100 conversations with him about how we're not getting it, and power to the people. And the secretary just said, "You've got to get it. It's mandatory." And she booked him in, and he's like, "All right, I'm getting it." And I texted him back. I said, "Bro, she's just off her guts on meth. It's not mandatory. She doesn't even know what she's talking about." And he's like, "Well, it'll be mandatory soon, so I may as well just get it." I was like, "Well, what about our 1,000 conversations?" He's like, "No, well, business is business." So yeah, everyone will fold like a deck of cards. Let's be honest.
Like I said, not everybody. I predict Anywhere up to maybe 30%, but I doubt it. Probably more like 15, 20, but up to 30% of people are going to put their foot down.
If they were
Yeah.
like your mom and dad have died and their funeral is on this day and you need to get a vaccine in order to attend their funeral, I'd be like, well, I'm really sorry that to my sister that I'm not going to be there.
Yeah,
I would
me
just
too.
show up. I would just show up. Do you think there's going to be armed enforcement to stop me just waiting on the case I make sure I'm not vaccinated?
And maybe so, I'm
maybe.
absolutely guilty of being more passive. I consider myself a kingdom builder rather than a warrior. I'm more of the guy that defends the castle than is willing to go out into the
I'm not disparaging you
battlefield.
at all. I hope that's not how it came across.
No, not at
because
all. No.
I totally respect that because I understand that my own nature is very self-destructive, and it's going to lead to my death probably. But I get it. But
We need
tribally,
both-
I
we need
know
both,
I'm also
though.
necessary. I'm right. I know that my role is necessary.
Yeah.
So I'm
for
okay
sure.
with it. That's the one thing that when I finally accepted flat Earth, I was like, all right, God, I had no idea, no religion, no whatever. You just show me what to do. I'm opening myself up. I'm waiting for instruction. You made me. You know how fucking skeptical I am. You're gonna have to make me unskeptical, and that was the agreement I made. And he's been doing it for me, nice and slow. He's been very kind. So
That's the way it should be. Submission to the one who made us.
no, I haven't had anything that makes me think I should suddenly have a sudden belief system that anybody else shares. So I don't know. You take that for what it means. But I am much more comfortable in my life right now, and I accept whatever happens. I feel like I have done everything I can. Whatever I get is what I get. I get what I deserve. I'm going to do my best to make up for the things that I shouldn't have done. That's the only way I can live at this point. But without realizing that the Earth was flat, I wouldn't be this altruistic. I know I'd be more selfish.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the evolutionary model and evolution in general is it demands selfishness. It demands looking out for yourself. Every man for himself. Nothing else really makes sense within that system. Extreme selfishness and then also proliferation would both be massive goals because you'd want to, for the sake of your own ego and pride, you'd want to proliferate that which was most successful. So if you had any self-concept of success, then you'd want to proliferate. And in what is the word for it? Indiscriminately. Not monogamously. It would be monogamy would be completely irrational within the evolutionary framework. You would want to disperse as much as possible because
I give a fuck.
That would make the most sense.
Sorry, didn't mean to do that. And I didn't mean to unmute in the middle of that sentence. Apologize.
It's all right. It's all right.
And I got my brother. He's the only person in my life, I think, that basically listens to my rantings, and he's smarter than me, but he's also way, way less confrontational. He's more like you. He's a passive negotiator. He loves to solve problems in his head,
Yeah.
He's going no fucking way. But his wife is going, what are we going to do? This is crazy. Why are you even worried about it? Blah, blah, blah. And that nagging I am afraid is eventually going to get to him, even though he says he's standing. I was married. That shit did not work out for me. Boy, I don't like being told what to do. His wife, though, kind of runs the show, so I'm kind of worried about that. I've even had nightmares about it, where I'm kidnapping his kids and running into the woods. But that's for another day.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, if you're the kind of guy that is a man with a plan and you're not passive, you actually are more likely. I don't mean to say this in a weird way, but you're a good catch for the right kind of woman in that, and by right kind of woman, I mean universally right in that.
My
Women.
procreating days are over, son.
I hear you. I hear you on that, but I'm just saying, like, deference. It should be the natural position. Not that they should never speak their mind or any of that, but
Right.
but
It's a yin
when
and
it's
a
all
yang. You
said and
cannot do
done,
yins or yangs. You got to have a relationship, and neither can be what the other is. You need to come together, and that's why it's got to be by design. All this is happening at the same time. People can't see that. They're crazy. They have destroyed everything about us within the span of 10 years, basically. Well, 20, but it really ramped up the last 10.
I seek my wife's opinions on things, and when it's all said and done, she's like, "You need to make a decision." Like, alrighty then, thank you for permission.
Right, but your wife could also know you well enough to know when you're about to fuck up, and
True.
You should be able to know that when she's the one who should, you know yourself that you're not going to recognize it, so you know when to really take her advice when she really means it. That I've seen a lot of relationships, like my
For sure.
grandparents. There's a way to do it and be happy, and I would be so happy if I could get what was her name? She was. Red Sonja. Remember her name? Bridget. What was her name? Nielsen? Bridget Nielsen? Some Amazonian woman, some big ass blonde that could whoop my ass. She wants to go out and hunt and earn, do all that. Be my guest. I'll stay home with the babies. Great. I'll take that, but those roles need to be filled. Both of them. And we have outsourced both of them now to government. First it was just child caring, and now it's the labor too. Great job, everybody. But traditional roles definitely based. Do you have kids? Church? Oh crap! What was your name? Gospel? Oh, he's probably on a call. My bad. Shout out to the government agents in the room. What? You know there's at least one, right? Taking notes. If there wasn't before, I guarantee you there is now. And I apologize for that. Yo, there's too many flat Earth channels in this place. I can't even navigate it. Yo, that Bigfoot guy is hilarious. He's literally one of the funniest guys I've ever seen do anything.
Which one? You're not talking about Armstrong Bigfoot Tracker on YouTube, are
Somebody
you?
posted it in the chat. This dude, Peter Kane, dog training. He claimed to have like a frozen Bigfoot. Somebody posted a video. This guy, he's just anything he does is cringy as hell. It's so funny.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Oh, yeah, I have Big Dumps blocked because he's obnoxious. Just.
Is he like promoting this? Yeah, I didn't even go
No,
in there.
Big Dumps used to be banned from this server. He just sits back and I don't know if he rolls dice or punches a random video finder, but he'll just post the most nonsensical I don't know.
Is it a bot?
Very bot-like in behavior, but he's not talked out loud ever. Well, no, that's not true.
Big Dumps, come prove you're not a bot.
The Big Dumps did talk out loud once. I think I got under his skin with some of this stuff because I see certain people's behavior, whatever, at least what they demonstrate, and I pass judgment. I'm like, well, if this is all you've got, this is all you do all the time, this is my opinion of you. It's, it's not very prejudiced, it's judicial. You've given me all that I need to know about you. Until you prove yourself otherwise, I'm going to have this opinion of you that you're
It's clearly a troll, because if he posted this at all other than to mock it for any reason, this guy is clearly if you were to make a guy that you wanted someone to watch for 30 seconds and say, oh, this is bullshit, never look at a subject again, this is the guy. So this is how they get Bigfoot out of the world. You just send assholes like this making videos, and it's so ridiculous that people don't even spend 5 minutes.
So I'm actually subscribed to a guy that I'm pretty certain has mental illness. I'm not making fun of him.
I don't think it's a show, huh? You think it's for real?
No, this guy, he is hardcore about Bigfoot, but in a I don't think that this guy, I'm sorry, I'm eating food. I don't think he's attached to reality.
I agree.
Armstrong Tracker, I can't remember his name, but Armstrong Supernatural Earth Beings Tracker is his YouTube channel name. And he's got 5.1 thousand subscribers. I'll just DM it to you because it's fascinating. I think that the stuff I've seen him. Oh, weird. You can't do that? You used to be able to just click on somebody's name and send a message.
I got to accept a friend requests. I got you. I got another one. Where's the other one? And here you are. And anybody else? Or is that it? That's it. All right. It should be good.
Gotcha. So his channel is interesting, but he's very... So I think that he's sincere, but I also think that he's a crazy person. Like I wouldn't be surprised if he ate cat food and that kind of like... A guy that's probably nice to have a coffee with, but apart from that, you wouldn't really want to spend too much other time with them, But I've watched some of his videos because he'll like leave very, very cryptic messages. Here's an example: 100% video proof again, so don't ignore it anymore. A Bigfoot in open dog sitting. It's a taste. And I'm like,
sounds like you should have some pretty convincing stuff. I'm kind of.
And I watch his videos, and then I'm like, oh, okay. So
as you can see.
So because the leaves on this tree are missing on part of it. You went and took a bunch of leaves off of this tree, and then you filmed it, and then you said this is evidence. I don't know what's going on, but he's a real one.
So is it like a Kaufman-like performance, or are they really that, that detached from reality, but they survived somehow?
I'm pretty sure this guy is homeless, and
this guy
has
with
just survived.
This guy with so he lives out in these woods then? Dang.
I think he lives in his car.
Oh, well. So this is probably a campground or something. That's why it looks so clean. Or the woods don't look all overgrown. Yeah, the level of paid, it looks like paid, was it paid agents? Is that what we were going with for a title? This might be an industry. This might be where all the NASA money goes to, is paying people to get online to make sure the information does not get out. Just so much shit into the barrel that you can't see the fucking fish at the bottom.
Yeah.
With everything. Now, where's my friend request? What happened? Oh, there it is. Okay. If there's any rhetoric believing people in the room right now, if you want to type in chat and answer if you feel like it. I got a question. Why does no one feel the need to answer or rebuttal when it's given in this room? Every time somebody advocating for the ball comes in and they give an argument and they hear the rebuttal, no one addresses it for the most part. There was a young lady the other night who was very, very receptive. That I think went really well. I don't know if you were there for that or not, but.
So what? Can you give me an example?
So someone will say, "Well, what is your problem with the flat Earth? I mean, what is your problem with the globe? Well, there's no proof of it. Well, what's your proof that it's flat? Well, that's not how it works. Well, I want to prove this. Okay, well, we'll go there first for you, just to make this go smooth, and then you start to describe why you can only see so far on a ball, and you ask them if they understand something, and usually 99% of the time they don't, and that's crazy infuriating because all these people are arguing. They don't even know their own side of the argument at the basic level, with zero facts, zero understanding of it. They just know that they're on the winning side and they can come in and kick somebody while they're down, is what I think what it is. And they just come in, and then you have to explain to them their side of the argument, which feels totally ludicrous and insane to begin with. Because even though you are legitimately trying to help them in this insane endeavor, they refuse your help. And then they refuse to believe anything you tell them, and they refuse to go check for themselves.
Yeah, and people have been asked, why do you feel the need to come to a Flat Earth server? And you're argumentative, yet you don't understand all the details of your own argument. Like that's not how this stuff should work. Wouldn't you agree? And they're like, I know enough. Okay, demonstrate it.
The one I heard of the most the last day or so is just because you don't understand it doesn't mean science guy doesn't understand it. While they simultaneously just admitted to you that they have no idea where they have no sense of direction in this argument, let alone a leg to stand on. It's insane. It's such an insane fucking position to be in multiple times a day. I don't know how you guys have done this for years.
It's the appeal to authority fallacy, because what they do is I don't need to understand it. The experts understand it, and I trust the experts.
Yeah,
that's the argument.
But where is the logical thinking? Like I said, you just named the fallacy. I didn't know the name of the fallacy, but I instinctively knew it was a logical fallacy.
Yep.
So where is the thinking ability of this fucking generation? You notice the age range, too, is generally the same, too.
It
I don't
is.
mean to... Yeah.
Yeah, no, who are you going to offend? If it's either true or it isn't, right? If you say something and somebody's like, I object, okay, fantastic. Help me understand how I'm wrong, right? I mean, but very few people, especially the young people, lack the fortitude to articulate anything. Except, I'm going to go back to Tinder and Instagram and TikTok. Talk about a little bit of a spell, right? TikTok wasting your life away. TikTok.
Yeah, TikTok, like time. You're right. Holy fucking shit. Oh man.
Yeah.
They're gonna. It's like you think you're, in a room, right? Somebody's led you somewhere with a blindfold. They told you they took you home, and you're walking blindfolded, and they're leading you, and then you get into a room, and they flip on the lights, and they turn it on, and you're in a torture chamber, and you're about to get murdered. That's what it's. These people, I'm really starting. I thought that the realization was insanity driven. The refusal to actually believe. When I was hearing the arguments over the years, I'm like, oh, all you got to do is calm them down and have them think. And by the time I hear the people who are making the arguments, they've dealt for a few years, so their frustration isn't known to me. So I didn't understand. They've already done this 1,000 times. That's why they're not being more patient, because they know where it's going. It only took me like 20 hours to figure this out. It's frustrating. Don't worry about it. That's what a job is for, to ruin your day. Everybody's got one. Well, not anymore. When it gets to be too much of a pain, you know what to do. Just quit and go on unemployment.
Sorry.
No, don't worry about it. It's your job.
Gujarati.
Just mute me when
Gujarati calling me. Indian scammers.
Oh, okay, yeah. See, I don't go on the computer enough to have any scammers call me.
Hello, this is Elizabeth calling from. This is Elizabeth.
Oh, you got called out again. Don't worry. Don't answer the phone doing that, because you'll get fired for racism. Make sure you lose the voice.
Yeah. They called back Microsoft services.
They called back. I'm sure, because it says on the ID, Microsoft, it's perfectly safe. Just give them your sys key and all will be well.
She said, in order for me to never call you again, I need to speak with the owner.
Crafty scam. They got you. They did the Duke, the juke. Haha. And they thought they were going to get you.
Yeah, so I just said scammer, hey. I've been trying to learn some Hindi phrases.
Yeah.
It's not an easy language. Not for me, at least.
No, it doesn't. The written part looks scary. I don't like characters. Characters are hard for me. Like I don't mind. Like I know some French, I know some Spanish, and know some, but I could probably figure out with a pocket dictionary I could get through anywhere basically. But those other languages, squiggly line, booger stain, fucking question mark. I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to say.
So I looked up this phone number, and it is not Microsoft.
I'm guessing it's like Calcutta or New Delhi.
Mm-hmm.
What got posted?
Microsoft Advertising Support Specialist.
Get their houses in order. Uh-oh, shit. Thank you, New Perspective. Gotta watch this.
Okay, it's not Microsoft. It's a separate company that does Microsoft advertising.
And they called back twice. So they bought a license to scam you from Microsoft. That's what happened. You should call Microsoft immediately and say, this is your official notice that your third party is scamming people. Any scams at this point forward, you're responsible for, and hang up. That's what you should do. Because there's no way that Microsoft doesn't know these people are out there using their name to scam people.
Mm-hmm. MSFT Ad Center, NVUS scam charge. People are talking about getting charges on their credit card. The charges come from the country NAURU. What is that?
Say it again. It's what?
NAURU. It's not a country. Is
NARU? Nauru?
Is that an island somewhere? It is a country. Island sovereign state in Oceania. What? Hey, they have a cool motto. Nauru's motto is God's will first. Not bad, Nauru.
Call them back. Maybe they're based. Maybe this is the sign from God. Hey, we're getting a collection of people in the island state of Oceania. Come on down. Jesus is making an appearance. Who knows? Come on, let's see.
No,
I don't think so. I don't recommend it.
Interesting.
That is pretty interesting. What mailing list did you get on?
Well, my company is fairly large. It's not my company I work for, but I work for it. But we don't get too many scam calls. We get tons of solicitation calls, which this, from what I can understand, is so those vehicle warranty idiot calls that like every person in the world gets.
Are you talking about
your vehicle warranty is expired, and this is your last chance?
Yes.
Yeah. So
you know how far it gets into? The long pause before the recording starts is as far as it gets on my phone, and I hang up.
Yeah.
I never hear those things anymore.
Yeah. So that isn't by legal definitions a scam. It's only by ethical or moral. It's on the gray area between almost a legal scam.
But they're actually selling you something, so it's gray. But what they're
selling you something that's garbage, but it's all within the scope of the law, basically.
Right. So what did she call you about?
Microsoft advertising, apparently, and I'm looking it up. And that's what other
hung up, right? And she felt the need to call you back. What did she say the second time?
I didn't quite yell at her, but I said, "You are a liar. You are a scammer." She's like, "Sir, I am not a scammer." But all the scammers also say they usually hang up because they don't want to waste their time.
waste
Real
time,
real scammers. So because of the way that she acted, I actually am leaning on the side. This is not a full-fledged scam. It's more of the you don't need it, a fake product situation type thing where, oh yeah, we'll help you out with advertising and
right. And then nothing gets done, and you get put on another mailing list. Good stuff.
All right, new perspective. While we're posting, I can't post it on this server. Here, I'm going to share another video with you. I know you mentioned not having any particular religious beliefs, but this guy is a really interesting guy to listen to. He's got 2 different YouTube channels. One's called Canon Press, and speaking of based, that guy is super based.
Okay.
And he has a really firm understanding of the issue at hand regarding culture and stuff. Is really an encouraging thing to listen to, at least for me. I just like sharing encouraging things with folks. What's that?
Is he retired? I'm about to go through. I was just watching this first video, but I was going to go check it out. I was just wondering if he was...
It's fairly active on YouTube. I don't know occupationally.
I'm just wondering how much time...
Relevant?
Yeah.
Mm.
This is scary. Hold on. See, I'm suspect though about this guy giving what is apparently classified information out on YouTube, and there's no consequence, retired general or not.
The video I sent you?
No, the one I just finished watching prior to about to watch yours.
Oh, bro. I had some people. I have a family of family. Anyway, some people within the family, my wife's sister's husband's side of the family. So several steps removed. But whatever, we know them, blah, blah, blah. They live in Las Vegas, and they supposedly have immediate first-degree friends that work in the CIA. And back in April or May of 2020, they told us, stock up, watch out, the truckers... This was, how the whole truckers strike thing was getting threatened in November? They were telling us about it in April or May, very many months before then. But they said that it was a 100% sure thing that it was going to happen, which it did not happen. Those are the sorts of things that, okay, it sounds to me like somebody really did violate their job, CIA agent, right? And did leak information, which, I mean, as far as I understand it, you could be guilty of treason in some cases when you do that sort of thing.
Absolutely.
But they were wrong. Only because it was probably hyped a little bit out of fear, blah, blah, blah. But I don't know. There's weird things like that where it seems as though people do risk life and limb, as it were, or a treason charge.
Well, I mean, I am not necessarily against a whistleblower.
But not on YouTube.
Not only that. It's just, it's well.
There's no
the
plausible
stuff
deniability if you say it. If you say it on
the
YouTube,
information
you know what I mean?
matters here. This is the way I look at it. The information matters. So if the information you're going to release is a threat, quote, I'm throwing air quotes in the air, threat to national security, end of air quotes. That is a very broad spectrum of activities. That could include anything from creating a nuclear device, all the way down to delaying the president's lunch before a meeting.
Sure. Or just even misinformation, potentially, depending on the channels that you were able to infiltrate.
Speaking.
Espionage, right?
Right. So I think, that would be taken in consideration in any court martial. So, I mean, ultimately, if the information is like 24 hours before and you tell your close friends you need to prepare yourself and they find out later, nothing's going to happen, right? If this former general gets on his YouTube channel months before an operation and starts blabbing that people need to be prepared, to me, that screams misinformation, because this guy, retired generals typically they're not really retired. They're still in the know, and while they're not openly operational, they consult for sure for the government afterwards, and it's very rare for anyone to speak out afterwards. Usually you know who it's going to be because they're having a little headbutt session on their way out, and they're the ones that end up sounding more patriotic. I won't say that they are, but they appear more patriotic when they get out, as far as, being an American and helping the people of America versus helping the government prosper, which is where they twist that quote unquote threat to national security. They extend it from the state of the well-being of the nation and its people all the way to now it means my job. National security, the threat to national security can include me getting caught doing something that might get me fired. That's a threat to national security. That's insane. So if you're releasing that kind of information, you should get a reward. You should get a medal, and we should promote you into a position where your moral fortitude and willing to risk yourself is put to good use for everybody's benefit. So it's really a sliding scale, is the way I look at it. You release, if you do something and it doesn't need to be purposeful, but it's for zero benefit, basically, not to defend anybody's life, but just for whatever reason, and it leads to troops dying or something like that, you're gonna go to the bridge for life. And if you openly commit sedition or treason, I think every case of sedition or treason should be televised on pay-per-view. And I'm not being facetious, because ultimately, when leaders are afraid for their own necks, the psychopaths tend to like the position less, and you only get people who are willing to put their life on the line for somebody else, willing to step up, because the threat is right there. Instead of putting the gun at us to pay taxes, we turn the gun around on our leaders and say, do what we say. That's the way it should be, as far as I can tell. Quote unquote, whatever agency agent is listening. P.S. Go fuck yourself. I'm done.
Did you serve in the military?
Yes, I did.
Okay, gotcha. What branch?
United States Marine Corps.
Very good. Well, thank you for your service.
It was between wars, so I didn't do that much serving, but I appreciate it. I was lucky to get out right as we invaded Iraq. And I got a bunch of threats to come back. We need you. That was a bomb dog handler, and they wanted me to walk around the desert with a 6-foot leash looking for IEDs. I was like, you can go fuck yourself. We'll promote you to nope. We'll give you a nope. We'll make nope. Well, you know what's going to happen is we're going to pass a law and we're just going to scoop you up and you ain't going to get shit. Well, we'll see you then.
I'll be happy to serve when that time comes.
Yep. But I'm not going to volunteer just to keep you happy. Sorry.
Yeah.
And if they had dragged me back in, man, I would have skirted the line every single day. I wouldn't have cared.
Yeah, we've got Hala here. Somebody muted Ginkles, probably for good cause, I'm sure. Oh, Hala has left. R.I.P. Ginkles has left again. Ginkles was in earlier.
Like Cankles with a G? Is that what you're saying?
Basically, something like that. And now Obi-Wan. See, these people keep like merry-go-rounding in and out. Kind of. They
or Ginkles? Ginkles? What's up, Ginkles?
Obi-Wan's the other one.
And Obi.
I don't know. Are these guys?
These are the agents. I told you. What's up, boys? You're welcome for the overtime, fuckface.
Adam.
It was a joke, by the way. I wasn't calling anybody a fuckface.
Glue.
Sir Vagabond, New York City. What's up?
What's up, everybody? How's everybody?
Hello.
Pretty good. How are you?
Hola. Chilling. How's everything been?
Been having a simple, relaxing conversation today, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, good to see you, Gospel Bear. I haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, I've been around, but not in here very much. I've been hanging out last couple of weeks, just things have dried up in other areas.
That's all right. So what were we talking about before I got here?
He was mentioning Imaglo. I want to call you Imaglo instead of I'm a globe derp, but he was talking about how what's the word for it? How unbelievable it is that somebody would be releasing military intelligence on YouTube, basically.
Cool.
We bounced around all over. I can't even really remember.
So what do you think about like the whole like vaccine passport thing? Well, we're not supposed to talk about that here, right? I forgot.
No, you gotta find code. What I mean,
yeah,
I feel that there's more generic ways to have that conversation, though. I mean, there's a lot of things that you could consider mandatory. I mean, are speed limits not mandatory? Pragmatically speaking.
Yes, but when the speed limit, when you break that, the chances of actually hurting yourself or somebody else are a lot lower. When somebody mandates some other things, then everyone gets a little bit hurt, or maybe a lot more than they realize.
I would say I'm going to push back a little bit and say that increased speed is a greater risk than doing the same thing we've been doing for the last several thousand years, or basically forever, in other words, as in walking around without inoculations, walking around without protective equipment. That's what we've been doing for since the beginning of mankind, as opposed to only in the last 100 years have we been traveling in triple-digit speed, and that is far more unusual and of higher caliber of risk, in my personal opinion. And I think that the evidence speaks for itself when you see a collision of somebody that was going 100 miles an hour, for instance. But anyway, that wasn't my
This
main
code for
point.
boxing I'm hearing, I got in the middle of this. This all sounded very codish.
Boxing?
Were you guys talking about jabbing and right hooks? Jab,
Yes,
jab, right hook? Okay.
But yeah, in regards to mandatory identification means.
Well, they got to know who's fighting. I get that. Yeah.
See, I like that code. That's very very lighthearted. It's fantastic.
You know what I realized, Gospel Bear? It's like when I grew up in Astoria, I had like a group of like 14 friends, and what we did is like we created our own language. So it's like whenever we were around other people, we could say whatever we want to say, but they would never know what we're talking about. You know what I mean? Because so that's why like language is such a construct, because everyone speaks English. If someone listens to your English, then they'll know what you're talking about. But if you created a language of a fake words or fake hand gestures, then it's like only the people next to you know what you're talking about, because you guys all internally formalize that language.
I hope judges and lawyers don't figure this out.
There's power in that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's part of what tribes and clans and nations and different groups of people having their own language is a form of defense. The peasants and the king, the peasants had their own slang and stuff, and it prevented them from being more easily found out. And I agree, language is important. It's when language is being quote unquote universally mandated to be adjusted, the meaning thereof and stuff, that is horribly destructive.
Yeah, horribly destructive. Like I do agree with Jordan Peterson on that point. I realize he's spot on. It's like the way that you speak is also intrinsically linked to the way that you think. So it's like when people are like saying you can't say that, you can't say this, or this has to say this, like you're basically putting people in an ever shrinking box.
Well, on that point of language, part of the reason we have such a jumbled history is because it seems like the imperialists from the past went around just destroying and essentially reformatting the native languages. Like China, for example, has lost so much history, and it's been changed so much because they had so many different conquerors come through and essentially changed the language. So it's like it's nothing of what it used to be, essentially.
Exactly. And remember, you can only think through the words that they've given you, right? So it's like there are certain concepts or things about yourself that you may not ever come to realize because there's no word for that,
I think you would develop some of that on your own, right? Like, because when you're walking around and you see something you don't know the name of, you don't go, I don't know what that is. You go, what's that called, right? So you could assign it anything you want if it didn't have a name.
Sure. I was thinking more about like feeling states, like how you feel internally. If there's no word to represent that, then it's like it almost
Oh,
doesn't
okay.
exist.
You were right, but our emotions aren't really a verbal expression, right? It's our body language that really gives us our state of mind and well-being as an expression.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
I can tell more by a person's posture and how they're moving and how they're looking around than you know. It's one of the things that I was taught, and body language is super fucking important. I know when somebody's up to something before they know they're gonna fucking be up to something. I honestly do. Just looking in a room, I can see who's up to no good. It's
Me
simple.
too.
for me.
I see them coming a mile away. I'm just like, oh, this
Yeah.
guy's up to no good. That's why, like, me and that guy
addiction
would
has
never.
gotten me out of trouble a couple times. It's like it's almost
yeah,
a
big
sixth
time.
sense. That's why
Big time.
I move with confidence in a lot of ways, in a lot of situations that would make people uncomfortable. Tight room, lots of people. I mean, I've got things kind of figured out in those situations, but it's mostly because I can see the danger coming right with enough warning to give me a fighting chance, you know. But a lot of people, as long as you put a fake smile on your face, you could have the knife in your hand, gripping it with white knuckles, and they wouldn't know the difference.
You have to almost be able to see past the facade they're putting on.
And then you have sign language, right, and gestures, so you can get more and more complex. Minus language, still. Anybody's got pets or animals, farm animals, you know when they're not feeling well or they're happy or whatever, and you can't speak with them. So that's why I think I think language is a trick. I think, yeah, it's important, but I also think it's also our biggest downfall, because language is used to fuck you over more times than anything else in life. The way, you know, that's why understanding is important. Yeah, I know, but why should everybody become an expert in this magic, basically, is what it is, right? Spelling, magic spells.
I was gonna say spelling, bro. Like yeah.
I think it's there. It's a deception. It's a trick. It's magic. I think that's what it's called for a reason. The more you use it, the more dangerous it is. We should be relying on something other than the words that come out of somebody's mouth. It's their actions that are important.
I agree. Yeah, I think body language is the original language, but it's been subverted by physical. I guess not physical words, but by just spoken words. So if you just don't worry about what people say, just worry about how they act and how their body language is moving. Like their face will tell you everything. The way that they carry themselves, or their arms crossed in front of you, all of those little things, just from like sales experience, like it's taught me so much, because I can see how you feel based on how you carry yourself.
And that's not to say you can't train yourself to obfuscate your emotions with your language. You can become aware, but it's much, much harder. There's all those involuntary things that you really have no control over.
Exactly, yeah. So like in poker, like I used to always wonder to myself, like, how did the same, set of guys end up at the final table? Like, that used to blow my mind. And I was like, oh, Jared, they're just reading body language. I was like, they're just better at reading body language than the other people. Because your cards are your cards, you know what I mean? But there must be a differentiating factor. And it's like, oh, they're just slowing themselves down.
The young guy doesn't have a lot of experience at knowing what his tells are and trying to suppress them, or trying to mimic them to throw people off.
Exactly.
Par for the course, Sir Vagabond. I still involuntarily disconnect because of my job.
I understand. And you're still at the place where they produce like tombstones, right? Was that it?
Urns. No tombstones at
Urns.
all. Just just
Yeah, urns. Yeah. Apologies.
No, it's fine. Yes, I am, and I've now held this job in 3 states.
Nice. Nice.
So now I'm in North Dakota now, which
So
is
you guys
super base state.
nice. So you guys make the urns in house?
No, I just do phone calls and emails and stuff. They do in Oregon. They make the urns, and then of course we have we retail other urns because no one shop could make all the different materials.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. The news really impacts people's behavior, though.
Oh, big time.
We
My father used to be.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No,
I was just gonna say we get surges.
Oh, okay.
That's all.
Yeah, my dad used to be glued to CNN, so like I know the effect of the news on the human psyche.
Yeah, used to be. You said.
Oh yeah, so he passed away already. So
Gotcha.
Sorry for your loss.
Okay.
I know. I feel the need to express sympathy for those that may or may not realize they need it. I don't know why. I apologize. Anybody else noticing this like bot-like behavior between Ginkles and Obi-Wan and checking again to come back in and not do anything? Do they have voices? Has somebody heard them talk?
I see that Kakoi, which I don't know Kakoi, but he seems to be up there communicating with them in the check-in, at least the Obi-Wan guy. And for whatever reason, I'm hovering over that and it doesn't tell me who's in there. I just see the little icons.
Is that normal?
I have a feeling if I click on it, it will teleport me up there, but
don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm not feeling like doing that, yeah.
Right now, they're explaining the warrant for them to come in and collect data and to keep his mouth shut.
I've never heard. I've heard trolls pretend to be government agents, but I've never heard anybody confess.
I pity the government agent that confronts me on YouTube or Discord. Give me a break.
Isn't that like traffic? Isn't that like traffic duty?
Yeah, like whose wife did you bang to get this job? That's my question. What is going on with your career that you're in this position?
Yeah.
I don't know if they choose it.
Is your name Jody?
Hey Obi-Wan, what's up? Hey Ginkles, what's going on?
They have VC verified.
Hello, fellow human beings.
Hello.
All right.
Turn up or get closer to your mic, because
Sorry about that.
Hello, fellow flat earthers.
Hello there.
What's up?
Greetings. Fellow
Greetings.
civilian. Fellow non-law enforcement civilian. Welcome.
Thank you. I feel honored and welcomed gladly.
Your partner, supervisor, or whoever, Ginkles, welcome as well.
But no, I don't know him. We just got verified together just a while back.
You just somehow kept on entering and exiting the room at the same time over and over again for the last 4 hours, but you don't know each other?
No, I haven't met him. It was just
okay.
I was waiting and just listening first before I got ready to speak. I was just a bit busy.
Yeah, I always love to see those kinds of incredible coincidences. And by incredible, I mean unbelievable.
Yeah.
This is lighthearted, by the way. Don't get scared.
No,
it's okay. We don't mind.
Do you have any questions about the subject matter?
No, I'll just listen for a while, and then if I have anything to say, I'll
Take
just
notes,
say it.
gather information, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll learn if you listen. If you don't, you won't.
Greetings, Ginkles.
Does anybody know if anybody in here has any proof of axial rotation?
That would require a radius, would it not?
Axial rotate. Proof of that? I mean, it would be contrary to our natural experience, of course. I know that much.
To have axial rotation requires an axis, right?
Yeah, for sure. You have to
What's going around
presuppose a whole lot.
Yeah, gonna have to do a whole lot of presupposing to get here. I don't think I want to do that. It's work. I don't like imagining Narnia.
Takes faith, it seems like, huh?
Faith is hard.
I was gonna say, it just takes a whole bunch of belief then, huh?
And then some. And then some. Then you got to inhale bleach and hit yourself over the head with a hammer 5 times to convince yourself it's okay.
Oof. Would that hammer be an Acme hammer by any chance?
Yeah, and your eyes pop out of your head and go back in the sockets repeatedly.
Yeah. No, indoctrination takes time, though. What do you say, kindergarten through 12th? 13 years?
I had a globe in my preschool. I remember it was fucking huge. You couldn't wrap your hands around it to get to the opposite ends, as a, what was I, about 4 or 5?
One of those good 36 inchers?
Yeah. But it was right on the floor so you could, handle it. So they wanted you to feel the topography, and you could ask, where is this? And she would show you and everybody go, ooh,
Mm-hmm.
How far away is that? How long would it take to get there? All that,
Anybody can cue up the not for educational use picture?
Yeah. Every single one I've ever seen. Every store I go in and I see one, I go, ooh, I'm going to check. And then I'm gonna, if it's not, I'm going to go and buy it and then use it for educational purposes and see what happens.
I'm just like, who made them do that? What regulator caused all the manufacture? What lawsuit took place?
Right. Somebody
got they sued. Have to spend an extra, 1.5 cents for the sticker to.
Yeah. It's a cover your ass thing because they got sued once because somebody smart enough to see the scam brought them to court and they're like, and they did a little, well, what do we do to cover our asses magic?
Well, hypothetically, it could be as simple. It could be as simple as this. Somebody measured the topography and they were like, you have Mount Everest at 7,000 miles tall based on this. And they're like, well, fine. It could have been that. That'd be the most benign reason for why that sticker exists.
I've never seen the most benign reason when dealing with government be the actual reasons.
I know. That's true. I agree. I agree with that. But I'm that guy. I'm always coming up with the best devil's advocate, the best benefit of the doubt. I'm trying to give them everything I can, and I can never give them enough, no matter how hard I try. I've been trying for like a couple of years now.
You always got to give people the benefit of the doubt.
Because we're about to take their ball from them. That's why.
When's the last time somebody's called you Lemon?
It's been a while.
It's still the name in my head. But what's up?
What up, Lemon?
I'm good. How are you?
Chilling. No complaints.
I think one by one, all of their globe canards are falling for other flatter possibilities.
Their castle of canards is falling.
Main thing is getting to their Jesuit mind programmers and controllers in these schools that push this Greek pagan model for its humanistic, man-centered effects. It appears to glorify man's intellect and man's reasoning over other things like common sense and biblical revelation. In the Bible, especially along with ancient texts, we have a general pattern of flattish land covered by some sort of dome covering.
Well, way more reasonable than the alternative.
It also has a certain element of elitism. Don't trust your senses, trust us, because we have the tools, the math, and the methods to think more consistently and more thoroughly than you can. It has an inherent hatred for common sense and the common man.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about common sense and critical thinking and logic, because it doesn't seem like there's a lot of that going around anymore, because even if we were talking about the different forms of logical fallacies, and someone had to compile a pretty comprehensive list, and we were just talking, and it's like you don't need the list to know there's a logical fallacy happening. Usually, there's something wrong. You just don't know which logical fallacy, how it's titled. You can usually describe why it's illogical, and this inherently if you've had to reason your way through anything in life, I think. And I'm going to call them kids because they all seem to be from the same age group. If you're like under 30 right now and have a voice, it's going to derp, derp, to derp, derp, to derp. So I think that logic has skipped a generation.
Well, we've been taught, to worship the hierarchy. The Jesuits did their work well. Whether it's some Greek pagan from 2,000 years ago from the mystery school or, some person in the Jesuit educational religious hierarchy, they are going to make everybody else serve them at the top. So it's best just to keep your head down and not ask questions and just accept whatever they tell you. Critical thinking is not for the people under their thumb. It's only obedience and compliance. And if you dare to think outside the box, well, you get the hammer.
Yeah, that's typically how it goes.
I think inherently, I knew even as a child that letting somebody else in my mind was not acceptable. And that included, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if that came out the right way, but yeah.
No, it came out perfectly.
Letting somebody just, decide what I can and can't like or think, or it's just inherently obtrusive, right? And
of course, because how do you know that they're right and you're wrong?
Right. Why am I not allowed to figure this out on myself? And yeah, I get
exactly.
If your reason is to protect me, well, thank you very much, but I have to take a risk at some point. Mama Bird kicks you out at some point, and you got to fucking fly. So let me fucking fly.
Yeah. I think people are starting to wake up slowly, but they're like, will I get fired for this? Will I lose my blue pill friends? Will I lose an endorsement, and stuff like that? Because,
Yeah.
the group enforcement is pretty heavy. You question Darwinism, or, you question the shape of the earth, or these sacred canards used to build up this humanistic, atheistic human edifice. Well, they're going to come after you hard. These zealots do not play around. They have the power, and they're going to keep it, by all means necessary.
I know that, but again, in my mind, it's to take. I would not have made a very good captive servant. I can tell you that. I would have been the guy sharpening a twig in the middle of the night so I can get one good lick in before I go.
Yeah, me as well.
It's just unacceptable to me, despite the threat of death. And I know that sentiment carries through a portion of the population. And we were talking about it earlier. It's probably because it's necessity for times like this. Somebody's got to die for doing the right thing when others refuse to do the right thing for themselves. Because unfortunately, there's innocence involved. So all these idiots right now that have kids that don't know any better, these kids are helpless, and it's not their fault. And if they do make it, they're just going to turn into worse versions of what raised them. So it's like, fuck. Well, somebody's got to do something.
There's usually a pendulum swing. It's the knee-jerk reaction. Oftentimes, you notice if you look at the different generations, they swing from one extreme to the other.
Yeah, each generation tries to address the things that the generation before didn't address properly. And it's like the false cult pendulum. I'm sorry, the faux cult pendulum. I called it the false cult pendulum for some reason. Silly me.
Silly you.
You see what I'm talking about? I'm a Globe. You see what Big Dumps just posted? You see what I mean? I asked Indio who invited that guy back. I don't understand that kind of stuff, but whatever. The permaban list must get scrubbed from time to time.
It does make for a lively discussion.
Not that. Look, did you see this crap post?
From Big Dumps? I haven't seen this one. Talking about UFOs? What the hell?
Yeah, bro. He just posts stuff that's off in left field like constantly. I haven't blocked on my end, but I see one blocked message pop up, and I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, gee, they let this guy back in. Why?
Well, I mean, aliens for me are just a dead letter. I mean, if the Earth is flat and covered by an impenetrable dome, that's, strike one for me with aliens. How the hell did they get here? And strike two is the accounts of people who have had alien abductions, okay, but they say they end the moment they pray or cry out in Jesus' name in like 40% of the cases. So these quote-unquote aliens are looking like something else, probably a demon from hell or a fallen angel or some sort of deceiver.
Some type of deceiver.
Yeah, but I think they're preying on the fact that humans don't know that we're under a dome, and we don't know what lies beyond our physical land. So somebody that knows what say it again.
First thing it did, first move A, was to remove God. Why? Because when you bring in devils and demons, we don't know what the fuck is going on and what to do.
Exactly. Chaos breaks out. What do you guys think about the Bitcoin surge?
Expected.
I think it's a trap.
Yeah, but I believe so.
You think it's a bear trap?
It's a honey trap.
Oh, in general, not market moves. You're not talking about bear and bull. You're just talking about.
Yeah, I'm talking about crypto in general, and this is like an enticement thing. Suck it all up, spend your money. It'll turn out great, just like every other investment.
Well,
doesn't matter who invests. Everybody knows where the money ends up. So it's like playing the lotto. Yeah, well, a couple people might make some money, but guess what? Most of you are going to get screwed.
Yeah. I'm thankful that I had what I had and did what I did. I ended up cryptocurrency and what I had, which was a very small amount that turned into a decent amount, allowed me to move into the house that I now live in, and accomplish drastically necessary things like the replacement of the boiler system, which was horrendously expensive, the redoing of the electric panel, which was also, everything's expensive. Stuff's expensive, but if it hadn't have been for the crypto surge back in March and April, I would not have been able to swing everything that I pulled off.
I'm definitely not giving financial advice, and that sounds like it worked out for you great. So you obviously made the right move.
Exception. I agree with you. It's the exception.
And I think what it is now is your success is going to entice more and more people to come in and dump into the investment. And when it hits the magic number that makes them comfortable to dump and run, they will. And everybody will be left holding their hands, and they'll blame it on somebody else. Oh, the power went out because of terrorist guys. What? We lost the Bitcoin? Oh no, nothing we can do. Oh no, back on unemployment.
Yeah, I mean, if they cut power, then all currencies are invalid. So there's that. And that's why skills and tangible goods are king over those other things. But like, if you were to ask my opinion of Bitcoin's current position, I see it as a 75% investment. You know, you're buying 75 cents on the dollar, but hypothetically, in the short term. But let's say you bought it right now, 45K. I guarantee you in the next 2 to 4 years, you will see 60% loss.
Not 4,500, 45,000 is what it's at?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
So you will see Bitcoin, okay, I say will loosely, not literally, but it is extremely likely that if you bought at 45, you would see 15 with a 60% loss. However, it's not loss unless you sell. It is very evident based on the history of Bitcoin that even if you bought at 45, within the next 5 years, sometime in the next 5 years, you will see 200,000, meaning you can have up to a 4x off of an investment into Bitcoin. Now that's up to, because we never know what actually will happen. So it's the whole risk reward thing. You're going to see up to 60% loss, up to 400% gain, and that's your margin. That's your range with Bitcoin. Reasonable. Unreasonable things happen, which is what happened with Doge. Extremely unreasonable, right? 2 years ago, Doge is sitting at half a penny or a third of a penny or a quarter of a penny. And now it's, at 25 cents. It had gotten all the way up to 78, almost 80 cents. So some people 160x'd, some people 300x'd, some people even more. Kids, young people play around with that. But then other people are like, oh my gosh, these people are making so much money. I'm going to buy Dogecoin at 55 cents. And then, it goes up to 70 and they're like, oh my gosh, I'm making so much money. But they're not, because they're not selling. And now now they've lost 50% of whatever they put in because it's sitting at the 50% mark. And that's how it works. That's crypto, at least for now. I think it's fascinating. It's better than lottery tickets. I'd stand on that argument pretty strong.
Yeah. I wouldn't be so angry with it if it was labeled as gambling. You are gambling.
Oh yeah.
Period.
Yeah. Well, then again,
so people are investing this for their future.
Oh yeah. I have a crow.com, crypto.com card. You go buy groceries at the grocery store and you immediately get 2% back. No, it's not a credit card. It's a debit card that you put your own cash on. It's not attached to FICO. It's not attached to anything. It's literally just a cash card. But you get crypto.com, you get Crowcoin rewards that just build up.
I think there's an overlay, like, well, and this is just my opinion, obviously, but I think people are being put into this hyper fearful state because psychologists and investors, they know people are less likely to invest when they're in a fearful state, because when you're unsure about things, that's not the time when you give out money, because money is valuable, obviously. So when you're in a fearful state, you're less likely to give it out. So to me, it's very strange, I'll say, that the global pandemic, mind you, has overlaid the rise in Bitcoin. So if they're trying to switch people over to a different currency, and they didn't want people to invest in that, but they wanted to slowly build it up on their own, or the thing that would I think if they were in control of it, they can see how many of the masses are invested at the current moment, assuming that they have the template insight. They can literally have hedge funds and banks, international monetary systems skyrocket Bitcoin in the short term while people are in such a fearful state. So when I hear about the Delta variant, I say to myself ooh, people are gonna be terrified. And then that would be the time when Bitcoin pops its highest and fastest. So now you can't even afford to buy it. So people that have forecasted this, they said if basically only 3% of the global fiat currencies, as well as the different hard assets, so gold, silver, real estate, were to go into Bitcoin, just 3% of that world, I don't know, the world wealth as it exists, exactly, money and all of those things related to money, should only 3% of that go into Bitcoin, it'd be worth $1 million a coin. Now, I do believe it could be a hoax. It could be everyone pump their money into Bitcoin and be all excited. But then I think about the fearful state. I'm oh, people don't invest when they're fearful. That's just, people have done so many calculations on this to figure out when people are really fearful, they really don't invest. You know what I mean? So it's I'm not fearful. So I told my friends about Bitcoin when it was at 1507, and they've all made a shit ton of money at this point. The irony is I made more money than them, but I knew this was something worth at least looking at. And I don't know if it's going to be everybody dumps their money in it and the entire computer network or electrical grid goes down. So then people are literally beholden on the government, because that's an option as well. But, it's definitely a space worth looking at if this is the transition that they're trying to create. Because remember, everything that's digital has metadata, so they're able to track what everyone does on a global scale. Because cash is still available. When you use cash to purchase and buy, no one can know what you bought because it's a physical medium. So I can see just for the amount of insight it would give a government in terms of what is everybody doing, where's all the money going, what I mean? Who's interacting with who, that's supreme control. So just knowing the depth of this own flat earth lie, I'm oh, they would love a system like that. So, just thinking from an evil perspective, if I was some evil fucking, genius, I would be stroking that cat and trying to get everyone onto Bitcoin. Even though I might make some millionaires in the moment, I can track where their money is going. And I could also crush them should they try to dissent, because I can see who they're interacting with, where are they getting their money from, who's giving them money. I can shut that channel down. So the person that dissents will always be beholden. So that's why I think it's I'm going to invest heavily in it, just because I don't know, but I would still rather be on the wave as opposed to off the wave, should the wave come.
So what's really interesting about market movement is that the actual stock market also moved in conjunction with the crypto market, to a much lesser degree, but it did move in the same patterns. And that is when the saying, I forget the guy, maybe it's Warren Buffett, when there's blood in the streets, you buy, and when everybody's living on the high horse, you sell. Or that's not the exact quote by any means, guys, but it's something along those lines. But the point is, when when there was more fear, right? Okay, so right before, like February of 2020, Bitcoin was what, $1,800 or 2,000 something. It was so low, just so low compared to the 17,000 high that it had in 2017 or whatever,
Yeah, something
2018.
like that.
So anyway, but everything was peachy, right? Except for a little bit of chaos with the election and stuff. But anyway, then all of a sudden, the SHTF news and fear mongering and all that hits, and then we start seeing movement, and then okay, I'm thinking 2020 versus 2021. The movement was very slow until the summer. There was a boost in the summer, and then there was a boost in the fall, and then again in the winter, and it was like a stair-stepping increase, and that also coincided with, more so, the huge increase coincided with the election transition. So there's some weird stuff, but basically when crazy stuff is happening in the news, you can expect the prices to go up. When the news is boring, you can pretty much expect it to be stagnant.
Yeah, true.
But lo and behold, when stuff's going crazy, I don't know about anybody else, but as far as I'm concerned, those are usually the times when, again, lo and behold, I don't have any money to buy anything. I don't have an extra $50. It always works out where I'm like, I know now is the right time to get this, but I don't have $40 to spare. I need everything I've got.
But that's where it's like, so for example, it's like, remember, like, if you have an infinite mind and you can come up with ideas, that's the thing that they're trying to stifle. That's why they try to keep you on your phones and lessen your attention span, because they don't want you to get to like a meditative state where you could just be prolific with generating ideas. Because should you be focused on providing value for other people, what's going to happen is you're going to see the world from the perspective of like, oh, I just want to see what people are struggling with. You know what I mean? And then every time someone voices a concern or a struggle or a pain or fear or whatever, should you just be focused on solving that problem, the value that you're going to need to invest in like any new currency or any new real estate project, whatever, it's going to come from that ability to see their pain and be able to solve it in real time, or create a website and company around what you saw. And then what you want to do is find the largest blue ocean that someone else has not solved that problem and solve it. And it's a lot of work. Obviously, it's not easy, but should you adjust your focus to just looking at people that way, then you're going to see the Looney Tunes cartoons where the fucking villain was hungry, and he would see the other person was a chicken bone or a chicken leg or something. It's like you can almost just look at people like chicken legs, but see their problems as the dollar signs.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
For sure.
Because then you can always find the resources, even if it's just like a one-on-one consulting, or if it's I'm trying to think of given your skill set, there's always going to be something you can see within them that you can solve. But it's like, how did you deliver the message? Because once you make them adverse to the way that you said it, they're no longer listening and they're no longer buying. But should you say it in a way that they're receptive to, and they can see the value, they can logically follow a path to see that pain being released, then you're going to get the money. And, you want to give before you get. So solve a problem and then ask for a sale for something else that you're offering.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I was always romanced and or tempted by rewards, credit cards, because you think to yourself, well, extra money, I'll pay it on time, blah blah blah. Well, when you can offer something, I don't know how long crypto.com is going to be able to do what they're doing, but
What's crypto.com?
So crypto.com is just another platform for cryptocurrency, but they have a
Exchange?
card. Yeah, yeah. But they also have a cash debit card that you load up, and you get anywhere from 1 to 8% rewards back. So 1% is the lowest tier, and depending on how much Crow coin. So the way that they're basically working is because you have to stake your money for up to not up to, it's 180 days, so 6 months.
Okay.
So I did the $400 option. I had extra crypto, and I just converted it over, transferred it to Crow, staked it, got the card, and it's metal. It's really cool.
And you can use it in stores?
You can use it anywhere. It's a Visa debit card.
Oh, that's great. So what they've done is like they bridged the divide. So it's like I can have my crypto and still use my crypto in stores, because I guess they create like the 180-day hold allows them to put that money in like kind of like an escrow type of thing where they've got their own money in the bank, and like they can trust you because you've secured that card with your own money.
Correct.
So I assume
And
they won't let you spend more than you
the card is loaded with
Sorry, go
fiat,
ahead.
though. I cut you off.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find the best link here. Metal Visa cards. Why is this not doing anything?
So they're basically just holding the exchange on their servers. They're basically saying, we see how much money you have in your Visa bank account, and then we'll give you we'll basically say, we know you have that in Bitcoin, and if it goes up, because you still have the money in the card, which is if they are the bank, then they have the money to like put in on your behalf. So they're basically just floating you on the crypto markets, and then remunerating you on the card within their
as far
real
as
bank
what you
account.
have staked, yeah, and
Exactly. That makes sense. Yeah, that's going to be the wave. I think it's like if I can launch that type of a system, yeah, because people are that's the thing. Like, how do you get to use your money? Like, of course you're tying it up in crypto, but it's like, what if I need tangible money at the moment? Like I need to have my card available to me. Should you want to buy in fully, you need a way to be able to use your money in real time.
Yep. So that's the deal, and they have all types of extra rewards based on your staking level, and fancy colors. The card is metal. It's enticing. Yeah, it's enticing. But what's cool to me is just the risk. Worst case scenario, the Crow coin becomes worthless, right? And I lose the $400. And the question is, did I earn more than that in rewards to counterbalance my losses in the worst case scenario situation? And if I didn't, then oh well, it was a X dollar loss, which gets exponentially more ridiculous if you are on the higher tiers. But for me, it was worth it. And crypto, I feel like they've got a good thing going. They got the best, literally the best possible website domain you could have. I mean, at least in my opinion, it's as simple and to the point and universal as it gets. So, quite literally universal in that it is one word. But anyway, they're doing a pretty good thing, good job, and then they offer other rewards in addition to the staking rewards. You also get like Spotify and Netflix and Amazon Prime and Airbnb discounts and airport
or discounts
and or free depending on your tier. So
makes sense. Yeah, they're just trying to add incentives.
Exactly. Yeah, that Obsidian card requires $400,000 staked.
Got it.
So it's very much similar to people that would have the American Express Platinum card or whatever, that no limit titanium. Yeah,
you know what I'm talking. Centurion card. Yeah.
You know who has one of those? Well, I guess he's not that public of a figure, but his name is Dick Harpootlian.
I don't know what that is.
No, yeah, I guess I thought he was like in a senator type position, but so I used to serve coffee to Lindsey Graham, but also this other politician, local politician in South Carolina, and his name was Dick Harpootlian, and he's the only person I ever saw with one of those titanium black cards, and it was
but
like,
it becomes, it becomes part of like the shell game. So like in New York City, what you realize is like Manhattan is like hyper condensed island, right? So it's like, obviously on the corporate side, it's like the quicker that you can pull that card out, the person and the owner of that establishment now knows that you have some considerable wealth. You have to, because you can't apply for the card. You have to be invited for the card.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, it's like that's a tool that people use to open a lot of doors. It's like I see it as like a key, but can you make that key, right? Through your own self-discipline and your own, financial situation. Can you make that key? And then that key can open all of these other doors that were previously closed to you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. He was one of the most arrogant people I ever did deal with, too.
Of course. But I think he may have done that. You never know if that's who he actually is, or if that was his persona that he used to like create this guy's such a dick. Fuck, I hate this guy, but he's rich. You know what I mean? It's like sometimes their mind, assumes where he may not be, because like no guy can act that cocky unless he was rich, because he'd be starving in reality. But if he doesn't look like he's starving, and he doesn't act like he's starving, doesn't treat other people like he's starving, then you wouldn't assume that. You know what I mean? But that doesn't mean he's not starving. You know what I mean? It's like some people may play that role to garner position or favor with others, because they're trying to manipulate them.
So he was a senator.
That's right. Oh yeah. If he's a senator, then he's definitely made that money. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
See, like those doors are already open to him, so like he can get a black card whenever he wants to. He's a senator. You know what I mean? Don't think American Express doesn't know who just got elected senator. You know what I mean? The American Express still wants to keep their business functioning as well, so they have to like bow down just like everybody else does.
How interesting. He wasn't actually in office when I was serving him. He was running. And the guy wasn't really well aware of that stuff, because I didn't have a keen interest in politics when I was in grad school. I just wasn't interested. But
yeah, me either. Like during college, and so I didn't. I'd hear it on the news, but I didn't like put all of my energy into politics. I was like, listen, I don't know. My father just taught me at a young age. He was like, beware of beautiful words. People that are just speaking beautiful words all day. It's like, what are they actually doing? And I was like, oh yeah, beautiful words all day over there. I was like, I'm not interested in what they're talking about. I'm more interested in what I came here to do and get and achieve and become. Like, because that's all I can control. Fuck what they're talking about.
So we're being not chastised. We're being there's another better word for it. Gentle correction or whatever.
What is that?
We D to the V was like, let's talk about flat Earth, like what this server was built for. It's like, well, yeah, you try, and nobody wants to talk about it. I just want to sit and listen. I mean, nobody sits around in a circle talking about having 10 toes and 10 fingers, every day, all day, every day, because everybody already knows this information.
Yeah, and, but I think sometimes it's like the willingness for other people to speak is like the environment must be created so it's comfortable, where they don't feel like they're going to be like called out as stupid. You know what I mean? So it's like the person has like they have the floor to speak, and like, because everybody talks. Like, think about like being at home with your family. You talk to your family, so it's like you have the ability to speak. But at some point, like, we get uncomfortable with others, and then the voice kind of like shuts off. It's like, but it's not supposed to shut off. It's supposed to be like you can go outside and talk to all the other people, But like, I think that's the magic that they've created. Like the persona that they created. They're trying to judge who everyone else is instead of using their own voice. Instead of they spend all their time judging instead of speaking. So thus they can't learn. because they're just their own thoughts are just running in their head because they've asked no questions. So you can't pull information if you don't ask any questions.
Exactly. On that, creating an environment. That's what non-related topics actually serve a benefit of, is making new people comfortable that actually flat Earth isn't the only thing we ever talk about. However, many of these things are interconnected and related. But go ahead, Ginkles, that isn't even here in the room, but never said a word.
That's okay too. That's all right. Like, sometimes it takes them, a couple of visits, and maybe they'll speak eventually. What are you gonna do?
I'm criticizing their criticism. Why y'all talking about crypto? Even though Ginkles never said anything, never asked any questions, but is
okay. I just saw the text. I wasn't looking at it.
Is criticizing the topic, even though they weren't willing to ask
a question.
Yeah.
Like, we're here to answer questions, obviously, but if they don't ask any, then I think I'm of the same thought process of unsolicited information is never wanted. People don't want something. They don't want to be pounded with information.
Well, they did come
you want
here,
someone
though.
to ask genuine questions. Say it again.
I said they did come here, though.
They did come here, though. So I'm like, well, you have to ask the questions. I was like, if you're the curious one, I'm not curious. I'm here just chilling.
Yeah. So what's up, Obi-Wan? I know that you talked a minute ago, and we know that you have a mic, and you said hello to some degree. What do you know about the nature of Earth that you live on? What do you know, and what do you believe? Notice there's a distinction between the two.
I agree, Obi-Wan. That's a very good thought.
Fantastic.
No, I will say though that it's not like we're uncompromising, and we decide that okay, certain topics are off the table, but if certain topics flow off into different ones, sometimes it opens up the conversation to a more interesting topic, and then we can go back to flat Earth. It doesn't always need to be so strict.
Exactly. Well said.
And for sake of I don't know, sanity, we try to avoid topics that are divisive and or always lead to conflict.
Yeah, and if they're unwelcoming as well.
Yeah.
Typically, belief-related conversations almost always lead to some type of belief-related conversations almost always result in some type of hostility.
Of course.
Yeah,
because there's an irreconcilability element of it. That's why it's like you see politicians they just focus on all of the arguments that are irreconcilable. Because then it's like you just keep people arguing all day. Because if something comes down to a belief at the end of the day, we're never going to agree because the beliefs are different. It's like they just keep them mired in that argument. So you're supposed to almost see that mire of misery that people are trapped in mentally, and just walk over it.
Yep. Obi-Wan, calling Obi-Wan. You're our last hope, Obi-Wan. Isn't that what Princess Leia said? Obi-Wan, you're my last hope. Or I don't know what she said. I only watched that movie a couple of times.
The whole thing is set in a second law of thermodynamics violation, so I understand.
Listen, I started watching Star Trek after coming to the realization about all this stuff, and I still enjoyed it as the fictional story that it is.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah,
it's a fictional story that it is still enjoyable, but
I mean, some of those actors. I mean, the real Spock, Leonard Nimoy. I mean, he was really an excellent actor. I know it's a simple role, but it's not when you're talking about preventing microexpressions. The man was a legend. That's not easy to do. So anyway, back to the radius claims or the gas sticking to a ball claims, or
but someone has an R value.
Yeah, they say so.
Yeah, but I'll say about George Lucas, it's like I definitely think he must be part of a supreme inner circle because it's like, look how far he was able to take people's minds to. He envisioned like other planets, other dimensions, other, you know what I mean? He's envisioning this in his head. So thus he put it into reality. But it's like he if anything, he's done the most damage to perpetuate the space lie because he took people's minds all the way out there as opposed to being like firmly centered on the ground.
Sure.
So that's why he made so much money. He's like, he kept people's mind in the stars all day. Like, you know, and I think that's the name of the game. Like, you know, talking about is one thing, creating like visual, like, you know, cinematic. You've got like, you know, composers creating like amazing scores that go with the visuals. Like, no small task he pulled off there, but it's like the effort, the intention was always to pull their mind further and further out from like focusing on like being in charge or ruling.
Meanwhile, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, no, I was going to change the topic, so you can go first.
Oh yeah, that's good.
I was just going to say, meanwhile, there was so many political subliminal messages. Not just, when I mean political, I mean socio-political, as in just political ideology that was being communicated. Feminism and all. I mean, that's not the only one, but that was a glaringly obvious one in the original, and so on. But yeah, let's go ahead. Checkmate.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to ask a question. You know the current knowledge we have of the second sun?
The setting sun? Is that what you said?
The second, as in
the second. Oh,
black.
Did you
black
say knowledge?
Yeah, you know the current knowledge we have of the second sun. Like we've got videos of like a so-called second sun, right?
A so-called, yeah. Go ahead.
Because we haven't seen an actual like circle in the sky, it's always been like I don't know what you would call it, like a flare from the horizon. Does that mean that we would need some sort of canvas for us to actually see it? Like, you know, we can see our actual sun just with you know the naked eye. We don't need anything in front of it. The other sun, I've only ever seen things that are like in the background, never in the the foreground.
So my issue with that is that if I can't see it with my own eyes and it requires some type of instrumentation to observe it, I'm going to conclude, naturally I hope, that it could be the instrumentation and a duplicate of the image and not an actual separate thing. The nature of the crystals involved in photography. So there's an entry point of a lens and an exit point of a lens. That in and of itself is requisite, right? Every lens has a front and a back. So by nature of even a single lens, but most cameras don't have just one single lens, right? They have more than that. But with that said, you have a front and a back. You're already opening up an opportunity for Snell's law to take place.
Well,
Go ahead.
Yeah, like variables to come into it, and does it almost become a disqualifier of a natural observation because you're using a camera or you're using an instrument?
I would say so. I'm sure there's probably folks that would argue that, but I would argue yes. I think that it invalidates it as a natural observation.
Sorry, mate.
It's okay.
I'm calling to my brother.
It's all good.
I did hear you.
Yeah, it's fine. Good timing. So that's why I pushed back and Ink was questioning the word knowledge related to it. The potentiality for it, sure. I certainly reserve a place in my mind for the potentiality of multiple other objects in the sky that that cause the different phenomenon that we see, such as solar eclipses and potentially even a lunar eclipse. It would only, it would seem to reason that there's other objects that serve the function of the timepiece of the sky that we look at.
Yeah, and I don't assume that I know what's going on, beyond the stars as well, because there's no way to know. So it's like that saying of like as above so below. It's like, what if there's a mirror to like the physical world and the spiritual world, right? But it's like nothing is tangible. So the trees exist, that everything that exists here exists up there, but it's just the non-physical element of it, But I mean, imagine all that interacts with itself that you have no consciousness of,
Yeah. So Ginkles is back. We're not talking about crypto anymore, Ginkles. Go ahead with your question about the relevant topic. I mean, imagine getting VC verified a few minutes ago and then not speaking up.
I'm back, but I'm not Ginkles.
No, I think it's just a factor of like, wanting to hear about the topic, but not really expose yourself for what you know at the current moment. But at the end of the day, learning is a painful process. You have to actually like hit the brick wall and come to the fact that you did not know the answer to that. But that process is extremely painful for most people. They don't want to be challenged on their positions or their lack of positions or their lack of understanding. So they don't chime in. But like, this isn't a place where people get ridiculed. We just want to hear the honest questions.
Liars get ridiculed here harshly, though.
Liars get ridiculed. People that have honest questions will never be ridiculed because it's an honest question. You're just trying to like figure something out. If people hold that position, they'll never be ridiculed because we can all tell who's like trying to be funny and like trying to like like be like I don't know what the word is, but it's like they're trying to like hold a position and like puff their chest out. But it's like, just ask honest questions and you'll never be ridiculed.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Those people have a big ego.
Sure, but I'm going to disagree with you a little bit there, and I'm going to say that I think the largest the biggest motivating factor of why people come in here to attempt to ridicule Flat Earth is out of two things: either programming, because they feel programmed to do so,
of course,
or the ones that are actually attempting to be somewhat sincere out of fear, because the potentiality of the falseness of their perceived reality is terrifying. So
exactly, yeah.
I think that those are the biggest motivating factors.
And I think like, let's be honest, like we had to go through that painful process as well. So I understand. I get how you feel. It's like, it doesn't feel good to be wrong or be like the idiot in the room that didn't know. Because it's like, you almost have to say, wow, I was a fucking idiot. But most people don't want to call themselves idiots.
Yes. It's hardest, in my opinion, for non-creationists. Because if you're already a creationist, you're more than halfway to understanding oh, well, okay, that makes sense. I can't believe that all those lies are fed to folks, but cool, that's how he made it. Okay, or that's how it was made, if you want to speak in passive language without gender identifiers.
Yeah, but I think there's a deeper issue here, and like I'm gonna come off of Flat Earth a little bit because it's a different topic. But it's like, I think the connection to that is like my father, like, my grandfather was like military in Haiti, and like my father's super strict. But like, as like a little kid, he used to like make us take cod liver oil every day. Mm-hmm. And like, he used to make us like consume like iron supplements every day, like religiously. Like we didn't miss a day. Like, and I hated how cod liver tasted. But then when I got older and I started studying like, the the ability for the brain to grow exponentially should you consume these things at an early age when that development is it's like most precious. What happens is like the synaptic connections in your brain actually develop way faster. So it's like I'd be in class and I'd be like, well, I understand what they're saying. It's like I get it. Like I can follow all of this because it's not easy. It's not hard for me to just memorize what she said and like make it some type of funny way in my brain. So it's like when it comes back up, it's like I know exactly what she said because I was able to relate it to a joke faster than other people. So I always just remember the joke because I want to make myself feel good, and like that feedback mechanism, because I know I'm going to laugh at the joke when I remember it. It allows me to just remember shit instantly because like I made it fun, and it's like that's like the hack you can do. But like if I didn't get all of that cod liver oil, would I have been able to think of those jokes and be so like gregarious and funny? It's like I don't know, because I see other people in a depressed state. I'm like, wow, they can't learn because you're not having fun. I was like, you don't think learning is fun, and if you don't have that belief, then how would it have been fun? You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Oh yeah.
So literally one of the reasons I come in here is because you get to learn from so many different backgrounds and literally cultures just from all around the world. And everybody has a different little set of knowledge to put in their own little 2 cents. And I get to have my voice heard when I want or need to. And like, it's just about, so does everybody else who actually puts forth the effort. This is an amazing little thing that we have going here. Thank you for everybody.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he nailed it. But I think it also serves us in life as well. The better that we're able to communicate, like, the mental wranglings that are going on in our mind with a like group of people, the more that now when you're going upon the world, when you have to like speak to someone that's probably not at the same intellectual capacity because they haven't taken the time to formulate their words properly, you have a huge strategic advantage over them. Huge. Because like you've taken the time to like think about very complex subjects. So the simple subjects that everybody else is struggling with, you can always help them figure those out. It's the whole thing I was talking about, the problem solving. Because the more that you get your thoughts out, the more that they don't boggle or plague your mind, that monkey mind thing goes away and you can laser focus on what you want to do. Because you got rid of all the noise. But most people don't want to get rid of their noise because it's kind of like awkward and whatever.
Ginkle's left again.
Maybe he'll come back.
That's the most cringy after show I was at.
Are you talking about Oakley or something?
Yeah.
What happened?
It's even Nathan has even pointed out, and I've stated so many times that. So they're like, oh, but they should have like. So they try to say that they should get Nathan somehow to talk to or be a guest in what's that dude, the famous, I forgot, jiu-jitsu guy that hangs around.
Joe Rogan?
Eddie Bravo.
Yeah, Eddie Bravo.
Yeah.
Oh.
And we're like, even Nathan was like, yeah, but this is, he shouted me out. Doesn't mean that he's willing to have a sit down or yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, dude, it's like you're asking, and then Arwen says, well, you should come to my show, da, da, da. I told him, the difference is that, yes, Arwen can help Nathan. Nathan can help Arwen because their popularity is trying to simmer. But what's Nathan going to bring to Eddie Bravo? There's no clout, for Eddie Bravo. It will only be clout one way, right? And then that's exactly right. There's no point. And they're talking about, then it should be like a conversation between him and Neil deGrasse Tyson. And I was like, fuck y'all. It's again the same bullshit. They have nothing to win with Neil deGrasse.
Okay.
It's like this. It's the same bullshit. It's like y'all, y'all have nothing to bring to them. They have everything to lose and nothing to bring. They got nothing to gain.
To be fair, sorry, I agree with you that everything about like NDT and all those guys, but with Eddie, it's a bit different because he's had Eric Dubay on his podcast, and Eric Dubay isn't like bringing clout or anything. I think he just wants to talk about Flat Earth.
I agree. Still, but how much when Eric Dubay had a actual let's say it's a sub in YouTube, he had over millions. What did you say?
Yeah. Would you like
it was up there? But how many subscribers does?
Would you guys like to bring Eddie Bravo to the server so like he can have a conversation here?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that this popularity, in other words, he had subs, he had people that they had. In other words, Eddie Bravo had at least, let's say, 500,000 people that could probably start listening to him because Eric Dubay went to Eddie Bravo's show. What is it? How many subscribers does Nathan Oakley has? What, 50,000 maybe? If
I don't know. I mean, you're right from that perspective, but I just feel like Eddie's different. You know, he's not doing it for the clout thing. I mean, what does he have to gain? You know, he's not going to have flat earthers buying his jiu-jitsu memberships and stuff. You know.
I understand. That's why he only does it like once a year or so. He doesn't do this 100% of the time.
Yeah, I don't think he's got anything to lose though, because he's put his name out there enough, along with the flat Earth kind of.
It's not that he has nothing to lose. He doesn't. I'm saying he doesn't have nothing to gain from it. Only one that will gain will be Nathan. 7,000 subscribers, Nathan Oakley. That's
true. I guess there's no harm in trying though.
I mean, there would be harm, but what I'm saying is there's no. Even though, yes, he loves speaking about it, he gave him a shout out. That's hell of a freaking awesome shit. But having to say you already gave you a shout out, and I'll be like, hey, would you want to speak to me? That's pretty cringy, man.
I mean, it depends on how he goes about it, right? If he just if he puts an open invitation out and he just goes, "Hey Eddie, anytime you want to come on the show, just let me know.
Exactly.
We'd love to have you." But
for 7,000 subs, I understand. Like I said, the only one that would have to gain will be Nathan. Eddie will have nothing to gain off of this.
That's true. I don't think it's that kind of relationship.
But sometimes it's like. Sometimes maybe they're looking for someone to have a deeper conversation with them, but they can't find them in the universe that they're in. Because if no one's like, think about like Eddie Bravo. He's on Joe Rogan. It's like he's probably in a universe of people that are like gone. They're not like very grounded because they have all this money and resource and power. But Eddie Bravo seems very disciplined. Like to learn jiu-jitsu is a very disciplined martial art. It's not a lazy kid sport. You know what I mean? Like these are the kids that like think through every bodily movement to like when position over someone so that they can choke them out.
I understand.
I mean, like it's I
definitely understand
very, like, detail oriented. So I think he would want to come have a conversation here, if anything.
He had a conversation. Like I said, he had a conversation with Eric Dubay because Eric Dubay had a lot of people hearing his voice. It was something that, and so that's what I'm saying. The difference is that it's a big difference between Eric Dubay and Nathan Oakley. Huge,
of course.
So do you think that Eddie Bravo had something to gain when he spoke to Eric Dubay?
Yeah, but it's just another voice for him to listen to. You never know how those voices are going to interact or whether they'll get along swimmingly. You never know. But it's almost interesting to bring people that are having that conversation together so that you just see where the conversation goes.
Dude, if we put it like that, if you bring Eric Dubay here, will you think the servers would not fill out?
Maybe for a bit, yeah.
And then you don't think our stream will at least see 1,000 people watching it?
Yeah, probably. But what's wrong with that?
That's what I'm saying. No, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying there isn't nothing wrong with that. But how many people would Nathan Oakley bring compared to? It's the same. And Nathan Oakley comes to our server. How many people would come?
But you never know.
I mean,
'cause you
probably
never
the
know
same
who's
amount of
involved in that.
No, it
But you
would
never
not
know
get
who's
filled. Nathan
involved in
Oakley
that
been here.
conversation at that day, right? You never know who's involved in that conversation at that day.
I didn't mean the same amount of people as Eric DeBow. I just meant probably the same people that are here all the time.
Yeah.
You know?
Exactly. What I'm saying is that there's a difference between Eric DeBay and Nathan Oakley, meaning there's a popularity difference.
Huge
Yeah,
difference.
that's what I mean. That's why I say that. Well, Nathan Oakley compared to Eric DeBay going to speak to Eddie Bravo is a big difference because Eric DeBay has a lot of people that he has reached, unlike Nathan Oakley. Now Nathan Oakley would in a few years probably reach 100,000 people. Yeah, Eric DeBay would definitely sit with the dude.
Yeah, but Nathan Oakley he does his own thing as well. But in this server and Nathan Oakley's server or his show, it's just it's just people having the conversation about the subject matter. You know what I mean? That's all it is. And like his way of speaking is different from my way of speaking, and everyone's different. But that doesn't mean like certain people wouldn't get along because they speak differently. It's like sometimes it's like when you see the back and forth and the questions that they ask each other, that kind of determines how that conversation goes. But you'll never know if they never knew about each other, right? Because
what I'm saying,
I don't know that he goes into some of these. You know what I mean? I don't know that he's researching knows about some of these servers or that Nathan Oakley even exists.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
What I'm saying is that everybody at least knows that Nathan Oakley exists and actually give him a shout out, right? So we understand that, right? He probably would have.
Okay, so
if you wanted to have a conversation, he would have called him already, right? Now the thing is this:
what was he invited to?
No, he hasn't. They're just trying to make they're trying to manifest something, I guess.
Well, what I'm saying is that
Nathan Oakley himself is saying it wouldn't be possible. Yes, because exactly the same thing I'm saying.
I was talking about this. I was talking about this server. This server. Our server, not Nathan Oakley.
Sorry. No, I mean, I must have missed something because my wife asked me a question. What I was speaking was with somebody going to Eddie Bravo's. I mean, not Eddie Bravo's location. Which I'm trying to say is like an amateur trying to fight a pro fighter. Because again, it's an amateur. I understand that. What I'm saying is the popularity wise and the way it's not about the conversation.
Why are you worried about the popularity?
Listen, it's not me. It's not me worrying about it. As I'm saying is that's the way it works. Unless
it works the way that it works. Invitations are sent out all the time.
Yeah,
people accept or deny.
Okay, well,
but it always depends on who.
But again, you think Eddie Bravo will accept an invitation from Nathan Oakley?
I don't know. I don't know how Nathan Oakley speaks to people. I know about when I speak to people. I can't speak for other people.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess you're missing the point then.
Perhaps.
I see crypto.
Guten Tag.
Is that crypto?
Yeah. How's it going? Like, one day, man.
¿Cómo estás, señor?
No habla español.
Allegedly.
It sounds so great with an English accent, though.
Viva la Flanco.
Buenos dias. I only know a few words in Spanish, but. Tudo bem?
Tudo bem?
Oh, bit of Portuguese, very nice. Ni hao.
Why not? Fuck it.
Oh, yeah. Ohio Konbanwa.
I have no idea what that means.
Oh. Ohio Gozaimasu.
Good morning.
It is good morning, and then Ohio Konbanwa is good evening. It's Japanese.
What language?
Japanese.
Konnichiwa.
Annyeonghaseyo. There you go.
Kwajaniseo.
Annyeonghaseyo. Anyone? So that's a no. Oh, I disconnect for you.
Mike check.
Hello.
Hello, Gosper. I've got breaking news. We have this just in. A direct measurement has been done by Global Believers off the coast of California. Let's go to our correspondent in the field. They have found a over 200-foot drop in a 20-mile stretch of ocean. And I'm bullshitting. Back to you, Gospel Bear.
You say, is it a wave? It's like they just found a wave and they're like, curvature! It's curving water!
Curving water. Haven't you ever... Actually, I've heard that argument. The water doesn't curve, and they're like, haven't you heard of waves? And it's like... Oh, gee. I don't know how to argue with this person. They're like, yes, I won. Oh. Yes, you did, sir. You did win. Congratulations. Now you can go collect your participation trophy in the back of the room.
Don't let your dunce cap. Put it on. Make sure it doesn't fall off. There's a window over there you can lick.
I've heard so many crazy examples of curved water. And they're the reification fallacies or non sequiturs, or there's something. They're just wrong. Like ice.
Yeah, ice sculptures. I don't know if you've... I heard ice sculptures once, and I was just like, no, just no.
Do you find it acceptable what you just spoke out of your mouth? What? So I guess all of the VC verifieds are just MIA now. They were in and out for the last few hours, and then they oofed. They oofed away. Whoa.
You know, not to state the obvious, but if that measurement could be done, it would have been done, and we wouldn't be here 5 years later. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Or just a like an absurd release from NERSA. I don't know why, for whatever reason. I was going to say NERSA, but then I knew it was NASA, and I was going to just go ahead and say NASA, but then I was like, yeah, I'll just go with it. But yeah, whatever. Like, what if they just were like, okay, fine, guys. Yeah, sure. We have like 40 million photos, actual photos, raw images of Earth. We just think that they're ugly. We've been sprucing them up, but here, okay? Now shut up. But like that is, how is that not? I don't know. I can't figure that out. I mean, I can. It's quite obvious because it just doesn't exist. But the photos don't exist. But if they did, I cannot conceive of a reason why. Why not? just because they're ugly is the claim. That's what at least that's what I understand of their claim, is that the reason that they don't show actual photographs of Earth is because it's all dull in color and it doesn't look the way that we've been raised to believe, and there's a part truth in there. I mean, does anybody you get where I'm coming from in saying that, like, that's the role that they should, I mean, that's what they should do if they could? Wouldn't that help their case if such a thing existed?
No, then what we're gonna ask them is, why would they lie?
No one ever lies. I mean, has anyone ever lied before?
No, not at all. I've not seen it.
No. Especially not governments. Why would governments
These
lie?
guys?
Wow.
Salt of the earth, these guys.
But just what amazes me even more is when you ask them, like, oh, do you think governments lie? They're like, obviously, but not about that. And you're like, how would you possibly know what they're lying about? Like, you
Exactly.
That's the point of the lie. If you know it's a lie, it doesn't work. You fucking idiot.
True.
So true.
Oh.
Thank you, Jimsy. You're always there for me.
Do you know what really amazes me is that we have to explain this to them. Like, you didn't figure this out yet. This is like bargain basement logic. You didn't figure this out, you're not going to get the Earth's flat.
Exactly. And the thing is, like, I would never even try to have them rush the process, because, like, if I rush the process, your brain's gonna break. I was like, I already know.
It's like you just see them just stop, and then just smoke starts pouring out the ears. Oh shit, I broke him. Put him down. Pour cold water on him. Give him 10 minutes.
A brain that is dead cannot be resuscitated.
I see, like, bread. Say again.
There you go.
No, I see like a breadcrumb process. It's like I have to literally drop one breadcrumb at a time. It's like I almost can't overfeed it, you know?
Yeah.
You were coming in super low, Jimsy.
I was trying to broach this. Yeah. I was trying to broach the subject of the Georgia Guidestones with my family earlier, and they both looked at me like, they're like,
"How'd that go?"
About as well as you'd expect. My sister was like, "But what's the point of you telling me this?" And I was like, "Does there need to be a point?" Like, the point of the story is the story. I don't know.
And they can't get that. I'm like, yo, maybe I'm just saying what I think. I was like, are you even thinking over there?
What really saddens me is that my family are like, they're very intelligent people and they just don't get certain things, and you just think,
oh, my family too, hyper intelligent when it comes down to like basic shit. When it gets more complicated than they want to consider, they tap out. I'm like, oh, so you're the lazy one here. It's like, now I know it's not me. It's like, it's you.
Yeah, because it's not like it's not their ability to think. Like, it's that they can't be bothered to think. Then that's much worse. It's like, if you're just a complete dumbass, fine, I just won't even bother. But I know you can. I know you can figure this out. You just don't want to. That's actually worse.
Yeah. Oh, I understand. Yo, literally, Crypto, I cut off everybody in one fell swoop. I was like, woof, I cut off everybody. And then what I said to myself was like, you know, I'm just gonna sit over here, build all the things that my mind can produce, but like quietly, off grid, off path, so anyone can see what I did. And then they're like, oh, these guys, he's got a brain. And like, yeah, I got a brain. I was like, so it's like I realized you almost need the physical evidence so that the idiots can see it, because they're not smart enough to figure out the conversation.
But a lot of the time, even when you present them physical evidence, this is like, What's that for?
But remember, it always has to come down. It always has to come down to like what they believe they can create in reality. Because it's like what they can create is at a certain level, and should you exceed that by a multiple, they're like, oh, this fucking guy's smarter than me. I obviously think I'm smarter than you. But it's like I hate that it's that way because it's like you can't even have the conversation because they're like mind locked on where they're at in terms of what they think they can do or create. Because that's where the fear sets in.
Yeah, and I think the mind lock is really it's really easy to demonstrate with, for instance, Eratosthenes, right? That's a fantastic example because Eratosthenes, as everyone here knows, doesn't prove anything. And you can calculate the circumference of your flat floor through his method. Everyone knows that. It's just math.
Exactly, yeah. It makes sense, yeah.
But like trying to explain, I remember trying to explain this to someone for about 30 minutes before, and I was actually trying to get him to repeat back the assumptions that Eratosthenes made. And he wouldn't do it. And it's just like, bam, even he tells you he does this. Like, you're the only person in the world who doesn't know this,
but they can't see the assumptions, because I'm like, I try to like laser focus their mind. I'm like, is that an assumption or is that something we know? And it's like they can't get past it. I'm like, yo, is he assuming it or do we know it? And like they're like, no, he knows. I'm like, no, he's assuming he knows, and he's convincing you that he knows, but he's assuming that fact because it can't be established as a fact.
Well, because the problem is that they've already built all of this ego on top of it. So first of all, they quote unquote know that you're thick. They quote unquote know that they're correct. And if the thing that makes those two things true actually isn't true, then they have to start all over again. They don't want to.
Exactly.
So therefore, it isn't an assumption because he knows you're thick and he knows that he's right. But of course he doesn't. If his evidence is based on assumptions, so it can't be assumption; it must be fact. It's fucking. You can see them building it in their brain and then trying to explain it back to them. This is what they're doing. They'll deny it because you're the stupid flat earther pointing it out. It's just so fucking meta. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but that's why I was just like, Jerry, you're taking so much energy trying to solve other people's problems. I was like, you know what? Fuck them and their problems because they're not going to figure it out anyway. I was like, so I just took all of my energy back and focused it on myself. I was like, yeah, I get whatever I want right now. Like I'm looking at like 108-foot like Mangusta yachts now. I'm like, fuck it, let me just see how much this bitch costs. I'm like, all right, $3 million. I was like, all right, how can I find fucking $3 million from the fucking idiots that exist around me? Literally. At that point, if I can't get a yacht, I was like, you told me the guy in the yacht is smarter than me? No fucking way. No fucking way. So it's like, it changes your mindset and how you like see ideas and like, it's like, I don't know, it's just, I'm tired of being around morons, bro. And I'm just like, I'm going to charge them now.
Yeah, sometimes I wish I was a little less moral because, I mean, what I would probably do is just, I would be like, okay, what do stupid people spend money on? I will lie to them to extract their money. Like, if I had no morals, that's exactly what I would do.
Well, listen, I had them, and I was, you know what, enough. I was like, these morals aren't serving me very well. I was like, go get this money, go fucking, militarily arm my fucking compound and get a boat on the water that has Gulf access, and I'm out. I was like, I'm not fucking dealing with idiots anymore.
Guess how many people have to wear masks on my yacht? 0.
I think the answer to your question, Crypto, is OnlyFans, isn't it?
Crypto, are you gonna start an OnlyFans?
Why not? Fuck it.
Yeah, fuck it. Listen, that's the way to make money, bro. There's gotta be an option here.
So that's to be fair. I remember seeing a TikTok of some guy who's. Do you guys know the Kuma meme?
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy literally looked exactly like the Kuma meme. And he was like, and he had an English accent, which made it even worse, because I fucking feel so ashamed. And he was like, I engage in self-love 6 times a day. And I was like, a day? A day? You can't have a job if you're doing that all day. You can't do anything. You would just be. And then it was 7 times a week, and I was like, I couldn't work out if this guy was lying or not. But then he's going on about, I support women's work online, and I was just like, Jesus Christ, you think you're supporting women by jerking off to them online? Like, how many problems are there with this guy's thought process? Like, I can think of at least 5 off the top of my head. I'm not even trying.
Yo, I have one of my best friends who jerks off 6 times a day, bro.
Sorry, it's a bit sordid, isn't it? Go on.
Here's the funny part: his life is in utter shambles, and I'm looking at him. I'm just like, "Yo, bro, stop jerking off." I was like, "How about you focus up a little bit?"
Yeah, literally.
And he just can't hear me. I'm just like, "All right, bro." Like, keep on.
Go and get a girlfriend. But most of that shit will solve itself.
Yo, fucking hilarious, bro. It is what it is. Leave him there, bro. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, I'm fairly convinced that autosexuality is on the spectrum. That's part of the agenda. And by spectrum, I'm referring to like homosexuality, transgenderism, pedophilia, autosexuality, bestiality. I think that it's all on a spectrum, and autosexuality is definitely one of them.
Well, what do you mean by autosexuality?
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Self.
Does it mean like beating up?
Right. So, what they call self-love, which actually isn't self-love, it's actually very destructive. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, because obviously, look, men who do that all the time are pathetic. We all know that. We all know that. Like, there's like probably a healthy range, which I have no idea what that would be. But men who are only doing that, they're pathetic, and everyone knows it.
I agree.
So if they're pushing that shit, then it's because it makes men weaker.
Of course, I agree. So I agree with that position, but I think there's a balance in there. So it's like the more that you jerk off, the less that you're going to accomplish. So there's this, I forgot this guy's some Asian doctor, I can find his name. Basically says is like he basically says like ancient chi art. It's like you're building chi through just jerking off, but it's like you're not supposed to bust. You know what I mean? So if you're busting all day, no good. But if you're jerking off all day, you're building chi. So it's like he just says like people have forgotten like this self-love thing is like so many people are focused outwardly into what's going on with other people that they don't even build their own chi when it's right in their hand. You know what I mean? It's like, no, build your chi, just don't bust. But the guys that are jerking off and busting all day, that's why they're just fucking lackadaisical. Like they're draining all their energy. Remember, that's a life creating force. But you just, you're coming in, you're squirting on the tiles all day. Like, what are you doing? It's like, it's valuable, dick.
Yeah, but even if they're not quote unquote busting, they're still like giving their brain cheap dopamine. They're basically overdosing their brain with dopamine, which is, more addictive than heroin.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You can still get the dopamine release, but don't bust. It's like
no, but this is the thing.
So the more you stretch it out, it's like you still get the dopamine hit.
The act of giving yourself cheap dopamine all the time, that is, I think, it's proven to shrink your brain.
Yeah, I agree. So you become more animal than man at that point, because you can't really function and like command any attention because you can't even hold your own attention. You become so impulsive.
Just to be clear, the drugs like heroin or whatever, all drugs do is cause your body to release those things at different rates and intensities. They themselves are not the thing that are doing anything. The drug is already in you. Adrenaline, dopamine, all the other neurochemicals they're already in us. Which means
it's just triggering the release. They're just triggering the release at different states. I mean, different percentages, right? So let's say 0 to 100.
Which means that we have the capacity in and of ourselves and our body. It stands to reason that our body has those for a reason, and if we, but through different functions, whether we broke our leg and our body needs to do something in order for us to not pass out, right? Or a happy, good thing happens and then there's release, whatever. they're there for a reason, and we can access them without substance assistance. That's what I used to tell the youth in the drug program that I worked in. I was in a group home with these young kids, 13 to 17, that were all part of the system as a result of having gone through juvie or whatever and drug charges, and then they came to live with me for a year. But that was one of the things that I shared with them was, guys, drugs are just lazy man's way out. And it was a challenge that they actually were provoked by, which was my intention. They were fascinated by the fact that, that's how it is. And anyway, knowledge.
No, I understand completely, yeah. At the end of the day, it's like, the reason that they didn't focus their mind on what they actually wanted to accomplish is because in the beginning, they didn't believe they could have accomplished that thing. Because once you started there, that's where you're going to end. Because you had to have the belief before you actually took the action. And you wouldn't have taken the action if you didn't believe you could do that action. It's like, imagine like getting in the ring with Mike Tyson. You'd never get in the ring unless you believed you could beat Mike Tyson. You had to have that belief. It might not go your way, but you had to
or
have
you believed that you were going to.
Hey, what happened?
I think he just cut out.
His mic got muted, I'm pretty sure.
I got cut out as well. I think Discord's having problems.
No. Oh, he's deafened.
Oh, he might have just had to go for a phone call. Sometimes he does that as well.
Oh, okay.
He'll probably come back in about 2 minutes and say, "I'm the worst person in the world." Then something else. It's kind of his shtick. So.
So, from what you guys were talking about, you were talking about like the effects of what drugs have on people and how they make your brain smaller, basically, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
I kind of came in halfway through the conversation, but things like video games and masturbation have an effect on us the same way that drugs do.
Well, remember, I can't measure it, right? But I assume someone has measured this before. But it's like, obviously, like, I don't trust just pictures, so it's like I almost have to like, be able to like get to the point where it's like I have my own electron microscope so I can look at shit and figure out like, all right, what is going on there biochemically? But it's like until I can look, I won't know. It's like I'll be believing, and like I don't, I learned not to fucking go down that road,
So the way that they conclude these matters of levels and stuff is through MRIs as well as blood tests. So they infer, to my knowledge, this is how it works. They infer based on the MRI and the different parts of the brain being lit up in relationship to, okay, this drug does this. This behavior does this. At both situations, the brain is lighting up in the same places, and the blood tests are matching proportionately, and therefore, like, it's that level of inference. So all of the graphics and pictures that they draw and the little dopamine things floating around in your bloodstream, I don't know about all that for sure, but they're definitely, experientially, I've never done drugs.
But remember, you still have the feeling sense within yourself. I think it's like the more that you're able to like grade how you actually felt and figure out like, is this serving you or, taking you in the place you don't want to go? If you can't come in consciousness of like, how did you feel and what action did you take, then you're never going to figure this out. because you're letting your just emotions run wild and you're just exuding them because you have no conscious control over what was my emotion. Why did I feel that way? Like, why? Like, how am I processing this? Am I getting what I want? And if I'm not getting what I want, I'm always going to be fucking, a slave to like how I felt. Because the thing is, getting what you want takes conscious thought. Exuding emotion takes no thought.
Somebody's hot micing something. Oh, I think it's Crypto.
It's Crypto. Ban him.
Yeah.
Yo, mate, did you see that? You think I was in the wrong?
Stupid, they do like 40 miles an hour.
I looked, I indicated for ages, I didn't see anyone, I went, and then he slams into my... And then he blames me, and I'm thinking, I didn't fucking see you. He must have been on the road.
Oof.
Wait, did he almost get in a car accident?
No, I think he actually got hit, but he's yelling, so I think he's okay.
I muted him just to protect his privacy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn, that sucks.
I would hate to be on the other end of him yelling at me because he's so eloquent. You would feel so puny. Oh,
exactly. You'd be torn to shreds. It would like ruin your life fucking once.
I think it was a worthwhile conversation to hear, but it's his privacy, so...
No, I understand. That's fine.
That was an interesting experience. Thank you, whoever muted me.
We heard, just for clarity, we did hear about 5 seconds of a little bit of it, but then you got muted.
So some dickhead in the cycle lane. Well, bikes are only meant to, in London, bikes are only meant to cycle in cycle lane, right? I mean, they cycle wherever they want and they cycle all over the place. So anyway, I'm in the road and I've looked across, I've looked for ages, I've been indicating nothing, no one there, nothing. I turn left, cyclist hits me in the side. And I'm like, where the fuck did he come from? So he must have either been going way too fast or must have been in the road where he shouldn't have been. I don't know what happened, but anyway, I got out, he was okay, and he's looking at me like I was at fault. And I was like, are you serious? I didn't even have to get out to check if you're okay. I could have just driven off. And here he is. It's just like, I just think that these people are a bit like, oh, you know what? He's just, the fucking cunt has just driven past me. He's on an electric bike. That's why he was going so fast. So he's on an electric bike in the bike lane, not really looking where he's going, not caring that people are indicating, and he's just... But the thing is, when you're in this situation, when you're actually the weaker person on the road, you should be driving defensively because you could kill yourself.
Exactly. It's your life.
Yeah. Anyway, whatever. Like, I'm not really that shaken up because I know that I wasn't in the wrong. But it's like, I'm amazed that people do that to themselves. You know.
Oh yeah.
Do you have any damage to your vehicle, Crypto?
No, only cosmetic stuff. Not even really any scratches. So. But I was indicating for ages, and then I turned and then smashed. So.
How you doing, mate? You alright?
Yeah, you're right, Chad. How you doing, mate?
Oh, I just done 3 miles jog, so getting
fit.
Yeah.
Yeehaw.
Any good combos in here today? Discussions?
Not really. That's still flat.
Hanging out, cracking jokes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched a bit of what's his name? QE And these guys saying that, you know, observational science, quite an odd term. You've got to do more than just look at something to make it science, I think. But there you go. That's my opinion.
Well, if observational science is a thing, then literally everything is science. Because there's very little that you can do without looking at it first. So everything is science now. So if I check out a girl walking past, that's science?
Yeah.
Okay. Science doesn't have any value then, I guess.
Just totally meaningless.
Yeah.
Which is pretty much what postmodernism says, isn't it? Postmodern science, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so.
Or in the words of Francis Schaeffer, the age of non-reason.
Yeah. Is there any regular Globers in here? I saw a couple yesterday. They were from times past. Can't remember what their names were now.
Yeah, I saw Frost Knight yesterday, but he kind of leapt out before I could get in. Yeah. Wonder if he's still brain dead.
I guess at least some of those guys actually can actually understand an argument. You know, they are actually speaking English, and they do. You know, they can actually comprehend. But you get a lot of guys who don't even comprehend. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of them don't even really, they're not even at the level where they can even understand what you're saying, which is really sad. Because they're so convinced, we were talking sense about 10 minutes ago, they're so convinced that you're stupid that anything you say must be wrong.
Yep.
And so they won't even have the conversation with you at any honest level.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they can't, because it's like, it's the reason that they fear the conversation is because like they know deep down within themselves they don't want to really have to put forth the work that they've done or the research they've done because they don't want to be wrong, so they'll always shy away from that interaction.
Yeah, I've got no idea why they do what they do.
Me either.
I don't understand why they hassle us as well. It's like, okay, you've got your belief, we've got our belief. Why don't you just stay over there with your belief? Why do you come here?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, why do you come here? Because, like, you know, I think it's like in the conversation, like, hey, these guys are actually able to have a conversation with me about this topic, but they don't understand why. I'm like, you don't understand why because you didn't take enough time to look into the subject matter, so then you can speak about it intelligently. So when they trip on their words or they lost in their thoughts or they don't know what question to ask, and that's because like that anxiousness takes over them. They can't feel that feeling because that's them thinking that they're stupid. But it's not that you're stupid. You didn't try hard enough. You didn't focus enough. Like, there's no stupid people. There's people that just can't focus.
I disagree with that. There are definitely stupid people.
Because they can't focus. But it's like, if they learned how to focus.
No, some people are just idiots.
No, think about taking them as a young child. Like, imagine like I would have beat them savagely, like think about like a you know, what are those dogs? You know,
like a pit bull,
German Shepherd. No, what's the one like pointy nose, black?
Yeah, German
Doberman.
Doberman pinchers. Like, imagine you train like a Doberman pinscher to be like super focused, super laser, like everything perfect. You can do that in your child as well. but the child's not going to like the pain that goes along with that type of training. See what I mean? But you could.
I don't agree.
Train
It's like
child.
no. Okay, let's put it this way, right? Could you ever train a pit bull to run as fast as a whippet?
No.
Why not?
Because of the biophysical, like, limitations of that animal.
Yeah, it's not physically capable, right?
Yeah, it's not physically capable.
So some people have mental limitations. But they just can't think that way.
Of course. But so what plagues my mind is, like, I say to myself, it's like, well, if I were trying to be in charge, what I would do is, like, I'd make sure, like, I feed the peasants the shit that doesn't make their brain grow, but their bodies can still work and be productive. You know what I mean?
Sure,
I was saying is, like, my father used to, like, shove cod liver oil in my face at, like, 5 years old. I think 5 years old, like 3 years old. You know what I mean? Like, and I hated the taste of it. But then when I look into the research of it, I'm like, oh, that's like one of those, like, it's a precursor to neurological development. So it's like, I felt like a genius, but I was like, man, I never said anything. I just sat in the corner because I realized my mind told me that was the best play. Never say that you're smarter than you actually are, because then someone else is trying to constantly test your intelligence, but they're stupid. So they're going to be just burning through your time through their own stupidity because they haven't taken the time to do the research themselves.
Oh, sure.
But like how much of their not knowing are you going to let burn into your life? That's the thing. That's the counterbalance here. The more that you know you don't have to worry about what the people that don't know are doing because they don't know. But you have to literally let them not know over there. Because it's like they're only going to suck your energy because you do know. And you're constantly going to be able to answer their questions because you know. But, you have to figure out how much of your energy do you give to them and how much do you keep to yourself. Because remember, you know how to do research, you know how to figure out answers for things. But never let them suck your energy, because I realize that just doesn't fucking work.
We've got to roll this entrant into the VC. He was here for a second. His name was Mortek. If he comes back, he got nervous that fast. No. I don't know anybody. Seriously, though, I feel very, very limited in my social context, social network, because I don't network on social media, quote unquote.
Probably for the best.
Discord is literally the only. There's church to an extremely small degree. Living in a town of nobody, less double-digit numbers is nobody to me.
So how many people are in your town?
My family, just under 100. Average age is
in your
close
town.
to
100 people
is close to 80 years old is the average age. Almost everybody here is retired. Yeah. I moved to #paradise.
Where are you?
North Dakota.
I don't know if you mind me asking, but I'm just curious.
Nah, it's fine. Middle of nowhere, North Dakota. I live in almost Canada. I live more north than 1/3 of all Canadian residents at the 49th parallel or 49th latitude, whatever.
Cool.
Yeah. Yep. But it is not. It had pros and cons. I don't like big cities anyway, so not complaining.
What's up, everyone?
Hello.
Chill. What's up, brother?
What's up? Not much. Finally, some sun, man. Last few days was pissing rain.
Oh, wow.
Oh, well. Any Globers in the house?
No, we've been poking the ones that have been trying to come in, but they're all like nervous and stuff.
Yeah, Ruther just joined us, but I think he or she was a flat earther or looking into it?
Yeah. I'm looking into a lot of stuff and like some magnetism and stuff like that. I really want to like learn about like the Tesla coils and all that stuff.
Okay.
And that that need to learn about that stuff didn't come up until I started looking into flat Earth.
Awesome stuff. Yeah. Have you heard about Ken Wheeler?
Who?
Ken Wheeler.
No, I don't think I've heard of Ken Wheeler before.
Yeah, he's a glower, but he has some interesting views about how electromagnetism and stuff like that works on the Earth. Yeah.
Okay.
I can look up his channel 1 second.
Yeah.
He's pro Tesla, anti Einstein, so that
there we
gives
go.
him
Okay.
a
Step in
little
the right
bit
direction.
of but still he's a flat earther and he's a glower and a camera expert, which makes it I think a bit fishy, man. Camera expert and then not understanding that the new technologies we have these days with the high-end zoom cameras makes us debunk the globe very easily.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
Love to like learn about that stuff, how to utilize it, see if I can set something up in my house that like utilizes magnetism and Tesla coils and all that stuff. Try and figure things out here.
So I've posted this channel. Yeah, he has a couple of interesting views about how electromagnetism can be used instead of the quote-unquote gravity narrative and stuff like that. He has a few books out and yeah.
All right, I'll look into it.
Sure. I'm not saying he's correct, right? I'm not saying he's correct, but he's a guy that holds an alternative view on how the world works. And yeah.
It's always good to have someone think that way, yeah. Oh man, sorry if I sound like absolutely tired. I'm on like a diet right now, and I just kind of like had like a cheat meal real quick, and that cheat meal is making me want to pass out, dude. And can't really do that because I'm at work.
Yeah, I hear that a lot. I don't eat diets. I'm a slim person, but when I hear that a lot, when people take a sneak meal, then their body is like refusing it. It's like, I need to shut down now.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's the diet I'm doing is actually pretty intense. It's the carnivore diet or the zero carb diet, where it's like strictly like meat, and that's about it. Just testing it out and see what it does for my body. Then I went out and got Chick-fil-A today, and I'm regretting that right now.
Yeah.
The standard American diet is so trash. It's actually so bad for you. It's crazy. And it's designed that way, so.
Yeah, well, good luck with that, man. Hope you achieve what you wanted to do.
Yeah, I appreciate it. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of join and kind of listen while I did some of my work at the computer here.
Yeah, sure. We also have, if you're interested, a few channels about nutrition and health. So you could, if you are interested, you scroll down. Let me look at it. Maybe I can tag it. Nutrition. Yeah, so I just tagged you in it.
Sweet. All right, well, I gotta get back to work. I'm gonna mute my mic real quick.
Okay, cool. Cool. welcome extremists. Oh, wrong chat. And now back to the biggest glower of all, Dave Hinkle.
Obviously and observably a globe. What's your problem?
Yeah, man. I always see a horizon, right?
Yeah, I mean, everywhere you look, there's globes, so it must be a globe. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Have you tried to talk to Ruther yet? You got
Yeah,
to verify.
Yeah,
Oh, that was Ruther? Okay.
Yeah, that was. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going back to the globe. There was a direct measurement of Earth curvature done today. I reported on it earlier, but that was bullshit.
Oh. Who done it?
These globe believers went out to a 20-mile stretch of ocean water, and they detected 260-foot drop between point A and point B with a direct measurement.
Oh.
But that did not really happen.
Oh.
Because if that really had happened, none of us would be here 5 years plus. You know?
Imagine.
That's
right?
all they need to do, really. Just go out there, find that hump of water. It'd be simple, right?
Right.
It's a globe.
Yeah. Instead, you got these anti-flat earthers.
Yeah.
Coming here and then twisting everything. Yeah, go ahead.
You know, they just want to go round and round with the words, battling back and forth. And all they got to do is show us the damn curvature, you know. Is it that hard?
Oh, yeah.
Anyway.
It is that hard. Yeah, and then they come around and show us their simulation, right? I've punched in these numbers, and then look, in this simulation, the Earth is a ball. So, right, we have the black swan, and when I punch in these numbers and turn this dial, Earth becomes a ball again.
Yeah. They twist it and turn it any way to make their globe fantasy real. Meanwhile, we're just sitting here looking for some actual reality. It's not forthcoming. Back to somebody else. I'm getting ready to go into a dead zone.
Okay. Yeah, it was just at Nathan's, and this guy asked, so what was his question exactly? I don't want to strawman him. If we can show pressure in an open container, what would that prove? That was his question. Nathan said, well, you need a container, right, to get gas pressure. And then Chocolate asked him, so is an open container a container? And then he went, yeah, I'm not going to answer that. That's a loaded question. Oh. Because, of course, right, Nathan pointed out, Blue Marble Science coming in with an open container, whilst his title of his video is gas pressure without a container, and then he shows a long tube, which is a container, right? And these globe trench level zealots need to, they need to follow each other, right? They can't say, well, no, Blue Marble is wrong, right? And an open container is still a container. Can't do that, right? But eventually they will eat their own. they're basically already doing it. Neil deGrasse Tyson telling us the Earth turned underneath the football, and then the trench level zealots. No, Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong. Never turned underneath anything. So they eat their own to keep up the lies in the web they weaved. Oh, what a tangled web we weaved when first we practiced to deceive.
Yeah, Roger, I think it's giving me PTSD arguing with people over things.
Oh, I get that.
Seriously.
Yeah.
I have to actually talk to myself so that I can remind myself that it's not doing me any good.
Well, I can only laugh at this point because, and I know this is off topic and I'm going to bring it back, but I was in the supermarket and was paying my groceries, and then this girl behind the counter, she was talking to an acquaintance, and yeah, I'm gonna get married and this fall, and yeah, and hopefully everybody got the thing, and if they don't, then hopefully they got a test, and then the lady said, yeah, but yeah, you never know, right? You never know. So everything I laughed, right? It was like, okay, so you want people to get their thing and to get their test, and then at the end, yeah, well, you never know. So everything that was said was like, it's like shit, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
And I laughed. You're like, oh.
I'm about to drive 25 hours later on this month across the nation. To my sister's wedding.
So where are you heading from? And where are you heading from and to?
Indeed, to GA.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and
that'd be a nice drive. You didn't make stops.
I'm looking forward to it in a lot of different ways. You know, my parents haven't seen their grandkids for a little over 2 years, for instance. But anyway, if I am encountered with any level of vac supremacy or shaming, I'm already ready and prepared to just say, well, it was nice to see you. May God be with you.
Remember, they're gonna have their opinions and perspectives as well. But it's like, even if you know you're right, it's like, it's almost like, like, so I think about my family. My family's a piece of work, but it's like, I almost want to keep like dropping the breadcrumbs, because it's like, once I stop, I was like, they're not going to figure it out. But it's like,
let me ask you,
like, even though painstakingly as it may be, I was like, I'll still keep dropping the breadcrumbs.
That's what I wanted to ask is, I mean, do you ever get sad about the level of foolishness or ignorance?
Of course. Every day, all day.
Yeah. I mean, and that's how it is. It's like it's lost, and this is how it works. Have you ever had a friend that moved away, and then you guys were super close, but then just because of proximity, it just doesn't work out anymore, and then they make new relationships, and then they basically change altogether, new person, basically. Well, that's what it was like. I went off to college, and my sister basically was an influencing factor in their life, even though she's like 7 years younger than me. And she turned them as blue-pilled as you could possibly be over the course of like 20 years or whatever, however long
That's
it's
the
been.
course of like being around a certain demographic of people. Because remember, people think in groups, right? So it's like they're challenging each other mentally. But if they're not in a mentally challenging circle, then they can never be mentally challenged to the point where they can realize things. But remember, they're choosing their circle based on their own comfortability.
It makes me incredibly uncomfortable for the people that I love to look at me with, or treat me as though I'm, I don't know, that shame, imposed shame or whatever. I mean, that's a really painful.
The feelings stay within. I understand, but the feelings stay within you is under your conscious control. The way that they feel on their end towards you is, of course, an emotion that they're exuding towards you. But the choice to feel that feeling is still your choice. So it's like, I can just look at you like you're stupid. I don't have to co-sign the stupid look you're giving me. But should you want to sit down and reason and do the math together, I realize one of us are going to poop out faster than the other. And I know it's going to be you.
It's a refreshing take on it in regards to confidence in your decisions and your choices and stuff. And I have strong confidence. I do, and I'm strong on my convictions.
Cooper?
What's that?
Oh, sorry. I was talking to the dog, asking if he wants to go outside.
It's all good.
Talking to the dog, talk about crazy.
And if that's true, I ought to act like it. So I get that.
Exactly. Remember, it's your life at the end of the day.
Is this
and it's not just me that I have in mind, right? It's for the protection of my children and wife in mind, because they, like my children, they can't defend the decisions of their parents. So that puts them in an awkward place. It's just a really but it's, you know what? I think you're right though. It's worth going through that learning experience so that because
imagine if it clicks one day. You know what I mean? Imagine like the breadcrumbs you put down, like they actually pick them up and they actually think about it, and then it clicks. They're like, "Oh wow, you're trying to tell me the whole time." Yeah, I was trying to tell you the whole time, but you fucking took this long. Remember, like I would just hope that they catch it. Remember, I can't control if they do or they don't, but I know the right answer. So it's like I'm just gonna keep just dropping the breadcrumbs and just doing me while you figure it out. Because you can't slow down for other people. You're bound to like do yourself a disservice at that extent.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to my older brother, who's got a lot of influence with the rest of my family, and he's on the complete opposing side that I am on. And he was so condescending, and I just had to eat all of that and try to look past it. But after when we'd ended the conversation, I was sitting here crying. So I didn't realize, how badly it was affecting me.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is.
I understand. It makes sense. It's like, because like you're just pleading with someone to try to fucking listen to you. But at the end of the day, it's like, your pleading is like, it's an expectation that you're casting in your own mind that they treat you one type of way. But until you start to communicate with them in a sense where you see the reaction that you wanted the entire time, we almost have to take conscious control of like, how did I communicate this? Was I stern? Was I like not playing? Or was I like just trying to like hope they would listen? But if they're not the type of person that would listen in the first place, then you put that energy into someone that was not a listener. They're so hard charging in their mind. And I think that's what creates a lot of stupidity within men or man. Because the more that they're hard charging, they don't want to listen to anyone around them. That means they've not been willing to take in outside perspectives. So that means their vision is so narrow and so shallow, they can't listen because they don't want to go through that painful process of like knowing and not knowing and being challenged and talking through what they're feeling, what they're thinking. They don't want to go through that process. So they'll
isn't that a natural state of man? Like she gave the example of talking to her brother. I mean, brothers and sisters and family members as pillars of the family core. In a way, they're supposed to be there to support each other in many situations and keeping the family strong. Because the family. The core of the family is important, and its pillars like brothers and sisters, moms and dads, uncles. And at this moment, I see an unnatural state of the family environment, and
of course. But you see that with the degradation of the family was always going to be like the goal, because it's like individuals can be controlled way more than like groups.
Yeah, but that's the point. I didn't finish my point. That's my point. That it's unnatural. It's an unnatural environment.
I agree.
And if you think about who is coming into this conversation, who is inserting ideas into people's heads, it's not just the guy that you see, when someone at work, or it's actually the media. It's a whole machine that you are battling.
It's fabricated characters that are inputting this point of view into people's minds, and it's having an effect on people's day-to-days and decisions that otherwise it wouldn't happen if it wasn't by this programming.
Yeah, but like it's the whole like Matrix example. You know how the guy, he wants to get plugged back into the Matrix. He just wants to just go with the flow and just live a non-stressful life. That's a choice. People choose not to look at outlandish topics or conspiracy theories, or there's information that exists in the world, and some people want to consume a certain amount of it, no more, because they don't believe that their mind can handle more. They feel like if I look into this, I'm going to go crazy. But remember, like, it's just information. It didn't affect you that way. It was just information that existed. But people choose consciously not to consume it. So I can't make them consume it.
That cup of water is overflowing with extra information, bad information, BS information, and they're being bombarded with a lot of stuff that they even themselves can admit that is confusing because they don't understand it. It's just that it's coming from an authority from the groups, and since they've been getting that information every day, 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours a day, and the other people they normally talk to in their preset environments are passing the same information. Once you come with an alternative, a more fundamental, natural law, logical, objective side of things, they can't take it. Many people, they won't.
But that's
don't want to hear.
But that's why I feel like it's imperative that you use the Socratic method. You never can tell somebody something. You have to only let them come to the realization on their own. So that's why the Socratic method is so powerful, and they, kind of get rid of them because they were like, "Oh, this guy figured it out." If you just ask questions, and the subsequent nature of the question builds their mind to the point where they can understand a topic. If they don't get tired of answering questions, right? Because most people get tired of thinking. Because remember, to answer a question, you have to think. So that's where you turn that thinking brain.
Like almost like suggesting the alternative information, suggesting it, not pushing it, not shoving it.
Exactly, not pushing it, just suggesting it, and then seeing how they take the smallest suggestion. So your ability to break down complex topics into very small grains, that's the whole breadcrumb thing. I have to give you the smallest fact, you know what I mean? That like none of us can argue with. If we look it up together, this is a fact. And then build a smaller one on top of it, smaller, you know what I mean? Extremely slowly. And they'll get it if you do it that way. If you do it the other way and you're trying to tell and just show examples, it's like, yeah, but their brain didn't come to that realization point. Your brain did it the slow, painful way. You thought about it, but they haven't thought about any of it. So you have to make them think about it. And the only way you can make someone think is to ask them a question.
I agree with what you're saying, and the suggestion is powerful. But let's even when you suggest the alternative
question more than so the word I would use is question more than suggest. Question. Yeah. The suggestion is like you're putting forth
a lot of people
you're putting forth a claim in the suggestion,
and it's definitely applicable. A lot of people are open to what you're saying, and it's applicable to, I would say, a big amount of people out there, like a big number. But once they try to apply this and they try to go for the alternative information, they might go to the normal means of investigating or questioning.
Sure, that's fine. That's fine.
They may not even find an alternative. They're just gonna get the main information or an alternate construct of it.
Well, that's an assumption. You're saying that they're going to do that. But remember, it depends on what questions you ask them at what point.
Yeah.
Remember, it just takes sometimes a couple of questions, strategically placed that makes somebody else's brain start to, like ruminate on that question you ask them. So it's hard to do, but it's like if you ask the right question, then their mind is trapped into trying to figure out the answer.
You're right on what you're saying. It's just that to find that information, my point is that it's being made way more difficult, and even there's people that will find the correct information and they will flag it themselves with the cognitive dissonance and say this is not coming from our authority, so therefore it's not valid.
Of course, but the dissonance hits when the subject matter is too great for them to digest. That's why their brain shuts off. It's too much information. They can't reconcile this argument right now. So that's why it's like the smaller that you can break down that argument to small questions and understandings, the quicker that you can get them to have the whole pie. But you can't give them the whole pie. You have to almost give them like a pepperoni at a time.
Well, good advice.
You're right. Suggesting and questioning definitely is important. I remember that saying, question everything, and that used to be kind of like a common saying. Not these days, but it still applies.
No, I remember it.
Factcheck.org. It's quite funny, the people from the Snopes who do the fact checking, those people are literally ex-sex workers. They're very dodgy people.
Yeah, I was chiming in the conversation. We were talking about the source that they'll go to. They'll go to factcheck.org. For instance, the CDC, what they're saying that they, by the way, the PCR test is not sufficient as a diagnostic tool, which we all know Carrie Mullis said this as well, that they supposedly came to this conclusion. Well, guess what? Factcheck.org has your back and says that claim is false.
That's what I'm saying.
So factcheck.org will always be there to help you out, to realize that when somebody says, I have 5 fingers, factcheck.org will be like, this claim is disputed, right? And people will be like, oh, see right there, it's disputed. And they'll not actually take a second to look up the definition of the word disputed and realize that called into question is all that means. It has nothing to do with refutation or refuted, which is an actual accomplishment, whereas disputed, I can dispute that the United States name is even the United States of America. Or whatever, maybe that's not a good example, but whatever. You can dispute anything. You have to actually do something to refute it, though.
Exactly, but the connotation of dispute means it's still under dispute. There are people that are arguing this topic. That means it hasn't been resolved yet.
Yeah, the presence of Bigfoot is disputed.
Exactly, disputed, but it's like it hasn't been proven. It's just disputed. People are just talking about it.
Precisely. But anyway, you said pie, and then you referenced pepperoni, and I was like, "Oh man, that's a real New Yorker." No. I put in the chat and I said pie, cherry, pecan, apple, Southerner, pizza, New Yorker.
New Yorker.
Yeah, it's just funny because I get it. I know what a pizza pie is, and I completely get it right away. But every time I hear the word pie, I'm definitely thinking of a crispy crust with some type of filling in it. Which, well, tomato. I mean, crispy crust with something in it. I mean, pretty much the same thing. Crispy crust with something in it.
Listen, I like both pies.
Yeah.
Non-discriminatory.
I'm always disappointed though. Like, what disappoints me so much is things like factcheck.org. I'm like, you could do. Listen, I would make so much better of a liar than these guys.
Exactly, but you're gonna always be disappointed by someone that's dumber than you because they're dumber than you. But it's like, I think we have a hard time saying that. We're not even saying it, like, because you don't have to say it, right? It's like, even if you think it and you perceive it, it's like you should never be at a more disadvantaged state than someone that's dumber than you. It shouldn't be that way.
Yeah, and that is the sadness that I experience when I think about these things, because I'm like, gee, these people, like some of these dumb people, they have a lot more zeros in their life than I do. Not that really is the
no, but remember, it's
end all.
But remember, they found a niche that served them and was allowed them a certain level of freedom. You know what I mean? So it's like those freedoms are, they're valuable. They're hard to come by. So it's like you almost have to see, like, am I the dumb one or is he the dumb? You know what I mean? Because it's like, if he's smarter than me, he produces better results. Because the results are all that matter. The theory about everything is one thing, but the actual doing of it is another thing.
Well, in this argument that I'm having with my brother, he eventually links me something. And when I open it, I immediately look to see who's the author, and it's just a journalist. And then I read the whole thing because I want to. I don't want my brother to catch me out that I'm just, talking at him. I want to feel that he must know that I'm fully engaged. And then when I look at it, it is just fluff. It's rubbish. It's full of fallacies, and it's full of her opinions. And she puts other people's opinions in there. There's nothing of substance whatsoever. And I just think, when I think, is my brother serious? I always upheld him as, the smart guy in the family, and he's not stupid. And I just
no, he just assume a certain belief state, Because remember, like, to almost accept some of this, like, esoteric understanding, it's like you almost have to, like, let go of the fact that I know. You have to say almost like, I don't know. Let me just look at all the information, and then I'll decide what I know. But if they make that decision before they actually know, then they're almost like, it's that ego of them. Like, they don't want other people to know that they don't know. So that they'll always, like, they'll just throw something at you because they think you're as lazy as they are. And you're not going to actually read an entire article. No, I'm going to read the entire article. And I'm going to, like, underline and bullet point shit. Like, we can have a conversation about it. But then that's when they usually tap out. They don't actually want to have a conversation about the article that they sent you. See what I mean?
Do you know how I suffered at the hands of my brother when I was a teen? He was always telling me that I am stupid. Not in a horrible, cruel way, but it was always implied that he was the smart one.
Or maybe you took the implication.
And there's two things that I remember from when I was a teen. Because we were a household that used to discuss things to death. We were always talking and arguing about things. And the one thing was that during one discussion, my brother said to me, never make generalizations. If you do that, you are a stupid person. Always differentiate and look for, don't just associate things with each other. That's not the way smart people think. And the other thing was that he actually quoted, is it Socrates who said, all that I know is that I know nothing. And this is the person that I'm now trying to talk out of his cognitive dissonance and...
Yeah, so that means he's formed a very specific thought to believe that he's the smart one. So he doesn't want to reason with someone that he believes is not as smart as him. But that's a huge fault, because how would you know who's smarter than who if we didn't get down to like the meat and the potatoes and the details of the argument? How would we know?
So my brother was actually instrumental in making me smarter than him in the end.
Yeah, pretty much. You're welcome.
The irony.
The irony.
If it wasn't so important, I would let him have the argument. And I won't just bow out like and say, like the ballers say, why should I care? Why does it matter? But there are things going on that are so important to get to the bottom of. It's really just sapping my energy.
Yeah, but you're letting it to some extent.
Yeah, I have to keep on making this correction in my head where I have to build myself back up again, because these things, they really floor me.
Yeah, but you either hold on to the floor or you let go of them because of the misunderstanding of other people. Because they're, you can't make someone understand something.
Oh, there's Sunny.
There has to be like curiosity there.
Hello, Sunny.
You can't be responsible for other people.
Sorry.
I won't even mention Flat Earth to my brother. He's already called me a Luddite.
What are you calling me?
Sonny, what's up? What's up? I just wrote these words down just now as I was listening to you guys. I don't know what it was that made me not wanna listen to what was coming out of the mainstream mouth. I feel vindicated, it's all related. I see all I was meant to be. Yeah, live to be free. I hope that someone will join me. Cause life is a little bit lonely.
Yeah, feeling it, bruh.
That's it for now.
That was hot, Sonny.
Well done.
I know it's hard to pick yourself back up sometimes. But what are you gonna do anyway? In the meantime, what other choice do we have but to rise up above and to realize how good it is, everything we have? Isn't it funny how just a few notes give off this resonance? Tune there. Anyway, I'm just rambling on.
I've discovered that Gregorian chants and blues are no mix for each other.
What? Gregorian chant.
You know what? Leave it up to me, and I will mix that.
I've been listening to some 8-hour track of like Gregorian chants. I even think it's in French. Funny enough, but
did you hear the Tibetan nasal thing they do with their nasal?
Yeah, and Mongolian.
Oh yes, I was just going to link that.
That is wild. I'm like, what instrument is that? It's unbelievable.
Those Mongolians, bro.
Brah.
Pretty serious.
With the humming, with the
you should check out a band called HU.
Can't hear anything because the guitar is pretty loud, Sonny.
Oh, sorry about that.
Somebody was saying something. That's why I said anything at all.
So I could probably back the mic way back to like there then or something. Is that what you're telling me?
Your mic is fine, Sonny. Sounds good.
Yeah, I wasn't criticizing the way it sounded. Just you can't play the music and then somebody else talk at the same time, and it be very easy to distinguish.
Yeah, that's why I have to. If I back it way off, though, yeah, I don't want to interrupt the conversation.
It's all good. I mean, we were talking, but it was kind of, I think, at a transition point, maybe.
That's what I was kind of feeling. That's why I interjected.
I like chicken. Sorry.
Oh man. Time for a group laugh.
Yeah.
Funny. It's funny, man. I don't care how serious it is. And believe me, I can wake up in the morning and stuff some days seems really serious. Like, oh my God, like I made a mistake yesterday. Now I have to recover from that. I have to make a phone call and say, oh, I'm sorry I missed this appointment or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like, it's...
Are you talking about who are we talking about?
Just in general, stuff in general.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Speak for yourself, Sonny.
I'm speaking for myself.
Just messing with you, bro.
I know. Jamsey, you're the best, man.
I don't make mistakes.
Sorry.
Especially yesterday. I didn't went out.
Jamsey, you're one of the brightest among us, man. I seriously. You truly are.
You mean in the game Among Us?
No, just from what I sense about you in conversation and the way you interject, you're so funny sometimes. I literally
optimistic, bro.
For a few minutes, you know.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate that. Coming from you. Like your music. But that coming from you, bro, that you have a lot of experience in many things. Like every time you speak, I'm like, Sonny's talking. Gotta mess with him a little bit. He tries to sound so smart because he knows a lot.
I know I like to be messed with. Actually, please do. If you have an opportunity, don't pass up an opportunity to mess with Sonny. Like, I'm game. Go for it. Say it again.
The other day, my daughter made a bracelet, and she spelled the word Sonny, and I tagged you in the text chat and sent you.
It almost made me cry. It's sort of like, oh my gosh. Yeah, that's how sensitive I am. I don't show it too much, and that's for a good reason. But anyway,
I know where you coming from, Sonny, bro.
It's okay. Choke on my spit. It's what I did. Don't mind me. I'm gonna still sit here and play and sing for all of you. And to tell you that you can see the world in different view. That the world is black. Did you know that the world is black? Then you fly in a plane in the air. No, I didn't see no curve. 'Cause I'm afraid of heights, so I never even flew. So it's alright if you can take the camera and record it for me, and you can see it for yourself. The earth is not as weird. I'm not a weird. I just love everyone. So clap your hands. I'm gonna come up with some crazy lyrics, Sonny.
that was Enoch.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I enjoy jamming out with you, Sonny. I mean, if you can call that jamming out.
So check it out. Listen to what I just thought of, Enoch, for that part. Maybe like a little intro, like an intro or something, maybe. How about that?
the goosebumps, man. Ooh, I was feeling it.
I like making the guitar sound like I don't know what kind of instrument you call it. A hammer. Dulcimer. With my fingernails of my right hand.
Yeah. That sounds like a whole bunch of hammer-ons, bro.
Hypnotic.
Wow.
Look how harmonical that is.
See, there it is.
Yeah. Hey. It just feels so good, bro. Did you know that the started glow? Did you know that the started
Sort of like Oxford, yeah.
Curvature. Did you know that there is no way you can take gas pressure without Did you know there's no span of the Earth's rotation? Did you know there's no such thing as Earth's rotation? It's okay, people have no fear. Not a fear. It's okay, have no There's no way to fear, 'cause the earth is not
We got our song, Sonny. We got the song, bro.
Earth is not a sphere. Earth is not a sphere. Oh, shoot. Yep. How would you people be able to forget about your troubles if it weren't for us musicians?
Ayo.
Everybody's like, oh. Any clubbers in the room? Maybe I shouldn't invite like that. Retake. Why'd you change the Master Chief? You freaked me out with that. I'm like, what? Who the hell is Master Chief?
Oh, my bad.
I know. I just.
You just, what?
I just figured it out.
Oh.
I knew it was your voice. I'm like, what is that? Who's Master Chief lighting up? I just thought I didn't have it scrolled down far enough or something.
Oh, my bad. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I noticed that you guys didn't recognize me for the first couple days.
Here's some morning penguin sounds for you.
What was that?
Penguins.
Ah, penguins.
That shit was funny the last time you played it.
Quite unusual sound, isn't it? Here's a rubber ducky warning. Here's a rubber ducky warning. If you're getting unruly, you're going to hear this.
That was too funny.
That's a warning. You could be muted soon.
Was that your squeaky duck?
Yeah,
Was
bro.
that your own squeaky duck?
No. Sounds pretty real though, huh?
Right. I think it's your own squeaky duck, bruh.
How do acoustics work on a globe?
What?
Acoustics.
Acoustics.
It doesn't.
Acústicos en español.
How does a pool table work on a globe?
So I just read that Kumo resigned.
Hey, welcome.
Yeah. He's a rapist.
I mean, if the Earth was spinning, wouldn't the balls on the table be like moving too?
Yeah.
Yeah. They'd be flying out the window down the street in a couple miles.
Right? I was just thinking the same fucking thing.
Couple of seconds.
Yeah. If you hit the ball and it left the table, right, the table would turn underneath the ball, and maybe you could pocket it then, right?
So every time you knock the ball off the table, it's because of Earth spin.
Yeah, according to Neil deGrasse, that would happen, right? Earth turns underneath the football, so it would also turn underneath a pool table ball.
And if it doesn't come off the table, then that means it just the trajectory wasn't quite high enough to make it over the bumper rail.
No, it's the gravity. The gravity was holding it down.
Gravity? What gravity?
What's gravity?
Some people are very clueless about claiming gravity because yesterday we had the example of this guy saying gravity this, gravity that, and I try to be specific about, Newtonian gravity, Einstein's gravity, telling him that those are ideas, claims, and the difference of those between those and specific gravity. And then I read some of the, definitions of specific gravity about density and that stuff. And he said, "You said gravity. You said gravity. Therefore, globe, because you said gravity."
Yeah. I like the part. Here's the part that really interests me is because if we can change an actual medium that something is and show a different effect, there you have it, right? We're actually controlling and manipulating something. They haven't controlled and manipulated anything for gravity. It's never been done. So sorry. That's what they say in experiment. You have to have a manipulate. You have to have something that you, the experimenter, manipulate, right, folks? Right? Yeah. So if we can manipulate the medium and cause something to go in a different direction for one, right? Then it's over.
Gotta be manipulated.
In their minds, this gravity word is just a blanket for everything in their belief to work. Like if the globe is real because of gravity. That's it. That's the whole explanation of the globe.
Because of gravity.
And if you say specific gravity, which has a specific definition, and it's verifiable, repeatable, density, buoyancy, the medium, like you're saying. But since it has the word gravity, therefore spinning globe.
Yeah, since you have that word. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's the same thing when they get to the black swan. But it's amazing. It's astonishing how people can avoid the most obvious things that can be repeated over and over again and still deny all of their senses. It's just, it's such a trick, you know. I like what, I forget who was saying it yesterday or the day before. Talking about how there's this really small minority of anti-flat earthers. I think it was Elijah. Yeah. It's an even smaller percentage than flat earthers. Anti-flat earthers. So that's interesting because most people aren't anti-flat earthers, just a tiny little minority on the internet only that we encounter here. I was just trying, the reason I said that is just to get a little juxtaposition on the whole thing we're experiencing, this, whatever it is. The PSYOP.
Yeah, because there is those trolls that they don't care about anything. They just see the word flat Earth, and they all they have in their minds when they hear that is this spinning disc or this disc flying through space, because that's what they saw in Google, and that's what the propaganda is telling them. So they come here to troll the ridiculous idea that this cartoon, it's beneath, not real, because the ball cartoon is the real one. You know, the ball cartoon that I've seen in Google, it's real, and the flat cartoon is not real.
Mm-hmm.
So they come here to troll. Then you have the curious the people that actually hear the alternative to the globe, and they actually want to find out what it actually means, and they have questions, and you can hear they're genuine about, even if they still believe in the globe, whatever, but they still question. And there's a big percentage of that kind of people. But then there's this small minority that is the flat earth debunkers, and they just over there just to say it's a globe, no questions asked. There's no other way it could be different. It's not a flat earth. That's it. Even if I have no proof for the globe, it's not a flat earth. That's it. That's I think that's a small minority that are kind of zealots, argue against flat earthers just because flat earth is stupid. Because reasons.
And if flat earth was such a stupid, archaic, dumb thing, why are all the anti-flat earthers day in, day out battling it, right? Fighting it with all of their power.
Yes. That's the part that's really enlightening, you know? Go like, holy mackerel, like...
It's such a trigger, and it's pumped or pushed by, I don't know, maybe some agenda. We can see the agendas on the government talking about it, and taking the videos down and the accounts down because of misinformation, whatever. But these characters that develop, like the fake characters in the YouTube channels, these professors, Dave and blah, 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 and also the characters that join in here, and they say that I'm a concave earther, flat earth is wrong, or I'm a whatever earther, Google earther, or whatever. Or they even lie about being flat earthers just to come in here and mess with the information and what this server is for, which is the conversation about, objective reality and what we experience, and putting that to the test, questioning the information that we have been given and putting that to the test. And that's a blasphemy if you trying to question that information of the globe and stuff. For some people, it's blasphemy.
Yeah. What's becoming really clear to me is, I mean, I'm sure you guys are all familiar with like people that write plays and movie scripts and things like that. So if you think about character development, now I'll leave it to your own judgment. Like when we speak to some of these people, but if you let them speak long enough, you start to see, like there's something interesting twist in some of them as far as character goes. Because when they start, I don't know, you guys know what I'm talking about. When they start contradicting themselves, it starts to reveal something that to me seems like a flaw in the character development. I'm serious. I kid you not, That's what I'm seeing. So if there's one thing I'd like this generation to know is about the anti-flat earther character development programs. No doubt being implemented. Yes.
Is there like the natural contrarian that it will go against flat earth and it's in their psyche to go contrary on whatever a flat earther is saying? There's people like that. Then there's the liars, the trolls that just lie because whatever. And they just make up stuff and you can tell they don't know what they're talking about on any side. They're just going contrary of what you're saying.
Yeah.
But there's definitely these characters that have been developing and they are these anti-flat earth characters.
So if that's the case, you're dealing with people who have sat down and with a pen and paper and written out an outline of everything to say in almost every situation they can think of to go against flat earthers.
Last night a guy joined and he said, I have an argument against flat earth, and we were here listening, and he said, just letting you guys know, vacuums don't suck. And Batamo opened his mic and he said, nobody here is claiming that. And he explained to him about high pressure, low pressure, and the guy just left the chat. He didn't have a reply. He just bounced.
Didn't have a reply. That's even funny after the fact,
You flat earthers are stupid. Vacuums don't suck. Like, okay, we know that.
Yeah, they just come in with this presupposition, like, oh my gosh, who's in charge over there? Can we speak to the person in charge, because you're sending over some rejects here and it ain't working. Just saying.
Another big one that I've seen, and it's like a mockery, is the so-called ice wall. That flat earthers talk about the ice wall being the edge of the world, whatever, and it goes deeper than that. It's not like that's the end of the world. I don't see any flat earthers saying the ice wall is the end of the world. The ice wall is actually a term that was used by the U.S. Geological Survey that supposedly surveyed the Antarctic region, and they label this ice wall and they call it ice wall. So when we talk about the ice wall, it's something that is there, that is being surveyed by.
Yeah, we didn't do it. Flat earthers didn't make that shit up.
But they mock flat earthers saying, you guys say there's an ice wall. Like, no.
Yeah.
The Geographical Survey people say is an ice wall. So yeah, it's there. You can find the documents. They call it the ice wall, or the ice. There's another term for it. I forgot the term. I'll find it. Ice shelf, yeah, or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, and the Antarctica thing, they say flat earthers claim Antarctica doesn't exist, blah, blah, blah. It's these characters trying to just mess around with information. And I think that they do it against flat earth. They have this argument against flat earther, but it's for new people that are actually watching the conversation or listening to take them away from the actual points that people are trying to bring forward, like no curvature measured, that kind of stuff, movement of the ground, gas pressure. They obfuscate about these important topics, and they want to talk about where's the edge? Where is the edge?
And think about that. The U.S. Geological Survey was the first one, I think, was in 1958, the same year as NASA was created. You have Admiral Richard Byrd down there for the better part of like 25 or 30 years or something, right? Off and on.
It's serious, Sonny.
Then they end all of like Admiral Byrd leaves. They come back. They do the U.S. Geological Survey in 1958. Then they create freaking NASA. 1959, the Antarctic Treaty. And in 62, they start blasting the freaking firmament.
Coincidence theorist, Sonny.
Yeah, so that's you got to follow that timeline, man. See, if people don't know that, then they are going to come here confused.
Btaxman 98. I think you open your mic and try to say something, but you're kind of roboting. If that's the case, if you can hear me, I think he tried to say something, but it was kind of not in this.
Now they dipped. Beta Sigma 98.
Welcome back.
There you are. Beta Sigma, are you there? For some reason, I saw you lighting up, but we can't hear you for whatever reason. So you need to go to your settings and adjust your sound settings. Yeah, it's funny though. Like people try to bounce information, like controversial information through the flat Earth community. They try to reverberate and triangulate people against each other. That's very suspicious. And homie here, don't play that. Like if there's some information that somebody ought to have, then they need to go contact that person individually. And why the fuck you contacting me? I don't play that.
I have a question.
Yep, sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Hi, welcome to the server.
Are black people allowed in the Black Earthers community?
I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah, you deserve to be.
Yes.
Craig,
Yes. There you go.
Craig is only working at flat Earth.
The answer is yes.
He's a troll. He's a troll earther.
Yeah. Easy to
Very intelligent question. Look,
The
that's why
answer is
nobody
yes.
has. That's why everybody's missing their bike. Okay.
One observation I've made in this server is that half of the Globers here are actually secretly racist.
Yeah, that only comes from that side. What was Mimas about to say? Mimas, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was just joking. He said, "Never mind. If you didn't get it the first time, it's not funny the second time."
Okay. Yeah, it was funny. I was kind of.
No, I don't think I don't think these guys like this are racist. It's just racial jokes. They're edgy. It's fine.
Yeah, they try to be.
Yeah. Like I come from the age where a racist was dragging people behind trucks. That's racism to me.
I know. Yeah, I came from that geographic area.
Which that it all ended by the time I was a kid. But that's what racism was. Racism was not words. It was not feelings.
Yeah, they shut our schools down when I was. It was.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Stuff going on. That was really bad.
But yeah.
Who knows who these people are, man?
Talking about characters.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy joined and started talking about crayons working on a flat Earth.
Crayons?
Yeah, crayons. You know, he said black. I mean, black is like a color.
And crayons work. Yeah, they work.
Yeah, they work on a flat Earth.
They work just great. Because you have to have the paper flat horizontally on whatever table or desk you're using.
But if I'm white, does Earth will curve then? If I'm white, can Earth curve then?
No.
No.
That is a negatory.
Well, why?
You can also use crayons to draw for drawing globes on a flat surface.
On a flat surface, round Earth. I like why say round. That they used to really bother me. I used to get so angry when they say round. I'm like, now I don't care. That I know what they mean. If
why I, like a white guy, experience flat Earth? Because I heard that only black people can experience flat Earth.
Wait. Black people?
There's
more
more
the
than
guy
one.
said.
What's that?
I don't know.
I'm white. I know there's a crayon that's called that.
I've never seen black people. I've seen black crayons.
Some people with the darker skin, I don't know.
Oh, people with darker skin than lighter skin? Yeah, that works on a flat Earth.
Yeah, okay.
Works perfectly, but it only works with the sun coming from above you. Just saying. That's why it works, because the sun is above us. From horizon to horizon. The horizon's not rising. Horizon.
What's horizon?
Yeah, that's the question for the day, Glovers. What is the horizon? Could you please come in and tell us what you think on that topic? What is the horizon?
Edge.
Is the horizon physical? Anyone care to interject? Is the horizon physical? Anybody?
Can the horizon be viewed with first-hand observation?
Well, there's two horizons.
Is there such a thing as a horizon you cannot see?
Right, there's a horizon you cannot see and a horizon you can see.
An imaginary horizon somewhere that you can't see. Okay.
That I heard 2019. Before I never heard for that, but 2019 it started to be that we don't see the real one.
How many invisible horizons are there?
Look, I'm telling you right now, live on a permanent, the sun's flat.
2 to the power of 19,037.
Look, I'm telling you right now, the sun's flat. We live under a permanent. Listen to my words. The sun's flat. Sun's flat. Hot doesn't exist.
Gotta break the globe habit and follow that, rabbit.
Yeah, listen to my words. The sun's flat. Blue does not exist. By the government. Deceive you. And also, extraterrestrials create the container that we're all in right now.
So what's up, Juju?
Yeah, you got proof of that?
You want some attention, right? So you still think we're living on a spinning water pair?
What? What are you talking about?
Yeah, talking to you, man.
So,
I didn't say anything.
Mm-hmm.
do
Sure.
you believe we're living in a spinning ball?
Spinning ball? Who said
In a
that?
vacuum?
I didn't say anything about that. I mean, could be possible. I don't know. No,
Okay.
not vacuum. It could just be air and all that. I never said there's a vacuum. Never made that claim right there.
No, the vacuum of space is what I mean.
I mean, I've never seen space. I mean, for all I know, it was just
So, but what do you believe? What do you believe?
all I know, it could just be infinite blueness.
But what do you believe about the shape of the Earth?
I don't really know. It could be
trapezoid-like. It could be. I don't really know.
So you're on the fence?
Yeah, I'm on the fence. For me, it's not like a big deal. If it's like flat, if it's a globe, if it's like squiggly, it doesn't matter to me. I'm just.
Why are you here?
Okay.
Why are you here?
Well, welcome to the server.
Like, I don't care for football, but I'm going to. I don't like football, but I'm going to watch football every day.
Because I see no evidence that it's like curved or flat, and I'm just listening what people got to say, and yeah. By the way, I find it so crazy. There's so many people that believe that like if it's flat, it means like it was God that made that. Like I'm literally like dumbfounded by how many people.
Okay, Juju, I know where this comes from. Did XO trigger you? Is that what is happening?
XL? What's XL?
Yeah, did he trigger you? Because I banned you for a day, right? Because you were talking shit in the lobby.
Wait, we mean talking shit.
Oh, so I need to pull it up. Are you sure?
No.
Do I not? Yeah, do I need to pull it up?
We mean talking shit. I know what I said, but it wasn't talking shit.
Oh, well, you know what? It's not true what you said about Earth not measuring flat because it does. So I don't know where you got that from, but Earth measures flat.
Yeah, he said there's no evidence of it curving or being flat, when the lack of evidence of it curving is the evidence that it is flat.
No, that's non sequitur. I see no evidence that it's flat or curved. Like either way.
So you've seen no evidence, or you just refuse to look at the evidence?
No, because like when I look outside, I mean, like when I look out my local area, it's my local area.
Bro.
Yeah, so
You're not listening. You're not listening.
I am listening. Like, I don't have a precision.
No.
That's my precision.
You know, you could go to the beach right now and look 5 miles down the beach. You should not be able to zoom into the shoreline, no matter what anybody says. Even 5 miles away. But lighthouses are seen at over 100 miles away. They would be thousands of feet below a geometric curve edge, bro. Do you understand that part?
Do you also realize that?
You understand that part, that lighthouses exist.
What?
That lighthouses exist. Why do you think they exist if in 100 miles, which are seen over that, would be thousands of feet below a physical curve edge? Do you understand that part?
Okay, I don't know what you're getting at, though, because
that I'm getting at, a ball needs to measure freaking curvature, which means drop over a specific amount of distance.
But that distance is only based upon a current size, which means, for example, if it's like a lot bigger than what they think it is.
Oh, wait a minute, hold it right there. So you're saying the size is wrong?
It very well could be. I don't have a precision on it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so the whole entire model's failed right there.
If the radius is incorrect, the whole heliocentric.
Thank you for that. We appreciate that. That's great. Yeah, we look flat every time, bro. Long distance photography. Stop talking for a second. Long distance photography and infrared. So they can't gawk refraction because it's 99% no refraction in infrared, right? And we see distances of 275 miles. That should be under a mile. The top of that far mountain should be a mile below a physical curve edge. That doesn't. Bro,
I don't know this because like I haven't measured it myself, etc. So I literally don't have a precision on it.
I'm just telling you the exact evidence that we have. That apparently you haven't seen the Black Swan. You haven't seen the islands back beyond the Black Swan, which are 30 miles away, which make the Black Swan 3 times magnitude of the Black Swan itself. Makes the Earth radius 264,000 miles.
I'm about to be absent a little bit. I got to pick something up, so I'm going to be absent for a little bit. I didn't want to cut you off, but I literally got to pick up a package.
Okay. Yeah, I got a question about what you said about infrared. Did you say you cannot see refraction with infrared?
It cuts out 99% of any atmo conditions. It cuts it out completely.
99%. Interesting. I thought that might be the case, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, it's a killer. It's a globe killer. Look at the Jay Tollins media. I have an image from a screenshot that I made of one of his videos up. Let me find that. I'll put it in the live stream voice text.
I can't look at anything. I'm driving.
Yeah, I think the main problem with Juju is that he doesn't want to admit, right? When Earth measures flat, then chances are a pretty high chance is that it is created, and that is something he doesn't want to acknowledge.
Wait, did Juju get banned or did he leave the
No,
chat? 'Cause he's not
he
here.
left. He left. He needed to pick up a package, so he didn't
Did he get
banned.
banned?
No.
Oh, okay.
And that's probably a deal breaker for a lot of people, right? They got indoctrinated with, and I was one of them, right? I told everybody who believes in God is crazy. How can you believe in God, man? What the hell? And then when you come to realization that the Earth is a flat, level, non-rotating Earth, then it all changes, right? You need to reconfigure that notion, and then it all changes. And people, when they see the evidence, right, Earth, it measures flat always, and then comes the point, well, what is it and who created it? And then they just stop. They just stop and, nah, man, Earth is a ball and it came from a singularity, and God couldn't be real, because then I have to then I will be accounted for my actions, right? I think that is the biggest problem with most glowers these days. I'm not talking about anti-flat earthers, just blue-pilled normie glowers. I mean,
So that's why I like doing screenshots like this, because it's got the name of the YouTube video, and you can go look at Jay Tollin Media yourself. I can't verify those distances.
Well, I was just going to ask about that. How does he know, with those distances, how does he know what object is what?
Well, that's why you have to watch the video yourself. But the timestamp's right here, that where I got this screenshot, the timestamp, so you can go look at the whole video yourself. I wonder if someone can do the math on this, because I'm actually not that good at it. But to take those islands back there from Santa Barbara at Miramar Beach, this is where the Black Swan was taken from, as you can see. Habitat and Hill House are off to the left. Those islands are a minimum 29 miles. So if someone could do a P, if then, not P, not Q kind of thing for the Black Swan, if at 10 miles the horizon would make the Earth's radius 264,000 miles, what would the islands at 29 miles make Earth's radius? See what I'm saying? Need to brush up on my trig. That's for sure. Rusty.
If I remember correctly, it was to the moon, or around 250,000 miles or something. I don't remember. But
yeah, what QE said was 264,000 miles, if I'm correct. And so what would the islands be?
Yeah, that he also used to say, if it was even further around where the islands are, then that would be around as big as the sun is claimed to be. I forget the number on that, but just like with the other number being similar to how far away the moon is supposed to be, I use that as shorthand to remember that.
So in any case, millions of miles.
Yeah.
It's done, slam dunk, man. Anybody can go there to that beach. You could go there.
But the point, it's a ball, only it's bigger. That's the point.
Yeah, you try to get around those kind of numbers of bigger. Oh my God. Right?
50 times bigger now.
50 times bigger. Yeah.
Like we passed even the moon distance.
Right. That's why it's probably safe to say millions of miles. That's far enough out. Like, who cares?
Sense of scale. Here's the globe they tell us we need to live on.
Yes, right? Mm-hmm.
That's how big the Earth needs to be if we can see that island. So they're screwed.
Yeah, that is absolutely freaking ridiculous. Yeah, it would make Earth's radius the size of the sun or something like that. Which is what, 980,000 miles in diameter? Is that about right? I'll have to check. I think it's like almost like 900 and something thousand.
No, the sun is also bigger 50 times.
Yeah. So if Earth is 50 times bigger, then the sun is 50 times larger also.
Everything is 50 times bigger and
larger. Everything's 50 times larger.
And then its explanation is there.
So then how could you possibly ever go there? That's ridiculous.
But they only mess up with the numbers, nothing else.
Only the numbers. Oh, yeah. That's right.
1 degree is too left or right,
What a joke, man. It's a joke. It's a big joke. It was probably $1 prince's bet. A pinky bet or something between princes. Let's do $1 bet.
That guy's still watching video.
On this wacky Earth, this wacky Earth, globe Earth thing, we're gonna perpetuate to the Can't Fogomir the masses.
And the average global response to what y'all were just covering is, but it's still a globe because reasons and stuff.
Yeah, we got lots of reasons. We got people that believe in the reasons, and people that believe in them, and they have a consensus of beliefs amongst themselves.
Because it's so simple to understand that it cannot be flat. It must be bigger ball.
Can't be, because we're spending all this money. It can't be.
Yeah, but if that doesn't matter what they are spending, Sonny, because if they're wrong with the numbers, that's not right to say people these numbers and that is not that, you know.
Yeah.
What that mean? I don't know. It's bigger. That mean that distance is also bigger, like from London. London to New York.
It's called fraud. Yeah, you're right. It's called fraud.
Yeah, it's like I don't know how much miles to New York to London.
How many miles to New York to London? That's a good question. I would say at least 1,200. No, it's more than that, isn't it?
Let's say 1,000. Doesn't matter.
How much?
1,000.
Well, across the Atlantic's about 3,000 and change.
3,000 across the Atlantic?
3,000. That means it's not 3,000, man. At least it's 30,000.
That was way off.
You know? At least it's 30,000.
Let's see. I've flown across it once. 3,000, yeah, wow. 3,461. 3,400. That's a long ways across water. Wow.
But that's not real distance. It's bigger.
50 times bigger.
Then mean when you take
for the extra fuel.
Yeah, when you take the aeroplane, I don't know, you need to like 20 hours or 1 day to reach to New York from London.
No, it doesn't take that long, man.
No, only 5 hours, but yeah.
No, it only takes like 12 hours, I think.
Less.
Right? 6 to 2 hours. Oh, 6.2 hours.
Yeah.
Wow, that's short. Yeah.
Now we need to calculate what speed we need for 6 hours to reach that distance.
I think they say the Concorde used to do it in like a little over 3 hours. I could be wrong though. When the Concorde was flying.
It could be, depend how much speed it's Concorde. It's more than one.
Gonna make me break out a calculator, huh? I wish I had a handheld calculator, but like back in the old days. Those were kind of neat. Should get myself one. Scientific calculator.
What they don't get is when they make the ball bigger, that means the whole surface area of the Earth is arrayed like a flat Earth on a tiny little dot on this giant ball they're imagining. It's not around the whole ball.
That is just ridiculously funny.
Mic check.
Mic check, good. Go ahead. Coming in hot and roboting, dude. Try again.
Check 1, 2.
Still saying robotical to me. It could be just made up.
We have this new guy, Flat Dude. He might be a Glober. Hey, Flat Dude, when did you find out space was fake?
2015. Robert Basana. I think. It's all his fault.
Is the space between you and I real or fake?
No, that's real. Definitely real. I got a question, man. My wife asked me. She wanted to say the world's spinning out of control, but that's not proper terminology. What would be the proper terminology for something like that?
The world's not spinning out of control.
Well, that's correct. I didn't have an answer. I'm like, well, I got to think about that. I'll have to ask the crew what do they think.
Or how about the world's not spinning in control?
There we go. Ah, perfect, Dave. That's
Yeah, here it is. Here it is. You have to prove the positive claim first. Positive claim that it's spinning in the first place. You have to prove that it's spinning in the first place. It's never been done. Never been measured.
She's gonna laugh her ass off. Oh, that's good. The world is not spinning in control. Period. I love it.
All you gotta do is look up and you see the sky spinning at a control.
Say that again. What was that?
Remind me, dude. I used to like that. Go ahead.
Robot.
I'm just saying, if you look up, you can see the sky spinning at a certain control. So.
Yeah, the sky's spinning in control. And if you look up and see the sky spinning and at the same time you feel no spinning, then guess what's turning?
The sky.
Not you. You don't feel it.
Don't even feel the slightest anything.
Y'all remind me of that 90s song from Oasis, Champagne Supernova. Remember that one? The world's still spinning round. We don't know why. Why?
Oh, you cut out right at the wrong time.
You cut out halfway through the chorus, man. Damn. Come on.
Try it again. Try it again, Dave Hinkle.
Yeah, bring it up about a half note, man.
What happened? Did he drop out? Well, that was Dave. You boomer, you.
Damn boomer. Flat Earth boomer. Flat boomers. Is that what you call them? Flat boomers?
That's what I guess I am. No, that's kind of weird. Yeah, I guess I would have to say I fit in that category, but I don't fit in that category at all.
Nah, man.
At all, man. Not at all. The people my age cannot keep up with me, even if they tried really hard.
People half your age can't keep up with you, bro.
What's that?
People half your age can't keep up with you, man.
Probably
mic
not.
working now.
Yep,
Yeah,
much better.
there you go. Much better, Dave.
Hit the Champagne Nova again, Dave. Hit it again.
I was just saying that old Oasis song, the world's still spinning round. We don't know why. Why? Remember that song?
It's funny. I didn't realize those lyrics were in that song.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide in a champagne supernova in the sky. And then the world's still spinning round. We don't know why.
Yeah. It's a Flat Earth song. Has anybody listened to that Thomas Dolby album, Flat Earth? That was like a long time ago, too, man. Unbelievable.
Released in 1987.
1987, Flat Earth album. What a trip.
Man was ahead of his time. If he really knew, he really saved the Earth was flat. Who knows? He blinded you with science. Was that on that album?
No, I think that was just a single.
Yeah, it was much before. Yeah, a little before.
Anything joined us here recently? Like to know. Hey, we've got a flat Earth author among us. If anybody doesn't know, Ziggy wrote a book about flat Earth, didn't you? I think I've got the right guy. You there, Ziggy? Okay, I could be thinking of the wrong guy.
He's typing. Yeah, he said he was actually just writing and hopefully have another book coming out soon.
Some of that music I missed in the 80s because I was in the military, so I basically only had what cassettes I had with me. What's a cassette?
What's an 8-track? And shout out to Ziggy. Hope the next book's as good as your first. Or better. Whatever you want.
You guys want to get a reel to reel and watch a Super 8?
You want to what?
A Super 8 on a reel to reel.
Super 8. Okay. Yeah. That's real old school. That's like 60s tech there.
Yeah, I remember that too. Super 8 film.
That's part of the stuff that NASA destroyed when they got rid of the moon landing evidence. They had some Super 8 film. Probably.
Probably. Oh man, they hadn't even come out with a fax machine yet. So, but they were able to communicate with the moon. With the moon. Sure.
This week, the moon. Next week, facsimile.
Nixon called him up, man. I saw it on TV. Are you denying that?
They had freaking women turning these big drums mimeograph machines to make copies of stuff back then.
Carbon copy.
Yeah.
What was that Nixon factoid? I know we got half of it.
I just wish we had that technology from back then, so Discord will work correctly, no lag. You know.
Oh, the phone call. Yeah, you can watch it. There's zero delay, back and forth, crystal clear.
I know.
No static.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Too bad they destroyed that technology.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you
It's
destroy
a
it.
painful process. It's a painful process to build it back again. Thank you, Don Pitt.
That was good.
Yeah, the last thing we heard from Don Pez, he had Corvid or something, right?
Corvid.
Yeah. I got Corvette.
Morvid. I got it from a core of an apple. Corvid.
22.
No one said you weren't supposed to snort the core of an apple.
And then you got coffee. Chug it, chug it, chug it. And that's exactly what you think it is.
He probably has bought many Corvettes with the money he's getting for, going to space. He should be well compensated for risking his health by going to Narnia.
They have the best coffee beans in Narnia.
Yeah, by traveling to other people's imaginations, isn't it? That's hard work.
Yeah, that is pretty hardcore. Traveling to some dude's imagination.
Also, risking drinking that coffee. This coffee
from distilled urine and poop.
I caught the urine and poop part. I think I missed the beginning.
They make space coffee out of that stuff.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. They're just collecting all the NASA training poops that they do for the toilet and then adding it to the coffee. I heard America called Babylon the other day, so I went ahead and reintroduced myself a little bit with what was going on in Babylon. I had almost forgot. Oh my God. You guys know how they used to appease their god in Babylon? Child sacrifice. Fucking child sacrifice.
Well, that's what the gods of some people, because the real one, people will put hard work into the harvest and put hard work into God's creation and work with it the way it was designed to work. Have faith and hard work. Just praying to the bull, it's not gonna do much.
Well, that's what we're doing now, right? There's no hard work. There's no prayer. That's all people are doing. They're just sitting around saying, please, Big Daddy government, please send me my check. I promise. You can stick me in the arm with whatever.
Just praying to the cow without feeding it. Be like, cow, give me milk. Give me meat and cheese, but if you don't, there's no hard work to harvest the grain and the stuff the cow needs to give you the other products. It's not gonna be magically done.
But Babylon seems to be useful idiots. They're not meant to survive either. They're just meant to destroy everything around them. But these are the men that ended up making the governments that rule the world today. So makes you wonder.
someone has to live the good life and eat the good meat, the good food. Someone gotta do it.
Somebody does. Absolutely. I heard also yesterday. I also heard of something amazing called weed breast milk. If you guys aren't familiar with that, that's that heaven stuff.
Well, that's related to the first meal that was designed. It's an essence of the mother called the colostrum, and is the most important meal any man or woman can have once they step into
the
first meal, the mother's meal.
And what is everyone's first meal today? Some powder created in a laboratory. That's usually what these kids are getting now. Their own mothers are told your milk is no good. Don't give that to your kid. Here, put this poison instead.
Oh, that soy stuff is really bad. I've told people about it, and children showing problems with the soy product, and their parents are wondering why their children are having like digestive issues and pain in their bellies. And I'm like, it's that formula you're feeding them. It's damaging their digestive tract.
Yeah,
and,
they never
now. There's actually an action. How do you call it? I forgot the name.
Activity. Sexual activity.
No. A big lawsuit against some formula companies because some of this product have actually is demonstrable that damages the baby's digestive system. So
that's impossible because America's government would have protected me. That can't be true. There has to be some other explanation. America's government was on the job. I don't get it. Go ball.
You mean they're not here to protect us? Uh-oh.
What are we paying the FDA for then?
Hold on. You know what, guys? This is an easy, simple solution. I'll just call up government and have them investigate themselves. They'll figure out what's going on.
Yeah, good idea. That'll solve it.
Sorry about the wait, and we appreciate your call. Please stay on hold.
On the phone, what they'll do is they'll give you a story because they're allowed to lie.
No.
On the phone, they'll give you just whatever excuse. But people have gone to the courts and actually got real responses that have to be provided. And when they go through the process of truthing, then discovery shows that they have lied. They can put products in the markets that actually damage people, and it's all in the open books. But if you call them to ask questions on the phone, yeah, they're gonna give you the bullshit story all the time, 100%.
There's another Kai 44.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, all right. I never saw your name before. Welcome to the server.
I'm not new here, but thanks.
Yeah, actually, how could you be new? You're a silver valued. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, I just haven't been in the voice chat a while.
Okay.
I'll get it. Sonny, you there?
Yeah. Hey, what's up?
Did you see the piece that Jaron did on your police force, the sheriff's department there in San Diego yesterday?
No, I haven't seen it. So, what platform is he on? Because he's not on YouTube, right?
Yeah, he's still on YouTube. But
Yes.
I think.
Jaronism? Okay.
I don't think he does like all his like he's definitely does less shows. You don't see Thursday night, Monday night, all that all the time. Does less shows, and I think it's D Live is where he moved a lot of his stuff. Is that right? D Live.
Yeah, D-Live. I should go check it out on there. I have not been really staying up to date with all of these people.
Well, there's really not a lot of new experiments in science and all that going on. It's just really not a lot to keep up with unless somebody's writing a book or maybe having an appearance on TV or something like that.
No, but the conversation itself is worthwhile keeping.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Jaren's one of those real special people to talk to.
With allegedly, they did a training video, and supposedly it was a video of an officer going into cardiac arrest because he came into contact with fentanyl, I think was the drug or something.
Oh,
yeah, fentanyl, yeah.
And if you just watch the little piece, it's all staged. It's all fabricated. You just have to watch it.
I believe it. Uh-oh. Does that mean they're going to get more weird around here?
Around San Diego? That's
it was the San Diego Sheriff's
guaranteed.
Department.
San Diego does not get less weird over time. That's like a misnomer.
I know. That's why I like to stay mobile.
It's going to be like World War Z eventually, though. The mob of retards will just flood like ants.
Yeah, I'll be out of here by then. Pretty sure of it. Where is that?
Like out of the world, or like spiritually?
Out of this area. No, I'll be around for a long time. Plan on living to 100 at least, 120. That's what it says in scriptures.
How do you plan on
doing
like
120?
Because I'm
would
only
not complain once if I made it to 120.
I'm only middle-aged right now, so I'm doing great.
So you're going for Moses numbers there. Good luck.
Oh, what's up, Dave? You still driving Ubers around?
Sort of.
Spreading the word?
With the bullshit that happened, I got tired of having idiots in my car, so I do delivery services in my car right now.
All right.
Grocery and food delivery. But thanks for remembering. Did you?
Oh yeah, I remember you were. Yeah, you were like a ground soldier, man. You were out there spreading the word.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
I can't find them anymore, but I did have some good conversations in my Uber cab with some people back in the day.
Yeah, you have at the grocery store too. That was awesome.
Yep, I've been out here for 5 years trying to spread the word, but it's always nice when somebody remembers it.
Yeah, I mean, if you can even just reach through one person, man, it's already doing a big service. It's awesome.
What was cool the last few months of Uber is people were starting to flat smack me before I said anything. It kind of makes you think it's kind of spreading a little bit when people do that. You know? And it was fun. A couple times I played the Globey for like 10 minutes before I let them in on it.
The old bait and switch?
Yeah, I was trying to remember. Probably the best conversation I had in my Uber car was with a pilot that had never even thought about the need to be dipping his nose, and you could see it register in his eyes when I brought it up to him. He's like, I am flying around a ball. I know. Wait a second. And I never heard from him after that, but I could tell that the little Flintstone thing went off in his head, like,
You planted the seeds of doubt in his mind.
He'd been a pilot for like 20 years, never thought about the need to be dipping his nose around the ball, A lot of them are probably like that. They never even think about it.
But gravity knows what
think about it. Most people don't think about it in general. They don't. They just kind of like accept it for what it is.
Yep. Smart people got it figured out. Why should I worry about it, right?
Yeah, there you go. I remember hearing a conversation. You invited someone to the Discord. You gave them the Discord. I'm not sure if they joined, but I remember that a while ago. That was pretty cool.
A couple people joined that I invited. I can't remember exactly who they were, but there was a couple, yeah.
So the aircraft is designed to work on a flat, non-rotating Earth. The pilot that operates the aircraft doesn't take into account any of those variables, the curve or the movement of the ground. Therefore, it's a spinning globe. That's Glober's slogan.
Yep, that makes sense. Good job. That's a good summary, Jimsy. Not only that, I haven't met any pilots yet that will claim that anything about the globe was in their flight training manuals. It's all flat, non-rotating Earths when they get trained to fly. Of course, they rationalize that. We're just locally flat, whatever.
I feel like flying a plane is already, sort of a task in and of itself. But if you actually were to fly a plane on a giant spinning ball with gravity and all that stuff, I feel like it would kind of like make it even more so harder. Like it would be even more noticeable, So it's kind of like,
yeah, it would be a constant challenge. There would be no autopilots. It'd be a constant challenge to keep the plane going the right direction with the Earth spin or whatever they're trying to do,
Yeah, the reason why they don't have to think about flying on a ball is because they're, flying on a flat, motionless plane. Exactly.
Take it off. Come on. Push it.
Fuck.
Push it. Come on. Push it more. Come on.
Yeah.
Push it more.
2 more courses.
What happens to the conservation emotion, conservation? Oh my god, I can't talk right now. 2 days of tongue-tied. Conservation of momentum when we hit that parabolic bend in our orbit.
I told you 60.
Because it's not like you wouldn't. They try to make you think that, all the forces are in such balance. That might work if everything was a perfect sphere and circle, but they tell us everything's an ellipse. And that's a sudden change in direction. You have to put on the brakes, then you have to hit the accelerator. It's not a constant speed.
Oh, look at that.
If it was, when you hit that turn, everything on Earth would turn into a pancake, right? Because of the sudden change in direction from the 66,600 mile direction change suddenly from one direction to another without a gradual turn, constant gradual turn. How come nobody feels these?
Yeah, and their answer to that is gravity. Gravity takes care of all that, man. Don't worry about it.
I was on a whirlabout And I felt every single absolutely tiny deviation from constant swinging on the outside rim. Every single one. Tiny deviation. Gravity is not in play right now on the surface of the Earth. Is that what's going on? How come gravity cannot... Go ahead.
No, go ahead, man. My bad.
Just worrying how gravity is very selective in how it works. It decides when and where it's going to grab things. Like, yeah, I'm going to grab the last molecules of atmosphere trying to escape into that space vacuum, but I'm going to forget all the ones leading up to it. I don't want those. I just want that one.
Well,
or as the moon's...
In the spinning globe religion, gravity is sort of like some type of super being god that can make everything work on a globe without any explanation, any demonstration. It's just a blanket word that you could write on a piece of paper, and just because you can spell it and say gravity, it can do all sort of things all at the same time without anything.
Yeah, it's their version of when I was growing up. If a priest didn't like the question or its moral implications, it was just scripture. They didn't have to think about it. They just said it and then walked away. I'm not trying to pick on religion. I'm just using my own personal experience of how they use it against me. So in this case, it's gravity. You just don't know. Scripture. Go read it. It's the same kind of a deflection mechanism.
Flat Earth, are you fixing the bike?
Yeah, fuck. You fucking kidding me?
It sounds like someone's playing
gutting fish. Yeah, I thought it sounded like somebody was gutting fish.
An old game of horseshoe.
Actually fixing his car with fish. He's using a chainsaw to cut it open. Flutter, do I'm on mute too. Okay. Yeah, he's away from his mic. I'll mute him from now. And we got Sammy47. Sammy, you've been unmuted. Welcome to the server. Welcome back. You've been here before.
Okay, thank you for that. I was looking for verification to talk on this channel.
You're welcome.
I'll bring you to the server. Welcome. I'll give you VC verified. There you go. You got it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
What brings you to the channel? The Flutter Discord.
Sorry about my English. I'm trying my best, but curiosity.
Your English is very good.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, cool.
Yeah. I'm open to new ideas. I don't think that there are any absolute facts. So at this point, I think that the Earth is not flat, but I am open. And I have been listening and searching a lot about this stuff.
Yeah, that's a good place to be at. You said that you believe there is no absolute truth. Any absolute truth?
At this point, I think there is no absolute truth.
So this pineapple that I'm eating, is it absolute that I'm eating the pineapple?
That is a very good question, I think. Can that be an illusion?
Well,
what about when
brains...
you... oh, go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry, I wasn't meaning to interrupt. I heard that question, and I don't know why I spastically hit my button like an idiot. I'm going back to why. So.
I mean, I'm totally in on this. Maybe someone else want to touch an absolute truth.
Yeah,
or,
I didn't want to step on you. I apologize.
No, man, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, so
bring your point.
I now I need him to repeat it so I can land on it right on top without fishing around.
He's saying there's no absolute truths.
Right. So do you believe in? So what do you think about natural law? If you live in this environment, right, and it's a simulation, is natural law just the unbreakable rules of the simulation then?
I have to say that it seems to be that way, but can it change tomorrow?
Right. Anything's an absolute here. Yes, I understand that.
So I mean, can everything change tomorrow? I cannot know that.
Correct, but you can make an educated guess based on your past, and there's nothing to make you lead you to believe that every day up until now you have woken up and the world is one way, and then tomorrow for it to wake up in a completely different way, right? Nothing leads you logically to that conclusion, does it?
As far as I understand, I have to say yes. So I can make predictions what happens tomorrow. Like, for example, if it has been raining for 1 million years, and I have a prediction for tomorrow that it will rain tomorrow, I can be pretty sure that it will rain tomorrow. But I think I cannot be absolutely sure that it will rain. Oh, great. Thank you.
I agree 100%. There are no 100% absolutes. You're right.
Great. Thank you for that. And for this thing
With that disclaimer being said, I'd like to just preface it one way, and that is that you, other than your own personal experience, do you have anything else to rely upon and to make your decisions?
Yes.
And what do you use? Not a trick question.
Yeah, sorry, this is hard to explain.
No. I just didn't want you to stress about your answer. Is all. It's okay to answer. However, there is no wrong answer.
Okay, thank you for that. And first, I have to say this feels that this server is a very kind place to talk. What I see is I also rely on, I have to say at this point, science. And I also rely on that.
Okay, so science. What about science makes it trustworthy for you to trust? What are the reasons why you should trust science as an outside influence on you and not everything else? Why not just whatever somebody says or my interpretation of something? Why do you like science?
Yes, I also rely on what other people say. I rely on that also.
Excuse me. So with that comes the idea of faith, yes? You are taking trust now in them for reasons, again, that you don't have any reason to believe them to be true. You just are going to make assumptions, yes, at that point? More so than you had been earlier. You have no control over what they are going to say, do, or anything like that. You can be honest with yourself, yes? You can be sure that you're going to be honest with yourself?
Yes.
Could you be sure that I am going to be honest with you?
Can I be sure that you are honest with me? No, I cannot.
So what should you do when I tell you something? Should you believe me, or should you go test it for yourself?
I go test it at myself, and also I look at what other people have tested and like discovered.
Do you agree that I could tell you that it is safe to walk outside? I've just been outside. Be my guest, go outside. If you took my word for it, yes, and you walked outside, and a rock fell and hit you because you didn't look, would that be my fault or would that be your fault? For not verifying what I said before you trusted me.
Hard questions, but I have to say that I would say that it's not your fault and it's not my fault.
So would you say that it is your responsibility to verify what everyone says to you?
My responsibility to verify.
Well, if it's said to you, that's sort of a clue. Said directly to you. Well, he's saying it's said directly to you, Sammy, so that's a clue.
What is said directly to me?
Yes. It's not a paper like out in the ether just floating around. It's directed toward you when someone provides information directly toward you.
This is the first-hand information was what you were gathering on your own, right? And now what kind of information are you getting? And if that information was written down by someone who you have no idea who put it there, you understand how information should have different weights in your mind about what is what data would be more important when coming to a conclusion. Some is much more trustworthy than other. That was the whole point before we got into the scientific method I wanted to do. Are you familiar with the scientific method, sir?
At some level, yes, but I cannot explain it to you. Like,
okay.
I don't have.
Well, because your English is not your first language, and I am not a credentialed scientist, I am not going to play a role I am not qualified to play here and get into the scientific method. Though I do feel I understand it myself, I am not comfortable in misleading you. So would anybody else like to step up at this point and answer his questions? I just wanted to establish why he should be here and pay attention and not just listen to what we were saying and go test it for himself after.
Greg Williams here. He knows the scientific method. Go ahead, Craig.
Well, what was the original point, like, to all of this? So why are we talking about this exactly?
The point is that he wants to come in and he's unsure about, flat versus sphere, right? Mm-hmm. But he was initially willing to take science, his own observations and experiments, and third-party information all in the same weight. And I wanted to establish before we went any further that that's probably not a great idea.
Yeah. So like first-hand experience versus second-hand knowledge, apparent knowledge, right? Validating it for yourself. Is it factual? So I'm just saying, obviously, I'm just telling the scientific method for like basically no reason. That's all I'm saying, context-wise. So
yeah, I tried to lay some context, but yeah, you can go over.
Yeah. So when we're talking about the scientific method, it's just simply a method in order to denote the cause and effect relationships between things, right? It's effectively a hypothesis.
And English, I'm sorry, English is not his first language. You might want to slow down just a tad.
Yeah,
that's it. So what do you already understand about it? That's probably a baseline to start off, though, right? Like whereabouts are you already at with the idea of the scientific method? You might already have a rough grasp or understanding. Sammy.
Yeah, I think.
Coming in low for me.
Craig villain.
All right, bro. I was man. You good? Yeah,
Man,
I'm good.
I was just thinking about you just now. I'm like,
really?
Where the hell is he?
That's so weird, bro. That's cool. Yeah, I'm all right, mate. I'm good. You all right?
I'm perfectly fine.
Wait, so what is Sammy's first language? Because Rogers has come in, and Sammy, what is your first language?
It's actually Finnish.
Finnish. All right, no worries. No one knows that. Anyway.
I can't do Finnish.
Yeah, no one speaks that. Unfortunately, I apologize.
No,
like, people want me to explain the scientific method to him, but it's just going to go over his head.
Isn't Haider from there?
He might be actually.
Okay,
maybe.
There's a gentleman on here that's from Finland, lives there right now. His name is It Is I. He's always with us down at Chill or the Learning Curve, but he's not here right now. Or I would send him up to help out. But he's from Finland as well.
Yeah. He does come from there, doesn't he? Yeah.
Yep.
Right, so basically, let's just break it down to its basic idea, though. The scientific method is to just find out, right? We see something happen, right? It's just to establish a cause and effect relationship, Sammy. So why we see something happen, why that thing is happening, right? It's a test on that. It's a hypothesis test, basically. So, and obviously, but the scientific method itself is a rigorous method, and it's basically meaning that it has a very structured setting in order to find this out for definite, right? These relationships between causes and effects. That's all it is. I don't think it's pointless me going into it like more than that. You can't speak
The important part, though, is that it is a very specific process. You do not get to decide how the scientific method operates. It's set in stone ahead of time. That's what makes it the scientific method. If you do not adhere to the scientific method, what you are doing is no longer science. That is what is important here.
Well, and the misclassification of what is science is basically how they mix in the pseudoscience, really, and that's the danger of it. You know, they're trying to push away from the scientific method because it's a box they built for themselves that other people can use against them for their false claims, and they hate it.
Right. So the biggest thing, Sam, is that we try to ignore any information coming in that does not adhere to the scientific method, and to base our views on the information that can be tested only. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense. Yes.
Okay. With that being said, you can go ahead and ask what you want to ask or whatever.
Okay, so I want to say this, that I have been in seashore and I have looked at ships, and actually I had a really good how is it called, periscope, to look at those ships. And yes, I know when I cannot see them anymore, I can bring them back to my eyes with a periscope. But then they go further, and then they actually disappear from bottom up.
So you made an observation there that when the ship nears the horizon with your bare eyes, it begins to disappear, but you can zoom in and bring it back. But then the boat reaches the end of your zoom and begins to disappear, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so what do you think would happen if you had more zoom?
Wait there. There is a limit to that. Wait there. I have to say this.
But he saw it go over the edge. I didn't want to go there and confuse him.
Let's just use an example a sec. One sec. Let me use it. Sammy, what would happen if you had a ceiling, so a roof in a very big building, and you moved an object away from that, along that roof, right? Like a ball rolling along the ceiling. What would happen to that ball? It would disappear from the top up, right? If your observer's height was like next to this ceiling, right? So the part you're not understanding is that the angle of the incidence of that angle, it's an acute angle. So yeah, you're going to bring it back into zoom. Eventually it will disappear bottom up because the observer is on the ground. That thing is also, right, on the ground or in the sea, okay? So there's an angle there that is very acute. We can't resolve things when we have such an acute angle, because the very thing in front of us, the ground itself, the angle that we're looking across at, right? Effectively, it becomes that the ground itself blurs and merges into that point, right? It converges into that point. So there is a limit to like zoom in continually, right? Eventually there is going to be an optical drop off almost where it will disappear from the bottom up, but it's just that acute angle. That's the only reason why it's so acute, and that's what you're next to, you know, that's what you're closest to.
Yeah, it happens on a completely flat surface, even every time. There's nothing you can do about it, even on a completely flat surface. Correct?
You can see this effect by putting a flat surface at your eye level, like a long table, right on your eye level, and then put an object in front of you and start sliding it away on the table. Eventually, the bottom of that will blend in with the table, and that's the effect that you're seeing when you start to reach the end of the limits of your eye.
Also, you gotta combine the medium that we are looking through, because there is an angle of view, but also you're looking through water vapor, particles on the air, even darkness to a certain point. So you gotta combine that as well. That is not gonna allow you to see.
Gemsy, just one sec. No, but to explain why things disappear from either the top, right, or the bottom first, we don't need to even include the atmosphere. This would work in a vacuum with nearly no air there at all. If you get a coin and you run it along a ceiling and your head is next to that ceiling, you're looking at that coin, it will disappear from the top up, right? Because the angle is very acute. The incidence of that angle is so acute. The same thing if you're lying on the ground and you roll a basketball away from you. Eventually your eye can't resolve it. The angle's too acute. You can maybe zoom back into that because you're increasing your focal, right? The focal point, right? You're basically pushing your eye forward with optics, right? Increasing your ability to resolve the image. But there is a point where that eventually will stop due to that, the incidence of that angle. And this is just a fact. And like I said, if you see that same effect on a ceiling, moving someone away from it, and you can see something disappear from the top down versus bottom up based on the directionality of the surface that's in relation to the object, i.e. above or below the object, in this case a ceiling versus a floor, that just proves that the effect is to do with the merger of the actual surface, the observer, where you are, versus some sort of effect because of curvature. This is
100%. So he pointed out that he's using some type of optical equipment, but he's looking and seeing the object disappearing, and that's what bottom up. So what you're saying is definitely on point of what he's saying. But I want to ask you, Sammy, are you looking in the live stream voice text? There is a chat above this voice call. It's called the live stream voice text.
Sorry,
I'm gonna tag you. Okay. There's information being posted related to what we're talking about.
Great.
Yeah, so the main point here is, Sammy, that stuff disappearing bottom up is not exclusive for a globe, right? It happens on a flat level surface anytime. You can do this yourself, right? And so it's not exclusive for a ball Earth. So when you say, well, I saw this boat disappearing bottom up, this has to be because of curvature. Then the next step would be, so how high was I? How far was the boat? And what does the model predict, right? And if you figure that out, you probably would figure out that the boat should have been long gone, right? It should have been long gone as the model would predict it. But it's still there, right? You still see it. It should be covered in maybe a couple of 20, 30 meters of curvature, right? You wouldn't even be able to see the boat, let alone only the little bit of the bottom that is disappearing, right? And even a little wave in front of you, just in front of you, right? A little wave can obscure sight that's many, 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 many miles away. So there are multiple factors that make stuff disappear bottom up on a flat plane. This is not exclusive for a globe. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I thank you for this information. I will gladly look voice text, and tomorrow I will look more into it. Thank you.
So you're in Finland, right? You have lots of islands and coastlines, and go do some more observations and try to see an island that maybe is 30, 40 miles away, right?
Yeah.
That would be impossible on the globe.
Which should be impossible on a globe the size that the model says it is. And those numbers are set in stone for a reason. Now, you got to understand that those numbers, everything about astrophysics and everything else depend on these numbers being what they say they are for any of it to be true. But it turns out you're going to find, if you experiment on your own, that you can verify yourself that it is not.
Okay, thank you. And another question. Do you guys think that there are other planets?
Planets, it means wandering stars. So everybody can look up with their own eyes and even optical equipment and observe the phenomena that we call the luminaries, including the planets. And yes, we can see them. There are wandering stars up above us. You're correct.
What do you think they are?
So that will go into the speculation side of things, because even though we can observe them as phenomena, you and I haven't been there.
No.
So we don't know the distances. We don't know what they are made of. We don't know how big they are. So from there, we might speculate those variables and come to some conclusions about them, but it will only be stories, made up ideas, because we cannot verify what they actually are.
Okay, so you think that we have never been to Moon or Mars or Voyagers, Voyager, how do you say it? Satellites or probes are just...
All space programs are fake as far as we can tell. Every bit about it is fake. Every piece of video you've seen, every picture, every piece of data, all made up.
You understand that these people that say that they sent equipment up there, if you look at their stories, they are actually science fiction writers. That's where they started from. And if you actually look on their claims, based on what they're claiming, they're saying that they send in these rockets or satellites into a place that goes against natural law. They're claiming they're sending things to Fantasyland, and they're giving you cartoons, movies, and drawings to prove it to you.
Yeah, I have to say that. Yep, sorry.
Do you know why we believe it is fantasy? The problem that we have that we can test that we don't agree with them is.
Yep. Please
okay. So could you demonstrate for me gas pressure without a container? Is there any way for you to do that? Have gas pressure with no container.
The gas pressure decreases when we go up from the Earth.
I know. We'll get there in a minute, but that's not the question. We want to raise some foundations about what you know first. So.
Yep.
Do you, besides what you believe is a giant amount of gas around you without a container, so if that is a giant amount of gas without a container, you should be able to do a smaller amount of gas without a container, yes? Because it's gas without a container. It should be demonstratable.
For us,
gas behaves in very specific ways, yes? Gas, we know how gas behaves. We have laws that
Yes.
You can
yes, gas
predict.
and material. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so in those, in the idea that we'll start with your premise because it's in your head right now. The idea, right, is that there is a almost nearly infinite amount of space, nearly empty. I mean, practically empty. I understand things float around. There's energy. I get it, but it's practically empty. Gas would normally, you agree, would normally want to fill that big empty space. Yes.
Yes.
So what is it that makes you believe that gas suddenly does not want to act like gas anymore on Earth?
Because of now you're gonna really hate me.
No. I know where you're going. I just want. What we're doing is walking up a flight of stairs together. That's all.
Yeah. Thank you.
Step at a time.
I think planets and stars have gravity, and that is why I am here on Earth at some level, and if I go up, the pressure is less. And if I go more up, if I go to the moon,
that would be called the gradient.
Before we go to gravity, one second. Before we go to gravity, there's definitions, and let's just point out that gas pressure, the topic you guys were just talking about, the pressure of gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. Will you agree with that, Sammy?
It is the walls of its container.
So the molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other and with the walls of a container. Because the molecules are in motion, a gas will expand to fill the container. Since density is defined to be the mass divided by the volume, density depends directly on the size of the container in which a fixed mass of gas is confined. This is definitions that I'm reading about gas pressure. This is established, it's verifiable, it's repeatable.
Hey, what's up, Craig Fillin?
Yeah.
Craig, I have a question about gradient.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead with your question.
Yo. What?
So, if I have a container that is like, let's say 1 kilometer up to the sky, and I fill it up with gas.
Okay.
Where is the gas more denser?
At the bottom, eventually. It depends. It's a variable question because is the gas homogeneous? Is it a mixture? Is the temperature constant in the container? There's a lot of variables that will determine the gradients inside the container.
Yeah, and also where it is. I was thinking that it is now here on Earth, and it's 1 kilometer up from my yard.
Yes.
All right.
It's denser down.
Yes.
Yeah, that's still how can you measure? How do you even measure gas pressure without a container? Can you show us a measurement of gas pressure without a container?
I think I can measure gas pressure right here now where I see.
Yeah, wait there.
Yeah, because we're in a container.
Because we're in a container. Yeah. Your barometer works only because we're in a container. If we weren't, your barometer would fail.
Yeah, we need an inward vector for a barometer to work effectively. And this would make no sense on a globe anyway, because the globe states that the containment would be a form of gravity, which would have to be basically a fully equilibrious state. Well, we can't have that because all the different celestial bodies in so-called space have their own gravitational vectors. We have the moon. So we have effectively lots of vectors that would affect the gases if they were working in congruency with gravity, right? And then the idea that you have an inward vector from a gradient on a globe of 360 degrees lower pressure up on the upper layer of the atmosphere, you have no bounce back at that point. we need to have a form of a way of this thing hitting the container, pressing off the walls, and doubling back on itself in order for it to have an inward vector for us to even read pressure with a barometer. But when you have a 360-degree sphere shape with low pressure at the top of the precipice of that this so-called atmosphere, what you have is basically effectively a thing that is void, because now it wouldn't make sense for it to be low pressure if there is a form of doubling back at that point, right? And then you would say, well, how does that work on potentially a flat Earth? Well, it would make sense, right? Because we actually have a difference in terms of what we believe and the way these gases are affected, what you believe and how they actually work, sorry. So, containment has to be there. It's an antecedent relationship to this. And the form of the containment isn't a 360-degree spherical ball with a lower pressure point all the way around the outside, So we can actually know for a fact that this would potentially have like transverse or lateral sort of doubling back potentially for an inward vector. You can't do that on a globe, right? So there isn't any way of even fathoming how it could work on a globe.
Sam, do you know what the equation to calculate pressure is offhand?
No,
it's an easy one.
No.
All right. So pressure, right? I don't want to just say it without him seeing it and believing me. If somebody wants to throw it up there. But the area, the A in this equation is for the area that it is the area that the gas, the surface area that the gas pressure, the volume of gas is pressing upon. The difference in the surface area, right, will change your pressure with the same amount of gas. You understand the relationship between the size of the container and the amount of gas, right?
There's two different formulas. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Didn't mean to be confusing.
I didn't look. I apologize.
This isn't working.
Hey, really, sorry. My point here was not really debating. Let's say
no, but if you're going to have pressure, what we're trying to say is pressure, by its definition, requires that you have a container for the air to press on in order to measure it. It is an antecedent. You cannot demonstrate it otherwise.
He's arguing for the gradient. So the gradient requires gas pressure in the first place. In order to have a gradient, a gas pressure gradient, gas pressure has to be happening in the first place. And to have gas pressure, a container is required. You got that, Sammy?
Yeah, a container is. Yep.
Because you're arguing for gas pressure gradient, right? You're saying there's more pressure at the bottom, less pressure above.
Yes. And you've been told it goes to zero eventually. That's what you've been told.
There's no such a thing of zero pressure.
Well, it approaches zero, is what you've been told.
In the globe,
almost zero. Yeah, like the most emptiest place between the clusters of galaxies. That where is the most emptiest place.
But that would be a story because nobody's been up there to do it. But that's okay.
Yeah, come back to Earth because you're going
work on what we can see and test first.
Yeah, you're up into this story place.
Yeah, you need to look into gas laws a little bit more. Even NASA, right up there, see equation of state and the live stream voice text. Well, they use this term volume as a constant. So that means what do you need to have a constant volume? They're talking about gas pressure.
Constant volume. Sorry, I don't understand that. Sorry.
Yeah, that's why I said you need to look into it a little bit more closely because anybody that says of constant volume, the only way to measure a constant volume is within a container. So in other words, you can have the constant volume of said 14.7 psi at sea level.
You couldn't.
If there isn't a container, if there isn't a container to create that's the important word, to create the pressure in the first place.
To have the gradient, you need the pressure. to have the pressure, a container is required.
Yep. So you wouldn't know anything about gas pressure gradients if somebody hadn't measured gas pressure in the first place to tell if there was a gradient inside of there. You can't do any of that without the container.
And simply just the way that gases are produced, even effectively, and the way the globe sort of says that gases are released ever so slowly into space, right? This idea, right? With that idea, the idea of a constant volume goes completely out the window, because we now have differentiation in dispersal rates all the way in all 360 degrees around the globe, right? We have different production amounts of gases being produced at different places, and we have lots of different things that would come into place with also affecting this. And it doesn't make sense. Like the idea of a constant volume, even if you gave the globe everything that it claims that it has, it doesn't even make sense. Like literally, it doesn't. And they admit to that anyway. They admit to that part, I believe. Try and find that.
Yeah, guys, I think it's been a good job by defining the gas pressure and demonstrating what we experience against what the claims of the globes are. He wanted to go into gravity. You guys want to move it on to gravity? And I want to ask him, when you say gravity, what do you actually mean? Do you know what that actually means when you say gravity? What that is?
Again, I want to say that I wasn't here to debate you all.
No, this isn't a debate. Let me make that clear. One second. This is a discussion. It's been quite productive, actually. And
thank you.
Yeah, it's been quite productive. And I'm not seeing you as someone who's debating right now at all, bro. And it's not like you're losing in a debate or anything like that. You're just discussing ideas back and forth. So don't see it as like there's a pressure for you to win anything right now. That's not the case. That's not really what it should be about. Things that are done in the spirit of like discovery and truth, really we should leave the idea out, especially when you're being like cordial. If you were being debated right now, people wouldn't be like talking the way they are. Like people are taking you great, bro. So it's not a debate at all.
This would be a different experience if you were being confrontational.
Okay.
100%. But
okay.
Yeah, don't make this into a competition or anything like that. Nobody here expects you to have an answer one way or the other. Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to make it a competition. About gravity.
Go ahead.
It says that things fall down to the center of the Earth, and if we go up from the Earth, like near the sun or the moon, things will fall to the moon or the sun, where there is a greater gravitational force.
Yeah, can you prove any of this?
We still haven't talked about the two types of gravity.
Just 1 second, I just want to say something. 1 sec. So there are sort of like calculations for like the sizes of meteorites and stuff like that would go past a sort of point of being sucked into the gravity of the moon, for instance, right? And there have been meteorites that come within inside of these confinements, but we're not really observing meteorites like hit the moon within inside of those parameters. Like, do you see things like falling towards the moon? Like, that's really the issue, right? Like that's another point. Like, and look at the size of the craters on the actual moon themselves. And if you actually look into the size of these craters and how big the mass of the objects would have been, according to their calculations, like these objects would be such a size under their terms or whatever, under their mathematics. Some of the impacts are so big that it would make no sense that these things would actually go towards the moon, right? So like it doesn't really make sense. What I mean is it would more veer to want to go toward the Earth itself, right? So these like models that they have for like predicting like gravity apparently on the moon and all this sort of stuff, it's all it's a lot of it's bogus, right? And we don't experience any of these sort of like ideas of like things going toward the moon, or like when have you ever experienced that?
How about this question, Sammy? what makes gravity gravity? What does gravity require, according to what you just explained?
Yep.
Do you know? Because I can give you the answer. If you don't, it's okay.
Okay, please.
So mass, right?
Sorry, what? Mass.
Mass. M-A-S-S.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah. So what does mass require to be mass? I can give you the answer if you don't know.
Okay.
Gravity.
I know that is circular.
Without gravity, there is. You see the magic trick here? Without mass, no gravity. No gravity, no mass.
So that's the really simple way of looking at it. Another way of looking at it is the claim is that tiny particles could never have enough of a gravitational field to attract each other. However, that literally is the foundation and basis for the Big Bang, is that tiny particles coalesced over billions or X number of years, and thus we get bigger globs of things all throughout space. That's the story.
Can I just add one point to that very quickly? I just want to add something very quickly to that. Just a thought exercise for anyone. So this is apparently why we have a certain shape, apparently, to the Big Bang. And this shape was initiated not actually at the point of hypothesis of the Big Bang, like someone going, oh, I think this is what happened, right? Not a hypothesis, but you know what I'm saying. So the point is if these things, or these particles, right, that as he just spoke of, if they had enough mass, or should I say as well, gravitational force in order for them to coalesce together in order that they would create bigger things, the fact that these things have an evolutionary sort of story to them, I mean, like how they coalesce, how long it took for them to form after the Big Bang. The point is they would have either had enough capability in their own right in terms of their mass versus. So basically, the point is these things would have coalesced together instantly, right? Because if you think about an explosion in a zero resistance area, meaning a low pressure area like space, these things effectively wouldn't have anything to slow them down over time, right? And the speed and the velocity they left this explosion would be the same as a million years later. So they're not going to really gain any extra traction a million years later after leaving an explosion, where as they left the explosion, they're going the same speed they are now, when, like I said, they would have been closer and had a lot more sort of gravitas to be able to even coalesce together. It would have happened instantly. That's just based on the fact that these things would have been in closer proximity to one another at that time. They either would have coalesced instantly or not at all, right? So even that's like a silly part to that, like that speaks volumes.
The problem with mass attracting mass is that, well, there's a couple problems. Number one is that Einstein supersedes it, right? That's not what gravity is supposed to be anymore. It's supposed to be the bending of space-time. But if you still want to hold on to Newton and say mass attracts mass, then it would have to be demonstratable. We cannot show mass attracting mass. Whether it's a mountain of lead and a molecule of dust, you can't detect any gravity between them. So why are we introducing this supposed force if there's no evidence for it?
Actually, I think we can demonstrate that, but sorry, I can't.
All right, no. Then please, that's what we're here for. So, how would you demonstrate it?
What was the expect? I'm sorry. In 5 minutes, I cannot find out.
No. Okay, that's fair. We can skip the point. It's not important, to be honest.
I'm sorry, I cannot. Out of
what you wanted to do was you wanted to make gravity your lid, correct? That's what you were trying to accomplish. Is make gravity the lid on the container so that you could still have the ball, right?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Anybody else want in?
You need even if we give you gravity, you don't have a hydrostatic equilibrium state at all. you then have gravity affecting those gas molecules on those upper layers of the atmosphere. We have the vectors of gravity from all of the other bodies that apparently have gravity. If we give you gravity affecting gases, which we don't see, right? These gases are never affected by gravity when they're closer to the vector that apparently causes them to be kept here. So when they're actually at sea level, right? And there are various reasons as to why they wouldn't potentially stop it there, right? You know, people could say, you know, this would be because these things are slotting it and there's more force within relative density. But then that's an issue again for gravity because it just prescribes how weak the force is, or again and again. So they sort of have this weak force that they sort of claim big effects for, and they have to say it's weak because obviously, like I said, it wouldn't make sense because obviously gravity would dictate that these gas molecules effectively wouldn't be able to slot into their relative density positions else, right, where they would tower, right? So if we give you gravity, then you have to explain, well, how does the moon with 1/4 of the Earth's gravity, how does that affect those gas molecules, right? Where the moon is, and because in terms of proximity, its gravitational force is going to be stronger than the Earth's, right? To those molecules of gas that are high up in the atmosphere, because the moon is literally, as we know now, it's like skating basically in the atmosphere itself. So now you don't have an equilibrious state in order to create a container, because you have something that's aiding movement of those gases, which would break this equilibrious state, right? And you would need an equilibrious state. But then you would also have to show this doubling back effect for an inward vector down here as well. When I say doubling back, I mean this idea of gases hitting off the walls of a container and coming back on themselves in order that they could have an inward vector that we could read pressure with a barometer. But that's not what's explained even in the model. This is it's a lower pressure point. There's no exchange of back and forth. It's just a slow leaking out, they say. They don't talk about it in that way at all, because gravity apparently slots it into its so-called, gravity is apparently doing everything there, but at the same time isn't. It's a lot of double speak.
The problem you're going to have is that gravity is not claimed to be a force, and if it's not a force, how is it accomplishing what it is claimed to accomplish?
So, sorry, gravity is not a force.
That is correct.
That's not us saying that, by the way.
Not according to me. Yeah, it's not according to us. If you go ask the experts.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because it cannot do work. It cannot perform a task or do work like make objects move. It has no ability. Like the buoyancy is actually a force, though. You can lift tons. You can lift tons of materials off the ocean floor with the force of buoyancy. So that can be manipulated. Yeah, that can be manipulated and shown to behave differently depending on the medium. But gravity has no such ability and has never been shown through experiment that it's the cause of anything.
Hey,
it's doing an awful lot in the heliocentric model. An awful lot. That's the problem.
Yeah. Hey, if you don't mind, I thank you for this very much, for your patience, and I have to look more of this, but now I would like to quit and start to listening again.
Yeah,
thank you, Sammy. We appreciate you coming in here and discussing with us.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's been a good discussion. And Sammy, I just want to tell you before you go, look at the information down below us. There's all different channels information. There's going to be videos and links and all kinds of things that you can look down below here in different categories. So make sure you check that out.
Yeah, I really appreciate this, and thank you for you all.
Not a problem, dude. We've got different people in the room. We got Layla. We've got Mitchell. If anyone wants to have a chat, then do pipe up.
Welcome all.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to talk. Yes, Gospel Bearer, my G. I thought it was your voice.
I didn't even get to say hi, Crack Villain. How's it going, Crack Villain? Nice to hear you today.
You all right, mate? Yes, Sonny. Yeah, Gospel, you were talking, weren't you, a minute ago?
Yeah,
And I was
that
like,
was me.
I thought it was. Yeah. Good to have you in here, bro.
Yep. Well, that was a much different exchange than most of the ones yesterday. That didn't give me a headache at all.
Yeah. It was quite productive, wasn't it? Yeah.
I just think he needs a bit more of an understanding about some of the fundamentals, and then, you can go from there.
Absolutely, yeah. But he didn't leave here like it was stomping his feet, or felt like he was attacked, or felt like he needed to. It was positive, and that's.
Yeah, like I just need to listen for a minute and think about it all.
Who was that?
Sammy. He's obviously not a very, very. I could be wrong, but I don't think he's an 18 to 24-year-old man. He sounds like he's more mature than that.
You got his gears turning though.
Wait, I was mature at 24.
Well, then that makes you the exception, because when I was at 24, the only thing I could think of was chasing tail. That was it.
You into furries? All right.
I meant I didn't want to be vulgar. I used tail. Could be ladies.
I was deployed at 24.
What's your 6th general order?
That's probably why we muted you, Flat Earth Dude, because your hot mic came soon.
My 6th general order.
You must be
It's
driving.
to receive, obey, and pass on to the century relieve me. All orders from the commanding officer, officer of the day, officer and non-commissioned guards, officers of the guard only, sir.
What's the definition of discipline?
Attention on deck.
If you want to go there, the instant willful obedience to all orders, respect for authority, and self-reliance, sir.
Aye, sir.
Oh, you Navy. My bad.
No, I spent time on a boat. That's how I picked that up. Yeah, I got a lot of shit for that too when I came back.
Yeah, I bet you did.
Yeah. Get out there and clean the poop deck, seaman. I had to. I'm sorry. It's just a joke.
I know.
Standards are gay.
I always appreciate that. I'm glad I never got in a fight with any of those Marines. Yeah, I'd never found that necessary. But yeah, some of the people that go out there drinking and shit, like out there on Liberty, they got in a lot of trouble, man. They got in a lot of trouble.
I think it's part of the job.
I've seen a few on a boat in my day.
And a lot of dumb tattoos.
One of the funniest things to see is a 20-year-old Marine get his ass whooped by a 38-year-old salty sea dog because he doesn't know when to keep his mouth shut.
Duh.
I've always preferred seeing like a tattoo of an anchor on a sailor's arm. I feel like that's got to be the most ironic shit ever. I love that.
I never got one. How's that? Never got one.
I should hope not.
The only time I allowed something like that to happen to somebody in my platoon was when they really needed it. They needed to be knocked down a peg or two.
I have yet to have met a unit where somebody didn't need a knocking down.
You know what?
Yeah, hoorah.
You know, it's not the man in the fight. It's actually the fight that's in the man. So.
Yeah. It's not the size of the fight in the dog. Or the size of the dog in the fight, but the size of the fight in the dog.
But I think old salty dogs and sorry.
At a certain point, it becomes who has the most training and the willingness to do so.
I think us salty dogs can be friends. That's what I was going to say.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to it, BattleMod's right. Training trumps everything, and it does you no good if you're not willing to use it.
That's right.
It really does.
Well, if you know how to do work and you're willing to like do work in support of a common cause with others, then you're valuable. And that's all I've ever strived to do is like work hard, you know, do as much work as I can do. Looking forward to doing more work, actually.
Community needs a lot of different types of men and women to run efficiently, and that's the thing I think we all forgot. We all think we can be one type of man and then another type of, or I don't even want to start with the pronouns, but you get what I'm saying. That's a tribe needs a leader, you know, a good number, you know, left-hand man or right-hand man to back him up, and then he needs a counselor who has got traits that can temper his. I mean, there's a lot of things that go into making a successful tribe.
Right. In my trade, we call that a consigliere.
Well, see, because you don't want to totally disallow the right brain thinking. You don't want to be completely left brain thinking. So if you're only left brain thinking, you're only concrete. You're going to miss sometimes the bigger picture, which people that are more right brain or mixed, they have more of a crossover, like women.
Well, there's another part to this as well. Is I feel like linear curriculum, right? So a sort of homogenized version of curriculum that we have today cultivates certain forms of brains better than others, right? So if we have a hierarchical structure in our society, or something that's based on a competence, right? Well, some people that think in certain ways are actually people that are very effective leaders, for instance, right? Often sort of show this, would normally be sort of seen on the spectrum of something like ADHD, right? Well, obviously, as we know, people with those sort of traits don't really do so well in linear curriculum. So we have an entry-level thing that actually flushes out a lot of the cogs and counterparts that are needed in society. And if you look into any form of training, militaristically speaking, right, and any sort of doctrine for war, effectively a lot of the time it's about putting back in what was stripped from men previously by linear curriculum in order that they are readjusted in order that they could work properly as an efficient unit. And people would sort of forget and miss that part, right? And obviously there's the discipline goes into that as well. But yeah, so that just proves they obviously know exactly what they're doing. They know how to take the fight out of a dog at the same time as put it back in, or the prerequisite skills in order that you could utilize that fight, right? There's a lot of people with a lot of fight in them, but without the skills in order that they could actually use it. That's what I've noticed.
The taking the fight out of the dog part is where the problem lies, because they get these guys all in this certain type of mindset where their brain is reacting in a certain way to stimulus, and they do that all the way up until a week before they separate, and then they tell them to go to a class to learn how to be nice again, and expect you to go back in the world and then watch undisciplined civilians fuck up your day by moving slow and just fucking up for no reason. That's the mentality, because as a military, you not put up with that.
It's a bitch, isn't it, bro? That in itself causes PTSD.
Yep.
Why the fuck is this motherfucker just standing in my way?
that visceral reaction is made worse exactly by what I just explained. It's like, so they take the fight out of people through like linear curriculum, right? So then people get reacquainted with that, right? They go into the Marines, you get reacquainted with something that gets put in and instilled inside you, something that was sort of frowned upon and looked away from. You know, people say toxic masculinity. If you know anything about military training, if someone that was like a pundit against masculinity, if they was to watch military training the way that men are taught to think and the way they're taught to interact with one another, they go, that's toxic masculinity. So the point of what I'm trying to say is like, if you exist with a new mindset.
Why did you have to add that unnecessary word before masculinity? That's my question.
Because that's my point. This is my point. This is how they're categorizing things now, in essence, right? Because that it's an encompassing system. It's like, if you want to whittle down how effective a human being is in life, you don't just take away like the things that they can procure. You take away the very forms of ideas that they can use, and you label them to be egregious against society itself. And like I said, the reason why that of like when you notice people who are undisciplined and how annoying that is, that's just all amplified by the fact that you yourself gained your discipline at a later point in your life than what you should have anyway. So it's like a new skill to you as well. So it's like fresh eyes when you become a Marine, for instance, fresh eyes of discipline. It's not something you had from a child that you probably should have had from a child, right? So you're in a new skill yourself, a valuable one, but you're new in it. It's a newfound skill to yourself. So that's what I'm saying about shuffling the deck, of like taking out attributes of people and injecting them back in so that you can control that thing.
Hey, why is this motherfucker just slowly talking in my way? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Get it moving!
If somebody sat at a light,
fucking with my BSD
after a turn, it would fucking out.
Damn, I would just like go somewhere else if that was happening behind me.
You would look in your rear view and just see this vein popping freak smashing his own roof of car.
You see how effective that is? Think about how effective that is. Batum was like, you know, like you're not annoyed before. I'd be like, eventually, new eyes, and then that's what they want in people when they train people. That aggression level. It's.
Yeah,
I'd be like, I guess I don't need this stuff as much as I thought I did.
I can't speak for anybody else, but it left a change on me. I still to this day catch myself being intolerant of stuff like that, and that was 25 years ago.
Yeah, that's to say the least, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's
You
a bunch
still-
of neurotic. I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
Do you
I
still
was gonna
notice
say-
shit that most average people don't notice, and there's no one around to talk to about it? And if you try, they're like, "Yeah, I don't care about that shit."
Yeah.
But you pay attention to every detail, so you notice it.
And it's in every aspect of your life, and it doesn't matter if you're out with your friends at a restaurant, you're checking for exits, you're looking for suspicious people in the road. It's just it gets in you so deeply that you don't even realize you're doing it. And
100%.
They want you to turn it off like a switch, and they literally give you no time to do it. And I'm surprised, and that's why these dudes, they come home and they lose their shit. And I 100% understand every single time, because they are thrown to the wolves.
I analyze and assess every threat every time I walk into a restaurant. Put my back to the weakest link.
I thought they lost their shit because when they get back, they realize they were murdering for the wrong people.
Like I said, I wasn't in war. I was garrisoned between Iraq and the Gulf War. So I happened to serve in a time where there was relative peace. That being said, I did not leave the Marine Corps without seeing shit that I, to this day, wake up, fucking sweating at night. It doesn't. It's, well, I guess maybe being an MP and having to fuck with people, that was part of it. But just, you got to understand there is a constant level of stress, but you put it in the background. That's the training, right? There's this constant level of stress, whether you're asleep, eating, on post, marching, doing whatever. You're on alert all the time. That's not a state of being that most people are accustomed to. They wouldn't know how to react to it because they haven't been forced to do it. And
I can sympathize with that 100%. I'm not military, but I've literally fought my own war in my own country, and a lot of the training that I've done and what my family does is they train people in the military, but so I know exactly what that is to have that even instilled in you. But then I've also had the real world experiences that also instill it in you. So I was taught that stuff, and then I experienced stuff that reified it. And it's difficult to live like that. You know what I mean? It is very difficult. Seeing everything 15 steps ahead all the time, and just sort of even people that and you're it's kind of like watching car crashes over and over again. Really is. That's the best way of explaining it. And being a hyper-vigilant individual is difficult. It's straining.
Yep.
But also is a blessing.
I can tell you one thing. I'm 100% supportive, but I would never hire a guy within 4 years of military service to serve in law enforcement. I'm sorry.
No.
There is a totally different mindset, and I don't think that they're capable. Yeah, they have great skills to do the job, but the mentality and attitude is totally wrong.
That just goes back to what I was just saying about linear curriculum. If it's effectively a form of taking the fight out of people, because it is, because people they grow up in linear curriculum, it homogenizes people to behave in certain ways. And when you go into the military, they inject something extra into you. That's why those guys can all get on, because they all learn this new skill and this mindset and way of being together. If you put Marines next to men that have, Marines that have just gone through basic training in the UK, put them next to men that have not just gone through basic training, you can really see the difference in their mindset. And that's the point. So they're there with a new skill, learned to themselves even. So the first 4 years, man, of learning, becoming a full-blown member of the armed forces is like, that's definitely the wrong time. Yeah, it's a different ethos, right? It's protect and serve versus, destroy and kill. And people can try and say you're not taught to destroy and kill in the army. That's bullshit. I'm sorry, that's not true. You are taught that.
Okay. Okay, is Metabunk's curve calculator the same as whose is the other one?
I'm
sorry. I'm unmuted, ain't I? Damn it.
You're unmuted.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. What were you saying anyway?
The answer being there is no curve calculator because there's no curve.
Okay.
It was Mick West, right? Isn't he the guy who made it?
Yeah, Mick West is Metabunk.
Mick West is a bitch.
Can you imagine Mick West dressed like Pennywise the Clown, luring children into a sewer? I can.
We all float down here. They all float down here.
Imagine claiming that you don't use any medium of commerce. I can't understand how a human being would make that claim. Say hypothetically the person doesn't have any money at all and they function even the Mennonites that live in the Amazonian forest, however you want to say that, they still exchange, and that's a medium of commerce. So,
what is it based on?
But you know the difference. You know the difference between that commerce and the commerce you use. It's not part of a Luciferian system, and it's the way their God. It's the way their God told them to commerce.
If I have 12 eggs,
Shalem and Shalek, food products and Shalem and Shalek. That's what be meant for money by God. Silver, gold, food products, and bartered.
Yeah, that's a medium of commerce, bro. That's a medium of commerce.
I didn't say it wasn't. I said it's the one that's ordained by their God.
Yeah, I'm just saying that this person is making the claim that they don't use a medium of commerce.
They don't use
They're an idiot.
They don't use.
Why do you argue with idiots?
They don't have a currency, right? A fiat currency or a.
No. They use the word money. I defined the word money. They said they don't use it. So.
Okay, I see. you're breaking down the definitions probably more seriously than the person who wrote it intended. Then I'm guessing.
Usually the case, but the fact of the matter is, when people start throwing wild claims out there, I start to get out definitions.
Yeah. But that explains what it is you're dealing with. Is that they use the word improperly? That's why you're running into this.
Yes.
I thought commerce was buying and selling, not bartering.
Good question. In general sense, an interchange of mutual change of goods, wares, productions, or property of any kind between nations or individuals, either by barter or by purchase and sell, trade, traffic.
Yeah, as
you go.
Defined by whom? As defined by whom?
The greatest man in linguist history, at least as far as dictionaries go, Noah Webster.
No, I thought it was Merriam-Webster.
No, it's the gay or whatever. I'm sorry. That's the gay. That's the gay version.
That's the gay version. Hold on, I'm looking at my dictionary right now. Merriam-Webster's Collegiate Dictionary, 10th edition. Hold on, I want to see where my gay dictionary varies from yours. What's the difference here?
I don't know, man. Look up commerce and see how it differs from the 1828 definition.
This is, let me see, 10th edition was...
Oh my God.
What is this? 10th edition. I can't read. Oh my God, my eyes are shit.
Oof.
1999.
Really? Oh, you hit that brick wall, huh? Wow.
Dude, I haven't opened this thing in forever.
I can't tell you how long ago that was for me, bro. That's all right.
Oh my God, I need reading glasses. Commerce.
The act of buying and selling in large quantities.
Buying and selling, commerce.
Is that in some dictionary? That's the definition some dictionary says?
Yeah, that's in my Merriam-Webster dictionary.
See what I mean?
The actual hard copy, not on the computer.
Yeah,
I rest my case.
Mine was printed in 99. Hold on.
So,
Smells so
but
good.
there's
That's one thing.
Yeah, and there's more than one. The exchange or buying and selling of commodities on a large scale involving transportation from place to place.
And I like the 1828 dictionary. I've never found a better. Now it's a little bit more wordy. Now he takes.
You want to know the third definition? Sexual intercourse.
Oh, does it say sexual?
Yes. Definitions of commerce.
Commerce. Whoa, bro.
No, it says that. It says that here.
Yeah. That's it.
Sexual intercourse.
That's why they want you to get a permit, a license, because you're entering into commerce. You're going to provide a product.
Can also be social intercourse, interchange of ideals, opinions, and sentiments.
Yeah, so it says basically the same things, but in a much dumber way and limited.
You mean remedial?
Probably below medial.
It's a remedial.
I didn't know there were varying levels of dumb.
Well, there needs to be now. There needs to be now. There's a gradient.
Hey, since we're on semantics, I got to do it. I'm sorry.
Do 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 do. Phenomena.
What was your number one definition for commerce?
Subremedial.
Social intercourse, interchange of ideals, opinions, and sentiments. That's number one. Number two.
Yeah, that's number one in Merriam, yeah.
Yeah, the exchange or buying and selling of commodities on a large scale involving transportation from place to place. That's two. Sexual intercourse is three.
Synonym, see business.
Okay.
Trade, industry, traffic, business.
So for the sexual intercourse, would that be a product's going to be produced? That would be what the baby being born and the birth certificate being produced.
Yeah, and you're gonna trade the baby to the authorities.
Well, it's the trade no one for the other.
For like
sign them over.
I give you a little of this for a little of that. Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
We want some of that,
baby. Let's barter the deal.
Business. Yeah, we want some of that business.
Executives up in this bit.
I'm troubled by this.
So does that mean prostitutes are like executives?
No.
I can see that you are. I'm troubled by the fact that you're troubled by this.
All living human beings.
Trouble's in my way.
Mike, let Jenny have a chance.
I love you.
No.
All living humans with a birth certificate, that's your bond, and it's traded on the New York Stock Exchange.
Yes, it is. You know what you're talking about. I'm serious.
I got
a decent amount of money in circulation. Your birth certificate's not a BIRTH certificate; it's a BERTH birth certificate.
Yeah, and we all need to claim our equity.
You can't
and get that back.
You can't do that.
Still waiting for evidence for these claims.
They'll never allow you to do it.
No, you can't.
I have
you can't do
4 flesh and blood offspring right here.
I got a bag.
I ain't got none of that. I ain't got none of those papers you're talking about.
People claim they can do that.
They're dumb.
It takes study, and you have to know what the fuck you're doing, which I don't at this point.
They can't do it. If you'd like some real information on that, I'll happily message it to you. But it's
called patronut mythology.
People jumping to conclusions come to, like when they think they can get free money, but that's not how that works, man.
Who's that taking right now?
You can get back every tax ever paid.
Yeah, if you do everything right from the beginning.
No, I would.
What's that guy's name?
Conciliate.
Well, okay, so I never had the opportunity to have my own bond. That's a little crazy to me, and I need to get more learned on that. I need to be more familiar with that because I think that's almost equally as important as flat Earth.
I don't get that side.
American?
Yeah,
because flat Earth tells us where we are, and the conversation we're having now tells us who we are. So to me, this is very important.
You're a citizen. You're property of a legal fiction. I don't care if you're a sovereign citizen or just a regular citizen. You're still property.
What if I'm not any of them? What if I claim I'm not?
I'm a Texan.
Then you're
a Texan, not a citizen. I'm a Texan, Mike. Screw you.
The answer is C.
I'm an American.
So when everybody's done rumpusing, I'll answer that. So you want to stand as a natural man. You don't want to be any of those labels. Those labels
it's a lot of work.
Party to a legal fiction.
Yeah,
it can be done.
Yeah,
it can be done easier in Canada.
A lot of
states.
Work.
Yeah.
It's three filing papers to declare your identity your own.
Okay.
To declare yourself a homo natural.
Yeah, I'm talking
a natural man.
I'm talking about something else though. Like the same thing.
I know that.
But I'm talking
the
about
thing you're talking about
strain
is
that it takes.
Still being stuck in the system.
Yes.
Sovereign citizen shit, that's bullshit. You're still a citizen, you're still property of a legal fiction.
Well, it's
patronut mythology.
Easier to do in Canada than it is the States right now.
Patronut mythology, exactly. Whoever said that.
Okay,
that's an opinion.
So the video I just posted, it's by Christopher J. He's been around a long time talking about this topic. He is from Canada, but the same principles apply to everywhere.
Again, are you saying that he posts the actual evidence of New York Stock Exchange trading SSN bonds?
He does make mention of others that speak on it, if memory serves me correctly. It's been quite some time ago since I watched it, but I've
heard hearsay about this for 20 years. I'm interested in tangible evidence.
I've never seen any evidence for it.
Okay, I might have another video for you.
Sir, if you want tangible evidence, not on the topic she's speaking of, but tangible evidence of black and white letter law, Tao of Law is a good forum for that. Tao of Law.
Do you have a link?
No, I'm nowhere near my phone. Just Tao of Law. Just
TAU, like the letter Tao.
Yes, sir.
I just wondering if you were still at the shop.
God, Rockin', you're doing the thing you do.
Oh.
He just doesn't get the technology thing. Like,
Yeah. God Rockin', are you there? Oh, wait, good. He muted. Okay. So far, so good.
I think it's taooflaw.wordpress.
Yeah, I'm looking.
If not, just Google Eddie Craig. It's his website. I'm sure you'll find it if you Google Eddie Craig.
Jenny's his wife. Jenny Craig.
Takes too obsessed with law to have a female.
Oh, TAO, Tao of Law. Okay.
That's
like
what
the religion, not like the Greek letter.
Yeah, it's TAO, bro. Yeah, I did try and say. Grew up on a dumb estate. Buzzworld is a jumpy place. And everybody getting white boy wasted. It's funny that
White
black
boy
people wrote the song. It's funny that
Here, drink this.
White boy wasted.
Here, try this.
Yeah.
Don't worry about what is in it. Just drink it.
Yeah,
Who
that's
drinks
happening.
things anymore? I thought everything was delivered in needles these days.
Just take what we give you. Don't talk about it.
Wow,
Just the best things in needles, dude.
Just be quiet.
You want a shot? You want a shot of some alcohol?
Do whatever we tell
Takes you on a funnel in the tube so you can do an anal drop.
That puts a whole new.
I don't know about all that, but I am curious. How many, by a show of hands, how many
How we
people
gonna show our hands?
have drinking beer through a straw?
I've had to a
I'm
couple
gonna
times.
show our hands.
Yeah, probably.
I might have.
I know I've drank a lot of alcohol through a straw from a watermelon. That was interesting.
Oh, wow.
Why is it beer in the watermelon? It's supposed to go hard liquor in the watermelon. Come on now.
That's what I said.
I did say liquor from a watermelon. Yeah,
Liquor is quicker.
I said
Repeat
booze.
after me.
Wine is fine, but whiskey's quick.
Mom is drunk again.
Suicide is slow with liquor. Take a bath and drown your sorrows.
Okay, I'm just gonna.
I'll ban you today, not tomorrow.
So depressing.
What's wrong? What's depressing? Can't you hear this man's pain?
I know.
He's crying out to the world for anything, you know.
Sure.
No, it's pain.
It is kind of depressing.
I guess I'll take it.
Take your pain.
I'll pass.
Yeah, on the other hand is get pissed off and ban the whole lobby. But I'm too exhausted today for that. I don't want to lift my finger up.
Good thing I'm not in the lobby.
Or I'd turn Ace mix super loud into a verb and I'd make super loud you.
Dude, you better start handing out. You might as well. Sorry, I talked over. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Jenny.
Start, Michael. Michael, start handing out T-shirts.
I got banned by Battle Mod. Check your DMs.
I used to say that to Ace all the time.
T-shirt.
Hand out the T-shirts.
I got banned 24/7 by Ace Mix Super Loud.
That guy needs banned from society.
The best ban he ever did, I laughed my ass
I would like to ban society from me.
Hey, the best ban that Ace ever did, in my opinion, I watched it happen. I laughed my ass off, and it was Geo Love. I'll never forget it. He asked, Geo Love was being snarky, and he asked him something about, do you eat people or something like that. It was so fucking funny. I wish I had it clipped up from the live stream. That would have
He said, shut the fuck up. He banned him. Somebody, I don't know who, somebody unbanned him, brought him right back. He said, didn't I tell you to shut the fuck up? And he banned him again. I said, I'm gonna unban him a third time. Fuck it.
It was hilarious.
I brought him back. And Ace banned him, Riggs, and 5 other people in the VC, so I left. I said, I better get out of here.
I had to apologize later to Geo Love about laughing. I couldn't help it.
Dude, he kept banning Riggs, and I kept bringing Riggs right back. That shit was funny. He did it like 15 times.
Yeah, that was before my time as a mod. That was before I was mod.
What?
I was
That was
guilty
Riggs. That was Riggs before he came to his senses.
Yeah, we gave Riggs a senior mod just so Ace couldn't ban him no more. The easiest way to get a promotion here was to say, Ace McSuperloud keeps banning me, man. What the fuck?
Witsit's in the house.
He never banned me.
Hey,
Ace never
I know,
banned
Jen.
me.
Listen, half these motherfuckers wouldn't have made it back then because Ace would have just kept banning them.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's for sure.
Be like, look, bro, what do we got to send you some Valium in the mail or something? Can you chill out for a day? Can we get a day?
No, it never happened.
that one day that he was banning everybody in the chat, I was in there I was one of like maybe 4 or 5 people he didn't actually ban. I was still pretty new to the server. I was sure I was gonna go, but he left me alone.
I should get a t-shirt that says I never got banned by Ace McCloud in 24/7 Discord and have like the link on the back .gg/flat earth. I almost would wear a shirt like that yep. I don't have a flat earth shirt. I don't know why. I need one.
Yeah, speaking of shirts, I'm trying to design one right now, and I'm trying to find a good image of like a flat earth to put on there.
Do a shameless plug and put on your link in the live stream because I think I know what your website is, but
I haven't launched the store yet. I'm just trying to. I know everyone here's real anti-model. I get it. But I'm just trying to make a T-shirt, right? Where it's like, don't make this weird.
That looks good so far.
What are your feelings? I mean, have you considered for a moment like the biblical cosmology image, or do you think it's too disconnected?
Robbie Davidson.
I don't want it to be too cartoony. I want it to kind of have like a
I understand.
I'm gonna put. You see that emblem with it? I'm gonna put that on a military green T-shirt.
Hey, Whitson, in all seriousness, I know you're probably using brain fart. That T-shirt that everybody uses, but if you ever want more than 72 shirts, I guarantee you I can get it cheaper than anywhere you get a bid from.
Word, I'm just using a third party. I forgot what it's called, but
Teesprings.
Well, no.
Yeah, Brian.
I use Stream Elements, and then they censored me. And then Teespring, a lot of people use that, but they don't have many options. And then the one that High Impact Flicks uses, like it's got like 50 different designs of shirts, female clothes, baby bibs, whatever you can think of. You know what I'm saying? And all I got to do is throw a design on there, and then you can pick all these different colors. To buy it in bulk, you got to pick a color. You got to pay up front. It's like a whole order. Then I have to ship them out. I don't have time for any of that. I just want a third party to do it. Yeah.
I'm just saying, if you ever do, for an event or something, if you ever want more than 72, I guarantee you I can get it for a cheaper price than anywhere else you could get it shipped and everything cheaper. But yeah, I really like Brian, by the way.
Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah, but what's important also is the quality of the shirts. Are they good shirts? Good stitching?
Yeah, that's why I'm going to this place, because every time I've seen someone in person with Brian shirts, they're really high quality premium shirts.
So with the shirts you order like that are done on a DTG machine, what really counts is their pre-treat. Their pre-treat will make or break the print, because the print can look fabulous, but you can wash it once and it'll fade, or wash it 3 times and it'll look like it's from the 80s. It's all about.
I actually did a bunch of research, right? So like everyone that gets from High Impact Flicks, it's good reviews. Like when I was getting Stream Elements, it was trash, but this website seems to be really good, and you can pick out like the different styles, and there's even some that tell you that they're premium quality. And then I've even asked that exact question, like how long have you had this shirt? how many times you washed it, and they're like, I washed it 20 times. It looks really good. It looks like a professional shirt. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm not really doing this for money. I mean, sure, I'll take a little money, but it's just more so like to get the word out there and stuff. And everyone keeps telling me to get merch. So I'm just going to do a third party. It's the only feasible way. There's no way on the road I can deal with shipping stuff without. So I don't know.
Wait, so you told me you were planning to take over the world with this money. So, all right, I'm not buying it. Unless you're trying to take over the world, I ain't buying these. You got up the agenda, do something nefarious with your money, and you might get somewhere.
Craig's was about to buy 72 of them himself right now.
But yeah, so what are you saying about the pre-treat thing? You can probably find that out really easily. Like, so the pre-treat, obviously, if it completely encapsulates the fibers of the material, and that is easy to come off. Anything that's stuck to it will come off, obviously, because it's over the top. It's just a layer. It's a layer issue. So yeah, you could, if it's premium quality or whatever, like just try and look into like whether they pre-treat it with formaldehyde or anything like that, because that doesn't have very good ability to stick. And so yeah,
I'm a bit suspicious about this. I'm a bit suspicious about this 72 number. Why is it 72? Is there? Are we going Islamic? Like,
no. When it comes to printing the screen, the labor that's involved, the shirts, like how much time it takes to set the automatic press up and whatnot, and how many depends on how many colors you got. But once you get to 72, it's just a number where it gets cheaper. If it's 10, it's not worth it because the price of the labor and printing the screen, the artist has to okay the art and do any touch-ups, because most people that send in art for t-shirts don't realize it's got to be layered. You got to pull all the colors out into individual, prints for the screen. It used to be called film, but now they have iMages that digitally print the screen. But it's something about the number 72. It's enough shirts that it makes it worth it at that point to be able to get a reduced price and worth it. And then your second time, if you order the same art, it doesn't matter on what kind of shirt, but the same art, it'll be even cheaper because they already have your art file. So it takes the artist part labor out of the equation the second time you order. I wouldn't be making any money off of it. I just work for a guy that owns a whole bunch of print shops.
Word. Yeah, like the profit margin is significantly less when you don't print them, right? But like I don't know. I just really like this website because say you go to this website and you want a certain design, there's like 30 colors. There's like hoodies, like 7 types of hoodies, like 12 types of shirts, so
right.
And even female clothing, so anyone can get whatever they want, and that's just the easiest way for me. But I'm trying to get a good high quality representation of the flat earth that's not too cartoony. Like I might make a couple designs, but I figure someone might have something in the chamber here they can drop. This picture's the best I can get, and I can't it's just all right. I don't really like it.
Decent. It looks decent for now, maybe. I mean, doesn't look cartoony, really. No more than what they give us. I mean,
you guys have seen the one that's got like the stars in the firmament? It looks real, like that would be cool.
Crypto, if you care to know, like the way he's talking about third party, and they have all these different shirts and sizes and everything you can pick from. Your actual printer is relevant to where you live, because they're gonna, whatever shirt or item you pick, they're gonna pick the closest place that they have a contract with that has that particular item, size and color, and that's the place that's gonna get to print your stuff, is whoever's the closest to where you order it from, and then they print it and ship it out to you.
Hey, Witsit, I kind of like that picture because it almost looks like an eyeball. And you know how there's scripture that says that we're the apple of his eye.
Yeah, like I said, I know a lot of people are real anti-model, and I get it from like an intellectual debate idea. But like, for me, dude, you put a gun to my head, there's a firmament over top of the earth stretched out like a tent. Bang, bang. Yeah. Like, so I want them to see it, and then it's like, we talked about this, the approach being like flipping the tables on them, like the earth is flat, like don't make this weird. don't make this weird. I think it's funny. It's like don't make this weird, bro. So I don't know. I want them to a visual representation. So if you see the shirt across the room, you're like, what is that? You know what I'm saying?
I think you could come up with a lot of shirt ideas with it. So high five.
Oh, bro, you settled on that image completely.
No.
So, like, you know, the brain in the middle. I've got some really cool drawings of brains, or the internal makeup of a brain. That's sort of got like a sort of indie sort of feel to it, I guess. Like a, you know, if that makes sense to you. And if you use that word.
Sorry, say again.
Like a sort of indie feel to it. Do you know what I mean? Like a hand-drawn feel to it that's still precise.
That would be
whatever
cool.
you think looks good, bro, and I'll throw, because I'm just gonna throw like 50 shirt designs on here. You know. So send me whatever you think looks good. If anyone has a shirt idea or wants to design it.
Oh man, I've got some. Oh my days, bro! I just realised we've got really cool shirt designs, bro. Like off the bat. I'm gonna go grab like an example a sec.
Cool.
You'll love this.
Hey, are you gonna do like your QR code on your shirts?
That's
I'll probably
commitment.
make a shirt with the QR code, yeah.
Nice.
But it's just like they attack my QR code so hard, it's wild.
Well, then what about a link for here, or vanity link?
I got an idea with that, bro. You could technically have it printed on every shirt that you have in a small way, like on the bottom of the seam, on the back, and then never show it in an image when you sell it. So every shirt has it, but it's not on the internet as that, right? So you don't have a QR code associated with your product where you sell it at the marketplace. Just to get around suppression.
I don't understand how a QR code can be killed, because I was under the impression that those little blocks, all those different squares combine together and they're the same 100% of the time.
They don't like, it's like the website I do it through, right? Like when someone scans the card, it'll just say this QR code is offline. It's not working for some reason. And then I have to go mess with it for like 30 minutes, just editing and saving changes, and eventually it'll pop back up. So it's like, it's not that the QR code is not functional. It's like the website itself doesn't take you to it. And I paid like $250.
Oh, because it's a pass-through. Okay, check this out. Did you know you can use spreadsheet, like Microsoft Spreadsheet, and create QR code? I think you can even do this with Google Sheets. I used to do this for an inventory management system I created. And you can do QR codes with, it's Google Sheets. I guarantee it. You don't need to use a website service. You can create your own QR codes. I think it's through Google. So I don't know. Maybe 6 in one, half dozen in the other, but I know you don't have to pay money for it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I've already paid $250, right? Like I'm in this one, I was able to put the Masquerade logo in it. So like I'm currently talking back and forth with customer service, so it should get fixed. I mean, if not,
if you're talking about artistic QR codes, that's a completely different animal. If you want pure block, like just default QR codes for free, you can get those using a plugin on Google Sheets.
Bird. Yeah, this one is just super user friendly. You know, like I have Dave's app, my YouTube, my Odyssey, my Instagram, the Masquerade Tour website, Discord, 24/7 Discord's on there. It's super, super easy for me, and it has a Masquerade logo in the middle of it. I don't know, like I'm talking back and forth with customer service. I was noticeably mad, so I have a feeling that they're going to fix the problem. So we'll see, because I've already paid for it, like they kind of have to.
And are you familiar with Linktree?
No.
Oh, okay. Linktree is like a landing strip for, how to redirect people to like 15 different websites or whatever. Like, it's an interesting way to give somebody one website and then it has all the links really fast and stuff. whatever. It's all good.
For just a second, I'm about to drop another design in here that Kai did. Like I'm gonna make another shirt that says "About My Father's Business."
Nice.
Yeah.
And so I've got a few ideas. Like I'm taking any and all ideas because I want to just flood it with stuff, you know. But I really like that one, "About My Father's Business."
So I asked some Globers, why are the astronauts using blankets on Earth if they were in the spacesuits? And they say because they don't have the helmets on, you know? Those suits are designed to work in space, not Earth.
I love that answer.
Then I was like, what? Why aren't those people around them wearing blankets too? Are those jackets better than the spacesuits?
You know why my blanket keeps me warm at night?
Why?
Yep.
Because I wear a helmet. Come on, guy. Come on,
That was
man.
my guess.
Come on. That's just so funny that somebody would think that was okay to say out of their mouth.
They said that those spacesuits are designed to work in space, not Earth.
Brilliant.
There's some cool people you were talking to, bro. Did you invite them?
They are in the Chatterbox server.
They will literally say anything at all, even if it doesn't make any sense, as long as it means that Earth is glob.
It's true.
So now my question is, why the people around the astronauts wearing their space suits and the Earth's blankets, why those people next to them are just wearing clothes, jackets, and not the blankets to stay warm? I guess those uniforms they're wearing are better than the spacesuit to stay warm, right? That's gotta be it.
Checks out.
So the astronauts should use these uniforms and jackets to go to space. Could be better. I don't know. So weird.
Wait, you still there?
No.
He's still in the chat.
Yeah.
There he is.
Yeah, bro. I'll just chuck some shit in your DMs a second. What do you think of this artwork? Wait there. Have a little look at it.
I got like 15 devices and a plate of food. I'm doing my best.
Dang, what the heck?
Like 5, yeah.
Who's that guy? Got 15 devices and a microphone. 15 devices and a.
I just checked. Is one of them an iPhone?
Yeah, of course. Make it 2.
I like the yin and yang. I like that yin and yang one. Sorry, Crypto.
That's right.
Okay, cool. Sonny said he likes yours. Okay.
Check it out.
So that's one of them I might make. I'm checking yours out. Just a sec.
Don't make this weird. I like that.
I'm trying to make one with yours too, Gospel.
Don't make
cool.
this weird.
Yeah, I thought that was a pretty decent image. Oftentimes they either look like some kind of floating through space nonsense something or IPS nonsense. Well, I'm not going to say IPS is nonsense. It's just akin to the floating through space.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. I don't know that you can measure it. Doesn't mean that it's. There's a tent stretched out top of the earth,
Yeah.
Would you be in like the IDS? Sorry, Sonny.
It's okay. I was gonna say the first one is. I like the first one. Also, what's it? I like that first one. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That's good enough because you look at it, you go, okay. They may want to come and talk to you about it. You know, you can sort the rest out later.
Yeah, for sure. You got to have some visualization on there, in my opinion, if you're gonna make a shirt. You know? I have a no model disclaimer.
Yeah, and you can change your color to suit the color of the shirt.
Yeah,
Me, I like the military green. It's pleasing to mine eye.
Mine own eye.
It's like 20 colors.
It goes with my camel hat too, and my boots.
Everything goes with a camel hat.
Okay, what about this? What if you see the smaller square or rectangle that has the earth inside? What if you made the color of the shirt go all the way up to the actual image itself? So instead of having like a white background, then the gray part, have whatever color the shirt is go all the way up to the dome earth, to the flat earth, and then just have the print on the shirt whatever color it is.
Are you talking about
I gotta use this website. I don't know what all you can do.
transparent, making it transparent around? Because you could do that.
Yeah, just make it whatever color the shirt is, go all the way up to the image, so you don't have that second little rectangle. It would just be the color of the shirt. If you had a white one, it would go all the way up to the image. If you had a black one, it would go all the way up to the image. A brown one, tan one, whatever, blue one.
Sure.
Yeah, like I have an app that you can press the magic button and it removes the background, makes it transparent. Like you have to do that for a shirt, or it's gonna look dumb. But I'm really just trying to get a few base designs. Yeah, it's a whole ordeal, man. And then sometimes when you press the magic button, it takes part of the image out too. It's just a whole ordeal.
Who did that artwork? That's really good art. I'm wondering who did
that. I've got hundreds of those. I've got hundreds of these in the style as well, man. Like loads of it. Yeah, I'll just post a couple.
It reminds me of Adventures of Tintin.
Yeah, it's really cool, man. Really good work. Really, really is. Yeah, I've got hundreds of those in that style as well, man. So and you can definitely use them, I think, but it's
See, something like that I would want to have embroidered on my leather jacket or something. That's what I
the Monet one.
Yeah.
Or sorry, Van Gogh. Sorry.
Wait a minute. Which is that?
Color these ones. I need to color these two. I like the one at the bottom. I like the bottom one.
Maybe you guys can tell me. Not Van Gogh. It's not Van Gogh, is it?
That's. Oh, is that how you guys say Van Gogh?
I heard someone say it.
It's the style, yeah. It's very, very reminiscent.
Sorry.
Okay,
Vincent
so
Van Gogh,
who
I
is
say
this
Van
image
Gogh.
from?
You
can't see it
pronounce
yet.
the
Okay,
GH?
hold on.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
It's not
The-
that
the
I
18
pronounce the GH. It's that everyone should pronounce the GH.
Well, and how do you pronounce it? Like a
So-
PH?
You can either say it with an
Van
F
Gogh?
or a H sound, like Van Gogh or Van Gogh.
Okay, so I
Van
think
Gogh.
what happened over time was the H got just threw into Never Never Land.
Americans were like, "Nah, we can't make that noise. Fuck it off. Van Gogh."
Basically. Yeah. I grew up in the art scene, so you had me worried there for a second, but yeah.
So who is this painting? It says the Flammarion wood cutting 1888. Does anyone know the one I just posted?
Yeah, it's like it's an artistic representation of Isaiah, where he sees the will in the sky, and it's a very famous. But it wasn't colored. It was a graphite drawing, or it's very old, like 16th century, I believe, not 1800s. But I mean, I could be wrong.
There's definitely a nod to that in that other image, isn't there?
A what?
If you look at the one that I posted up there, you know, the image that Sonny posted, they're very similar in their style.
Yes, they are. I noticed that.
It's cool, man.
Really awesome. So the one up there is Van Gogh. Yeah, I could see the stars and the swirls and stuff. Yeah, that.
And I definitely said Isaiah. I meant to say Ezekiel.
It's not Van Gogh, really. My friend made it.
Kari von Sternberg is the original artist, possibly. Let me double check though. Oh no, that's a newer version of it. I need to find the original. Where is the original? Ezekiel's vision.
Yeah, that can't be the original, can it?
No, the original is like black and white drawing. I do not believe that the original had any color. I see. I said Ezekiel. I said Isaiah. Actually, it might be Isaiah. Somebody else might have gotten it wrong.
Yeah, Battlemore, you can post a flat Earth, mate, but we know that's on the globe.
Ezekiel's will.
Yeah, okay.
That's the fucking vision by Michelangelo. You uncouth motherfucker, you.
Mate, bruh, Michelangelo doesn't even exist, man. It's a myth.
Okay. It's a famous painting, though.
No, I don't know much about Michelangelo other than, obviously, Sistine Chapel.
Italian artist, yeah.
What chapel?
The Vision by Michelangelo. I've looked that up, and I don't see anything of the sort. What do you mean?
Who are you talking to, brother?
Whoever called me an MF for being uncouth and not knowing that.
May have been told me.
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Crack.
Yeah.
Learn to keep up, man. I was talking to Crackville about the image I posted, not the image you posted. This is how differences start and personal vendettas start. When you apply stuff to people that they're not saying.
Motherfucker.
Thank you, Crypto. Thank you.
You're all motherfuckers.
Much better. I
Including
mean,
the women.
Well,
even the women.
To God, I mean, only monogamous men should have that title. only monogamous men should have that title, and it's an appropriate title. It's what you should do.
With the mother of your children, right?
Yes, precisely. There's nothing wrong with that.
The last one that said that the crypto got banned, by the way.
Well, no, someone called me a cocksucker and they got banned.
Yeah, I remember that.
That was the one. That was the one.
I mean, I'd do it again, so I had no regrets.
Me too.
I mean, any of you can unban him if you want. Whatever.
Can we unban him and just re-ban him again?
No, I'll put him on the list.
Yeah, he's not permabanned or anything. It's just you can't call a mod a cocksucker, and that's just chill. Do you know what I mean? Like there has to be some repercussion. But I didn't intend.
Oh, hey.
Are you talking about Charlie?
No, Vlad.
No, Charlie deserves to be banned.
Yeah, because I was about to say Indio banned Charlie yesterday. So
I don't know who Charlie is. So
yeah, he's just another goofy guy.
No, he's unbearable.
Vlad has definitely called me a cocksucker as well.
I'm a big dude. I just like understatements. Sorry, go ahead.
I was talking to Charlie, right, the other day, like yesterday or day before, and I'm like, so the geometric horizon, where's it at, bro? False father radius. He's like, it's just a measurement. It's not. I was like, is it denoting a physical location? Yes or no? And every time I back him into a yes or no question, he would say, I'll give you $1,000 if you can beat me in the SAT physics portion. And he said it like 30 times every single time I asked him a yes or no question. So I just muted him. So it doesn't surprise me at all that India banned him. He's like textbook Gamma Male.
The SAT must have really changed. I took the SAT and the GRE. I don't recall a physics section on the SAT. That's a high school level exam, so what in the world?
Yeah. He's bragging about a high school English and math exam.
No.
You better reevaluate his position in the hierarchy of big brains.
Listen, let's not strawman him. Wait, that he just simply stated he would give Whitsitt $1,000 if he could get a higher score than him. I don't know if he's bragging per se. He's just a piece of shit and an idiot, obviously. I hope he's permanent.
Completely fucking irrelevant, though. Sorry, I thought you finished. It's completely fucking irrelevant.
Bro.
If someone is better than me at physics, that doesn't make the Earth a globe.
Yeah, it's the I'm so smart, Earth's gotta be a ball fallacy.
Right.
I'm like, dude, I'm so busy 24/7. The fact that you have such an inflated feeling of importance, you think I'm going to drop what I'm doing to go meet up somewhere or go where you want me to go to take a test is hilarious.
Yeah.
I think you should just send me the money. And then
I was like, dude, make it $50,000 and you have to spend it for me on all Flat Earth billboards.
Awesome.
So what was the argument? It's just a measurement. How do you measure something that is not a real thing? So what is this thing that's not real that they're measuring?
Here's the thing.
You can measure a mathematical construct that has nothing. It's not actual.
You can't measure a construct. So it's a logical fallacy on its face.
No, you're telling me, bro.
Bendy warpy concepts.
So SAT.
He must have done good on his physics SAT portion.
Wait, what year is that then? So how many years into high school, guys, is that?
It doesn't exist. There's only a math and English portion in the United States, as far as I know.
You take the SAT usually in the 11th grade.
How old are you?
You're usually 16 years old, 16 or 17.
16 or 17, yeah.
I just took the ACT.
That'd be like,
I didn't even take the SAT.
Yeah.
That'd be like our A-levels then, I guess.
As a matter of fact, it might not even be a standardized test nationwide anymore that they use. SAT.
It's for college. It's for college entrance. You don't have to take it. It's just for Yeah.
For college,
but it used to be that it was kind of a necessity to.
Yeah, it depends on your school. What's it?
There won't be.
I'm talking about back when I applied.
if you're
so
going to
you're
a
telling
school,
the same joke over and over again, which is basically take a test that doesn't exist. So he's actually just being that's just ridiculous. Like,
No, it does. It does exist.
It does.
Physics section
portion of the SAT.
Yeah, it's a SAT 2 now.
Oh,
and like Gospel said, it's for college placement.
Yeah.
So know what level you're at and everything.
I actually think I would smoke them. It's not
Did they add anything else, or is it just now math, English, and physics, or is there other things that they do? It would stand to reason if they expanded the SAT and its scope that people should be getting smarter, not dumber. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, Charlie didn't understand gas pressure itself.
Okay, there is a science-specific SAT, much in the same way that with the graduate records exam, the GRE has like the MAT or the LSATs. You know, depending on the type of school you're going to, you'll have to take a specific exit exam, and that's what.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and your major, depending on your major too. Yeah.
I was like, dude, I turned down a 6-figure job to not stop talking about flat Earth. You think I'm like going to appease you because of money, bro? What a clown.
Love to see what some of the questions on this physics SAT are that he is so proud of. Water does what when cooled?
Wait, so you should take that job, bro. We need you in that job, bro. Like,
I hate questions like that because I'm like, how much? Cooled how much?
Yeah. Your question is
40
invalid.
to 40 degrees or to 20 degrees?
Yeah. That's that overthink that the test maker didn't think all the way through.
Well, tests are kind of easy for me, you know. Like it's like I don't even know if I don't know the answer. It's like, especially multiple choice. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
I know these two are wrong. You know, like that's kind of how I've always took tests.
Yeah.
So is the new physics portions of SATs multiple choice too?
No, it's not a new section. It's a different test.
Oh,
That's what I was trying to say. It's a separate test,
Oh, okay.
like the MAT or the LSATs. Like LSATs is an entrance exam that you would take going into college for law.
Yeah.
So would it be a PSAT? Is that what we're talking about?
I don't know. This is
I
posted a link.
Oh, there is.
Crypto, is this basically just then the equivalency of a GCSE or an A level, or is it? Do you reckon it's just a GCSE? These SATs, in terms
I don't
of.
know.
So
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like the age. I mean, there was Gospel. You're saying they take it to go to college, right? So that's how uni. Sounds like it's A-level equivalent to me, but I can't.
Well, he said 16, didn't he? Did you say 16? Will you take
One is taken at 16, 17. You can take it as a junior and a senior, which is your last 2 years of high school, or if you keep on going, you finish college and you're going to your master's and PhD program, then you take something called the graduate records exam, which is the GRE, and that's like the next level.
Yeah, that sounds more similar to like a cross between a GCSE and an A level, I guess. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I suppose maybe level 1 is GCSE and level 2 is A level. I don't know.
And an interesting fact is you can actually take the ACT. I don't know about the SATs because I don't live on the coast, but you can actually take the ACT after high school, but most people don't because what's the point?
Yeah.
I think for some people it might be because their grade point average was such shit that they want to show people they're not retarded, so they take the test so that when they apply, it's not like D average plus a moron. It's D average plus shows intelligence.
I had like the exact opposite issue. Like I did horrible on my test, but I was in like the top 5% of my class with my GPA.
I reckon it's more like a gang issue. It sounds like he's inviting Whitsit to do this test. Like he's bragging about it. It seems like more like a street cred thing to me.
Yo, you can't even handle our test, yo.
You know?
As if it even matters.
Well, yeah, he just asked my IQ, and then he was like, "I challenge you to this." I'm like, "Bro, geometric horizon." He's such a good.
Right. He's off topic because A, he can't argue it, and B, he wouldn't know how. So that's why you're in this game of let's measure dicks, and I have the ruler, and I decide where your dick starts contest.
Brilliant. But you know as well, I mean, I don't know if you've heard me bitch and moan and piss and moan about this, Witsit, but asking IQ is like asking temperature. You have to know the scale. If you don't know the scale, then the score doesn't mean anything. Like, if someone says to you, oh, what's the temperature? You go, 40. 40 what? It's like, oh, I've got 40, money. I've got 40. 40 what? Pounds? Dollars? Bitcoin? That makes a fucking difference, So when they say, what's your IQ? That's a question that doesn't mean anything. They have to tell you the scale.
Yeah, there is a scale. It's I think it's 100 is average, right? And this one is
Bro,
it depends on the test.
You don't need to tell me anything about intelligence testing, right? Trust me on that. All I'm telling you is that if someone asks you what your IQ is, it's an incomplete question.
Like you could take an IQ test tomorrow, dude, like on the internet, right? And you could get 200. Like, and that's not what he's exactly talking about. That's just a foundational issue. There isn't.
I'm talking about like Stanford battery tests, that kind of stuff. Not
the Stanford
online questionnaire.
Is the standard test, right? I understand that. But he hasn't asked that. He's just asked, what's your IQ? It's like asking you, what is the temperature? Fahrenheit, Celsius, Kelvin, like what?
Kelvin, yeah.
You know what I mean? Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, carry on.
Well, I just can answer the question. It's no big deal. Here's a gamma. I'm like, so are you having trouble accepting that we falsified the radius, bro? He said, I have no problem with you believing that you did that. I said, I don't think you heard the question. Like, it went on for like five minutes. He just kept saying, I have no problem with you believing you did that. I'm like, no. We did that, So let's talk about it. And so from the rip, he gave his cards away that he was a gamma.
Wait, so someone was already still arguing that? They were actually arguing that. That's so silly.
Just sophistry, yeah.
Yeah.
I was wondering, where's Witsit when you need the Secret King tag?
We've got Secret Queen tag as well, haven't we?
Nice.
I think it's removed.
Oh. Spoil sport.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it should be added back, but
I bet it was a filthy mayonnaise hater that did it.
Yeah.
I can't do that.
If you eat mayonnaise, you're burning in hell.
What?
Oh, you are so bad.
Oh my god. All it is egg yolks and oil. You're gross.
I mean, it's not bad. Not even every now and then.
Mayonnaise is amazing, objectively.
Occasionally, super occasionally, Miracle Whip.
What the fuck does super occasionally mean? What does that mean?
I mean, like, basically every 5 to 10 years, I'll try something like a potato salad with Miracle Whip. But if it's got regular like Hellmann's mayonnaise, I can't do it.
I need to know what super occasionally means. Can we just define what does super occasionally mean? Is it when Superman visits you, or is there like another metric? How does this work?
It's like superposition.
So you can be doing it twice at once.
What?
In two different places?
Simultaneously in different positions, yeah.
I'm gonna fight this guy. Where are you stay?
Yeah. Wait, are you gonna give him the source Nazi tag or
You're never gonna find me because I exist in 2 places at once.
Okay, who brought up the mayonnaise? Who brought up the mayonnaise? Who did that?
I am the mayonnaise.
That was me.
I am the mayonnaise hater.
I brought up.
Bring it. Bring me your mayonnaise love. I will smash it.
Listen, I don't like mayo, and I never will, because my dad ruined it for me because he used to put it on grilled cheese. But I would never go as far as to say that someone who likes it deserves to burn in hell. That's kind of mean.
Yeah, that's kind of mean.
Kind of mean.
Yeah.
Listen, there's a line drawn in the sand. You make your choice. Mayonnaise or hell. That's
exactly mayonnaise or hell. You're correct.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Just popped himself off into eternal hellfire. Wow.
Yeah, have you never eaten chicken salad? What do you eat? What do you?
I don't know. I don't eat chicken salad. I don't like potato
Egg
salad. I
salad.
don't like any of
What
it.
about
No,
egg salad?
suck. Nope.
No egg salad. No potato salad.
Sir.
Nothing on
Again,
that.
very super occasionally with
On a
your
roasted sandwich.
Define this. What does very super occasionally mean?
More frequently than occasionally, surely, right? Just like a little bit.
Is my butchering of your language triggering you? I'm sorry.
I find it hilarious. This isn't my language. This is definitely American at this point. This is no longer English.
Oh man,
sure.
Back to your HP zone, buddy.
It's kind of like being like nearly quite far away from something. Like it's like that. Like, it's a bit like that, isn't it?
Nearly quite far away is another good. You know, I was nearly quite far away from eating a Hellman sandwich the other day, and I remembered it was super occasional.
That sounds negatively and positively gay at the same time.
Occasionally, it's occasionally super gay.
Very like mayonnaise.
Very seldom.
What about? Sorry, Sonny.
I know what he was going to say.
I mean, mayonnaise is objectively amazing with virtually anything that isn't dessert.
Oh my goodness!
But
Eat it for hell's sakes.
Is this a psychological test? Is this
He said
you are trying to get me to join your group think?
Right?
You are not going to get me to join your group think.
You're mayonnaise, right?
Oh my god.
What about pineapple on pizza?
Hell yeah!
Only if it's drained. It needs to be really drained and
Mayonnaise. With mayonnaise.
No.
Mayonnaise. I should tell you what. Mayonnaise and pizza is probably one combo I wouldn't have because you've already got that cheese and sauce and stuff. I wouldn't put mayonnaise on a pizza, but virtually everything else.
I know. But that would be a good thing to make someone sick on a ship.
Wait, then what about sweet chili sauce mixed with mayonnaise, then, guys?
Oh, obviously.
Yeah, well, that's a given. But...
I'm just thinking of oxymorons now, like crash landing. What is that?
That's a good one.
Wouldn't that be airborne though, right? Like you can still, like, if unless it goes airborne, then it's oxymoronic, right?
No, that's what planes do on a spinning ball. Crash landing.
You could crash and land if you're in the air, and then you end up on the ground. Or am I being stupid here? I don't know.
Yeah, you could land and break off your. You could land and break off your landing gear. Yeah, I guess you could consider that a landing.
Let me get my dictionary in the attic.
Have you ever bought a television set and gotten two of them, or a pair of pants?
Like
How come you only get one?
First copy. That's a good one. First copy. Like you go to like the Middle East and like how much, and they go, oh, it's a good one. And like, yeah, it's first copy, mate. Do you mean first copy?
Like number one
she's
print?
pretty ugly.
First copy, first run.
Yeah, like
I think pretty ugly isn't an oxymoron because pretty has there's two meanings of the word. Isn't there?
Yeah, of course.
Slight.
Yeah.
Slight.
But you got like small crowd.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, you can use those, but really only super occasionally.
Open secret is my favorite one.
Oh, that's a good one, actually. Yeah, open secret.
Military intelligence.
Ah, that I was about to say it. You beat me to it.
Government savings.
Tapered rulers.
Government protection.
Terribly good.
Terribly good.
Nah, I'm
Wicked awesome.
I think terribly good. It's like
same difference.
There's like an amount ratio with something like terrible, right? It's like slight. Same with slight, right? Like the other one was slight. I feel like it's got that sort of connotation to it. Nah.
Recorded live. In a world. So it's like it's the same thing, like same difference. You actually can make sense, obviously.
I stand by super occasional.
Well, you need to be drop kicked.
6 of one, half dozen of another.
Your opinion only matters if you hate mayonnaise.
12-ounce pound cake.
Yeah, but
Did I
then
throw one
because
thing
you
in
hate
on
mayonnaise, your opinion doesn't matter on people who hate mayonnaise. So
Hey,
I would actually be pro mayonnaise segregation. If you don't like mayonnaise, like stay over there, bro.
Did you guys know that mayonnaise is in Jet's Redneck Dictionary? Like
Say again?
mayonnaise gonna be a big crowd at tractor pull tonight. Get it?
Mayonnaise sure is wildin' over there.
Mayonnaise.
I posted some oxymoron examples in chat.
Smart
Oh,
Glover.
Baker's dozen. Baker's dozen.
Smart
The
Glover.
Anti-Mayonnaise League has been lobbying for segregation for years, but the government doesn't want us to prosper in our own
Mayonnaise segregation.
free society.
It's the only way to a free
It is
society. There you go.
I will bring you a mayonnaise-free utopia.
Yeah, I'm really, really bad at these t-shirts. Yeah, I need some help.
I think my favorite oxymoron, like actual oxymoron, is probably accidental intent. I've heard people say that a lot.
Jumbo shrimp. You mean shrimp? Jumbo shrimp.
Oh, oops. Jumbo shrimp. Oops, oops, oops.
I started questioning. I'm like, wait a minute. Is there such a thing as a jumbo shrink? I don't know.
Oops.
I just hear Becky K in my ear saying, "It's not a shrimp, it's a prawn."
Yeah. A really large psychiatrist. Jumbo shrink.
Yeah.
King prawn as well is a bit of an oxymoron. You
Oh
can't.
my god. That
you
man
can't-
is literally eating spoonfuls of that. Oh my god.
That's
Why
way
would you
too
post
far,
that?
yo.
Well, you can't catch
prawn.
50 king prawn.
That man needs to be clinically fucking evaluated. That is nasty.
I'm gonna have to agree with you on that one. That one's a little extra.
Oh, he's eating it like ice cream, and then he put his hand on his butt.
I don't want to know what you're talking about.
Yeah, like
There's a gif of this dude literally eating spoonfuls of giant jug of mayonnaise.
Yeah, that's rank. You can't do that.
It's like a ball game. First of all, how did he smuggle a gallon jar of mayonnaise into a ballpark?
And then eat the whole thing. Did he eat the whole thing?
No, he spilled some on his shirt too. Look at that. What a
First,
fucking
he
slob.
swallowed the whole jar, and then he regurgitated it, and then proceeded to eat it once he got in there.
He was
Man,
a
so I have to bring the
keister.
jar in.
Mayonnaise smuggled it in. It's not crack cocaine. It's a fucking jar of mayonnaise. Just walked in with
You
it.
can't bring shit into a ballpark in the U.S., bro. You can't bring
It's
anything.
mayonnaise, man. How did he get the mayonnaise in there?
Keister
Honestly,
package.
if I'm at the front gate, I'm not gonna be like, no, dude, you can't come in with your mayonnaise. I'm just gonna be like, whatever, bro. This is
No.
We got a
If you
Hellman's
realize
breach,
people
gate 7,
smuggled,
Hellman's
like-
breach.
Yeah, people have smuggled like whales and shit into the country Wales. Like, come on, come on, get it done.
This dude's gonna eat the shit out of some chicken sandwiches.
This guy's asshole is gonna fall out backwards the next time he goes to the
Crypto,
bathroom.
you agree that mayonnaise is good with fries?
Yeah, that's definitely good.
That's heresy.
Listen.
Wow, mayonnaise with fries is fire.
No, I like cheese on them better with bacon.
Cheese isn't a condiment.
Oh,
of
pork
course,
is
come on.
gross.
Yum.
Fries are best prepared as poutine.
Maybe that
Why
was
do
a
pigs
milk.
don't detoxify?
Maybe that was a vanilla milkshake in that mayonnaise jar.
More cheese,
Pigs
please.
can't detox. Pigs can't detox, yo.
Actually, people who are schizophrenic eat mayonnaise like that. Oh, shit.
And it's not even the voices that told them to do it. It was their mum.
Wait.
Why is it
Witsit,
shrink?
Witsit, were you the one saying that you love mayo?
Yeah, mayonnaise is pretty fire. Yeah,
I may have to unsubscribe from your YouTube. I'm sorry, dude.
It's okay, man. It's okay.
I'm kidding.
Uh-oh. Dividing lines are being drawn around the mayonnaise.
Wait, Witch just got a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
The issue of the mayo nights.
Hey guys, you know the space needles that are everywhere? What if that's like predictive programming because the aliens bring us a new jab?
Oh, great. Yeah, they probably are going to say it came from Mars.
Soak it in the gravy. There's a space needle coming.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, it's going to come from Mars. Probably. You have to because the aliens said so.
Wait, just to add to that, do you know what the operation... Wait there, guys. You know what the operation is called for the rollout of the Holocaust inoculation? It's called Operation Moonshot in the UK. That's what they actually called the operation. I don't really know what it has to do with the moon or any of that shit, but that's what it's called.
Yeah, we saw you, peasant humans trying to figure this out. We're going to intervene and help you out before you hurt yourself. Here's the new jab.
The new.
Yeah. Because if you listened before, you have to listen again.
Wait, would that mean they would come and falsify the old one then?
Yeah, they're gonna be like, bruh, this is going to kill you, psychopaths. Here's the new one.
Yeah.
It'll make you immortal.
Maybe we should take it.
Oh, shoot. Hell no.
You guys still can't telepathically communicate? Jeez Louise, you want a shot.
Hey, you want the shot? You want the telepath shot? Here you go. The live forever. You guys can't live forever yet? Jeez, just get in line. We got you. It'll be simple.
I'd rather stick a sharp stick in your eye.
You want to go back to baseball games?
Sonny, less threats of violence, please, mate. Thanks.
I don't think that they ever attempt to do a live close encounter of the third kind type of scenario. That's just too complicated with an alien being. Just showing you ships and laser beams destroying stuff will be enough. Oh my God, they've sent us demands, and that's all they need to do. They don't need to fake an actual alien.
It wouldn't be that difficult if they...
You cut out, Battle
You broke up, Battle Mod.
They got him.
Alien.
Oh, there he is.
Aliens got him.
Aliens look
They're making him a
just
robot.
like
Oh my God. Sorry.
Robotic.
Did you say Helio? Were you guys not here for Precious Metals? His name's Julio now.
Julio, that's right.
Julio Skeptic.
Julio Skeptic.
I'm still working on that.
Are you saying that he's skeptical of Mexico?
Yes, I am.
That's racist.
Sounds like skeptical of like belly dancing and like hip movements.
Yeah, that's right, Battle Mod. They'll tell us it's the blonde-haired, blue-eyed aliens that look like Norwegians, and that's who'll show up. You're right. They don't have to do a fake, alien being.
I'm Norwegian, but I won't get involved in that shit. Don't worry, guys.
So, since we were talking about food, I just figured out that most people don't know what kielbasa is.
Why don't you educate everybody on this right away?
Polish sausage.
With mayonnaise.
No, I don't. I have Worcestershire on it. Worcestershire sauce.
It's good with sauerkraut.
Also good. Also good.
You were so close, see. You got it right, and then your correction was wrong.
Well, here's the thing. I always say Worcestershire, right? But guess what? My dumb American friend told me no, it's Worcestershire, and I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Worcestershire, but I'll say Worcestershire if it makes you feel better. And guess what? Now I'm being told it's wrong. I knew it was Worcestershire. I won the argument against that friend.
Yeah, that was
funny. Why don't you just go eat out of a dumpster?
Hey, about the pork thing, though, just so you know, pork makes the blood coagulate like no other meat does.
Well, that fattening.
Sausage is pork? I feel stupid.
My point. Why, pork makes the blood coagulate. Like, I don't know exactly why or how, but it does. I can send y'all the link.
Detox.
Go find it.
That's probably why a lot of religions limit your eating of pork, because it's probably not great for you in huge quantities.
It's terrible for you in any quantities. Where do the demons go when Yeshua cast them out?
I don't adhere to the writings of the book.
Don't cast pearls before what?
The swine.
Interesting.
Don't cast pearls before swine. What does that mean to you? Because to me that says do not throw oyster sand protectors at the feet of your pigs.
Don't
Maybe
give
they'll eat
something
them.
precious to something that is lower than your feet. That is swine. Like, don't give something precious to a something that's beneath the actual preciousness of the information. Almost, it's just that.
What's that have to do with eating them?
Well, I don't know. Someone brought that up, and it really was not really.
I was trying to find out what the correlation was. That's why I asked.
Well, no, right, yeah, there isn't
seem to correlate
necessarily one, but when it comes to swine in general, right? It's spoken about quite a lot. Really.
Spoken about lowly. I get the point. Yeah. They
Well,
talk
it's
about
the
swine as well.
habits as well, right? It's a similar type thing when we talk about like bottom feeders, for instance, right? Like shellfish. Like these are the filtration systems of the beaches and stuff like that. So, you have to think about like what it is that the animal consumes, as well as pigs will eat anything, like literally will eat anything.
Some of the more rural people might be able to answer this, but I don't believe that wild hogs live like domesticated hogs. Not as dirty. I've never personally.
They will eat through shit just the same. I'm telling you right now, if not worse. Like some of them get to massive weights. The thing that distinguishes something like a wild hog, in my opinion, or a pig anyway, is like. For instance, could you see a deer eating your body? Like, do you see what I'm trying to say? Like a deer isn't going to just.
No. Well, if you're just afraid of eating a predator, wild boars are omnivores. So if there's food available and they can take it, they're going to take it.
They eat literally anything. You could just give them a dumpster.
Exactly.
It's a great survival tool.
They're great for getting rid of bodies, but like.
Oh, you guys watch too many British gangster movies. That shit does not happen that often.
That's one gangster.
Detox, bro. Pigs don't detox. Yo, whatever they eat stays there.
They hold every bit of the fat. They're in a constant state, almost like if you were to go into a hyper starvation type mode and then consume a form of calories, your body would try and transfer it to fat as best it could. And the pigs have just got like a souped up system that does this basically. Like that's what they do. They don't, like you said, they don't detox from anything.
Apparently, toxins are delicious as fuck because bacon is delicious.
They eat literally anything, and they don't detox. That sounds very, very healthy.
I have seen pigs raised eating nothing but delicious handmade boiled fucking vegetables. Is that pig poisonous?
Yeah, they didn't detox.
It's not releasing the actual compounds in its food.
Okay. But the concentration in it is what matters, right? I eat toxins all the time and I detox. If I get it from somewhere else or the pig, what does it matter?
Well, it's going to taint the meat, right? Like if it doesn't detoxify and it has certain things inside.
I understand that. You're not listening though. I get that it's toxic in comparison to other things because it does not detoxify itself. However, I come into contact with toxins every time I eat anyway. I get that it's a higher amount of toxins. However, my immune system is there for a reason. I detox,
right?
Correct?
I get that. I get that. But the thing that you get the toxins from, because it has a system of detoxification, right? That's what's different about it. It's the nature of the actual makeup. So it's not just like trace amounts of poison or stuff that's like in portions. This is like integrated into the whole cellular makeup of the thing because it doesn't detoxify. Even its lymphatic system, for instance, might be absorbing different amounts of compounds that it shouldn't be, and that would effectively change the hormonal balance of a pig. And you can't know from one different pig to another the amount that its lymphatic system is, let's say, affected, or its hormonal system or whatever, right? So we have excretion of different levels of things that are controlled by by being toxified, like basically. So that's the difference. It informs the meat's literal makeup. That's probably the biggest difference.
Just coincidence scriptures are right again.
Well, show me the experiment that shows that pig eaters die more than anybody else.
There wouldn't be one, would there? Because who just eats pigs on its own? Like, this isn't an experiment. We can't put that into the realm.
I know. I get it. That's my point, is that it's all speculation. I get what you're saying. However...
No. Right, no. But don't rest on it, because you said this earlier, and I sort of have a problem with It's like you said we just discard stuff if it doesn't fit the scientific method, and we don't actually do that. That's not true.
I didn't say that. I said we should in this instance because it's the only thing we can prove. And we're out to see build a base to build a base to work from. You want it as solid as possible. That's the point. If you start introducing all kinds of bullshit at the beginning, it's going to come back to that. You want to be able to stand on something unshakable. That's why you don't. And I get it because you work in a field where the scientific method is accepted to be, used or whenever you want to. You want to do that, but that doesn't change the fact that the things that you're assigning right now are still speculation. And you're saying it with conviction and using big words, but that doesn't make it so.
How is it speculation, man? They're known to carry insane amounts of parasites, dude.
Well, okay, we're gonna go into right. Are you kidding me? People eat insane amount of parasites all the time. That's the point.
So basically, the argument is, since some people eat McDonald's, then pork is not that bad. That's your argument.
Okay, let me reverse this. All right, your argument is that
I can't believe you're gonna
McDonald's. All right, go ahead.
Bottom will cut out.
Report to McDonald's. I can't believe he's compared to McDonald's. McDonald's is shit. Yeah, I know that. I'll just keep. You know how much shit you eat with erythrolate in it?
Well, okay, but so if your argument is that a lot of people eat unhealthy, so why not eat pork? I mean, that's not a very good argument. That's all I'm saying.
What I'm saying is not an argument.
That's not the argument.
Something is.
The argument is you can't really prove any of that shit you say about pork.
They don't detox. You can prove it.
Except that it coagulates.
Show me all right, then show me the experiment. Cite it, please. Cite it.
I shared the link. Check it out. Weston A. Price.
They do. Pigs detox the same way. Listen, pigs detox the same way dogs do. They boil up and push it out through their skin. They get festering boils. Same way a bulldog does, or shepherd.
So Battle Mod's explanation is just as good as yours. You have both have amount of evidence. So where do I go?
I get it. You guys are not gonna let go of your bacon. I don't care. Like it's your own
Oh my god! I just realized
Let's not spend an hour on pork.
I'm a baller with bacon.
Listen, the boils on a pig, unfortunately, are retained underneath sometimes one fat layer that's underneath all the skin layers, and it's still retained within the body. And that's one of the defining differences. Is like we have methods of them concentrating.
Who told you that?
No, but that's the point.
That's cool story, bro. Realm. Why are you going there with it?
Let's move on, man. Whatever.
Who told you that,
bro? Me, brother. Battle Mod. So.
First of all, I'm cool, bro.
You
don't tell me how to talk.
Huh? Yeah, I've dressed out a lot of wild boar. I've never found an abscess under the fat. I don't know who told you.
No, the skin layer has got a very thin fat layer. I'm not saying it's underneath the actual main heft of the fat. No, obviously not. Right? I'm not saying that at all, brother. I'm simply stating that there's a very small layer of fat that's underneath the main layers of skin, and that's where it rests usually, is on that layer. Do you know what I mean? So with pigs, you have to assist usually to get them out, right? They turn into cysts most of the time because they just get left. Most people don't help.
Yeah, normally we lance them. Yeah, normally we lance them. Yes.
That's kind of my point. Is that like without assistance, they sort of stay there, right? You are right. They have some way of releasing.
It's not entirely true. They'll swell and fester up till they burst, even if we don't assist. We lance them so it doesn't end up to be as large of an area affected as it would be naturally.
But would you say that there's always pigs that had access to water, right? Like, that's what I've noticed. In my own experience, it's always pigs that got access to water where it will come out naturally. And I'm saying the access that pigs have got to water usually is null and void.
Everyone just stop talking.
Did I? Yeah, okay. I thought I cut out. And I didn't mean to snap at whoever. All right, I want to apologize to somebody real quick.
Really good. Bacon's really good. So is a lot of stuff that's not good for you. It's no. I mean, that's all I'm saying. Like, just look
Yeah, that's a nice article.
Yeah, read it.
Well, it's just an article.
I didn't mean to snap at whoever said, about the cool story, bro. That's the argument you're using is cool story, bro argument. That's all I was trying to say. And I didn't mean it as an offense, but that's the level argument.
Listen, wait, no, I'm not saying it for that reason. I'm just saying I think maybe it's not really that serious, right? So, don't get into that like sort of bullshit. It's pointless. But what if we could? I think you're making the assumption that there isn't evidence for this. Do you know what I mean? That pigs aren't as capable of detoxifying, right? I believe there is evidence. Well, you said it's.
I was willing to look at it. I asked you to show me. I get it. I just didn't like that you were selling something that you're not 100%. If
I'm pretty 100%.
I asked what it was. I'm going to look at it because I'm curious, and I want to see some experimentation. But it sounds like I'm not going to see any. So
you'll do experimentation in a very sort of select way, though, mate. Like you can't just say, "Oh, show me the experimentation for this exact question." Right? There will be
no
experiments.
I'll take into consideration what it is they're trying to.
Yeah. Well, let's take, for instance, like hormonal levels that would be influenced by food, and then, for instance, because we can't control the way that pigs eat, right? And pigs, like I said, and the way that their systems are affected by the information that they take in from those foods, right? This effectively just like makes the case for me that effectively like you can't control what the actual content of the meat is. Right?
That's just at a cursory glance, that sounds the reason. So I would stop myself right there and say, good, now I'm going to go check that. I'm going to go make sure that there is some solid evidence that is what is going on and that it's not a supposition or a hypothetical, that there isn't many other myriad of things that could be causing that. And then we can continue on from that point. That's how I operate. So that's why I was like, the rest seems like cool story bro shit to me, because I haven't seen
the 30 times
facts
more
that you're
toxic
asserting
than
at this
beef.
point.
They don't really sweat, and they eat a lot of crazy stuff. I mean, it's not a huge deal. I'm just saying, like, it is.
Right,
It's definitely at the top of the healthy chart.
But BattleMod just explained that that's their natural way of functioning, right? I never lived on a farm, but I've eaten pork my whole life. Listen, I've eaten pork my whole life. I'm 45 years old, and I am healthier than every single person that I grew up with. So I don't understand.
Listen, bro.
Well, so that's not a way of.
Hold on, Crack. I want to point something out. I want to point something out. When it comes to animals and livestock, all animals and livestock have certain amounts of fatty acids, cholesterol, harmful agents, toxins, and parasites. All meat you eat has a certain amount of them. Now we're just being detrimental about the one that may be assumed to have the highest amount. There's really no science that proves that pigs have the highest amount of everything. But all meat you eat on Earth has a certain degree of everything you're knocking about pork. It's just plain and simple.
I agree with
you
that.
Think? Hold on.
You agree with it now?
Hold on. You think beef doesn't have parasites? You think lamb doesn't have parasites, or chicken have parasites? Really?
No, I agree.
No, that's a strong.
That's not the point of it, though. Yeah,
they have way more.
No, I'm not strong manning you because I'm not saying you do. I'm asking a fucking question.
Just has way more, is all I'm saying.
I think it's even different than that, Witsit. So, like,
do you believe? Yeah, more.
Right.
So now I would ask for the scientific citation that proves that pork has more than any other thing, because I've never seen it in my life. But I've been raising livestock a long time in my life.
See, that's what I mean. A scientific sort of, I don't know, citation that's going to just say that exactly in that way. You would have to.
Well, there's a million and one articles on everybody's.
Have the experimentation.
Yeah, there's a million and one articles on every person's beliefs on the healthiness of this meat or that meat. The truth is, they all have a certain degree of all these toxins and parasites. Period. Not to mention the shots the government makes you give them.
So my argument is this: is that it's not that I understand that meats can be, also poisoned, right? But the issue is it's about the pig's actual system of removing these poisons. They don't remove them.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I'd like to see the science that proves that naturally pigs have more than all this than they do that because they don't have the system. The truth is the pig is closer to the human than any other animal, and it does have the system to fight that. I don't know, when do we accept an article or some culinary dude's fucking opinion on something when we're critiquing everything in the world over science?
Just posted a WebMD citation. Like, I mean, I'm not saying that like everything on the internet's true or whatever. But
well, I know what the doctors say too. That's just not science. Just some doctor's opinion. My doctor has an opinion on everything I fucking do, but do I listen to him? No, I do what I want to do.
Yeah, sure. But like, I mean, I'm not saying, everything's like pseudoscientific, and a lot of the arguments against pork has to do with like the pseudoscience of virology, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, they're very similar to humans, but a very fundamental difference is that we sweat a lot, and that's how we detox, and they don't do that. So
well, here's the scientific citation on pork I posted.
But this is what, like, they're different to dogs in that way as well. Like, dogs also have the capability of sweating. Like,
Oh, hold on. I happen to be a dog expert. Go ahead. What were you about to say?
Yeah, dogs have got a capability of actually releasing, things in that.
Did you just say dogs don't sweat? That was your claim?
They do sweat. They do sweat.
Oh, okay.
Pigs do not.
Dogs sweat very minimally. They sweat from two places. They sweat from the bottom of the pads of their feet.
Yeah.
Am I breaking up?
No, yeah.
Right. And then they well, it's not technically sweat, but they use evaporation on the tongue. Those are the two ways they cool themselves. And those areas are pretty small in comparison. If that's what you're counting on for sweating.
In comparison to what?
Every other creature's ability to sweat.
Pigs don't sweat. How about that? That's what I'm saying. The sweating.
How do pigs cool themselves? I'm not an expert. How do pigs cool themselves?
Pigs do not sweat. They have a snout.
How do they cool themselves?
Their snout is their main methodology.
That's what I asked.
Yeah, their snout. I'm answering it, bro. Like, I don't know what your problem is. Like,
no, you said pigs have a snout, and you ended your sentence. I did. What? So that's the answer. Pigs have a snout, therefore they don't sweat.
You spoke over me. I said no. Pigs. So you said how do they regulate temperature? And I said pigs use their snout.
They cool themselves like.
Right now, I'm going to apologize.
You're rolling mud,
and I am interrupting you, and I can't hear. I'm breaking up, so I don't hear you talking. Hold on, I'm going to disconnect and come back.
Now, I've got a really important question. How do Yetis
sweating?
Test.
Oh, shit. How do Yetis cool themselves?
Yetis.
Yeah.
A Bigfoot.
Are we gonna go there?
Is testicles sweat?
Brilliant.
You know, sweating isn't really a proponent of removing toxins in animal life, right?
I've got a question for the dog expert, if you don't mind.
If you're going to ask me a biology question, I'm going to have to go grab references. But what do you need?
No, it's why do dogs lick their paws?
There are a lot of reasons, and if you look on the internet, and they're going to give you.
Weird.
As a behaviorist, I could tell you this. I could tell you this about dogs licking their hands.
Cool off.
Nervous dogs tend to do it more. Dogs that are
licking their balls.
No, their balls or their paws.
No, their balls.
Oh, their balls? Obvious. It's not obvious to you why they lick their balls?
Why are Glovers doing?
That's fucking weird. I've never felt the urge to lick my own, so I don't it doesn't make sense to me why they would.
The reason for that is because you don't have the ability to reach them.
You're saying if I could, I would.
Yeah, it's itchy.
Right, like,
well, no. Let's look at it in the other way around.
Wait.
Let's look at it the way that. Wait, one sec. Look at it the other way around. Dogs can't reach their balls, so maybe they use their tongue as a way of, doing so, let's not look at it with the human way. Like,
Isn't it pretty
Sorry, go on.
ironic that it's like a phrase, like sweating like a pig?
Yeah.
And they literally like don't have
sweating like a
sweat
dog.
glands. Like, isn't that kind of weird? Like, I'm just saying though.
nah, you're weird.
Sorry.
Pigs don't sweat. Don't make it weird.
Don't make this weird, bro.
Yeah.
So I mean, presumably, if pigs don't sweat to cool down, then if your pig is warm and you throw water on them, that won't do anything.
It's not that it won't do anything. If you did that,
Yes, it will. Their skin is part of their cooling mechanism.
Respiratory system in their skin, so they cool down.
Surface area.
Yep.
Pigs are weird.
Don't get me wrong, they're delicious. I'm certainly not disputing that.
Steak's better than bacon.
Last time I ate it, I felt a bit sick.
Yeah, now I can't even smell it, yo. But like
Yeah,
back in the day, I ate like pulled pork sandwiches, bacon, you name it.
You pagan.
Oh, do you not eat pork anymore? Is it?
No.
Nope.
Is that
okay? I'm going to ban the pork subject. Can we move on to a productive, flatter
I'm
topic?
just curious. We'll move on straight away. I'm just curious as to know if it's religious or spiritual or just a choice based on taste, basically.
Yeah. The Torah says not to eat it, so I just don't.
Oh, okay.
Listen, are you still listening to that shit Nathan taught you? Didn't he rob you?
No, it has nothing to do with him.
Nathan's robbery doesn't make pork alright to eat though. Like,
vegans rob people. You better eat meat.
I eat tons of meat.
Don't want to be a thief. Nobody likes a thief.
I predominantly eat meat.
Cool. All right, we can move on.
Hey, dude.
The earth is flat.
Dude ain't been back here since that shit went down.
I think he got banned.
You did.
Hey, Nathan Thompson.
Yeah, you got banned.
All right. Goodbye.
I actually can't remember. Well, who was it that done it?
Actually, it was me.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Why?
I would have done it. He started firing off all the time, yeah.
Yeah, he couldn't stop running his mouth and then kept calling me slurs.
All right. That's nice.
And I put him in cogdis and then someone else server banned him.
Yeah, he was trying to argue his case, which was pointless.
You may have drew first blood, but I got the kill.
Fatality.
Well, he popped up out of nowhere when I was getting arrested. He was in the chat then.
Nah.
Sweet. Good friend.
Yeah, got my back, yo.
Sorry, but I'm glad it happened. I don't think you should be around him.
No, of course. It was all for a reason. It was to link Chris and I up for the Torah. That's my honest opinion.
Amen.
Do you believe in fate, Whitsit?
I do.
Okay.
Fate.
Do you believe in free will?
Yeah, like fate loosely, right? Like it would require you being maybe the word is obedient or something, right? Like you don't something doesn't have to happen, but like if you're in, I would say in the Father's will, then
yeah,
you're gonna happen outside of your conscious decision.
Well, like the easiest way to marry the two ideas of like free will and a predestined path would be your choice to walk that predestined path by your own free will. Like you can step away from that path at any point. So
it's not fate then.
It's not really fate. That's what I'm saying. Like,
I agree.
I don't really believe in fate, like per se, because it doesn't quite come under that bracket, does it?
But I mean, typically in recollection, in the moment, I'm like, oh man, and then in recollection, I'm like, oh wow, that's why that happened. Like I don't know. That's just how I look at life. I mean, it's you know.
Can one accept one's own fate?
Of course.
Okay, I want to break it down now.
Break it down.
So fate, right? If fate is inevitable, right?
Right.
Does your accepting of it have any bearing on anything? Right? If you have free will, right, then you can either choose to accept it or not. But if you don't, do you have the ability to accept your fate? Because it's like a circular word. It's like
the choices
oxymoronic,
you make, the choices you make today affect your future, and that becomes your fate by the choices you make right now.
But
You
how
make
can
your
something
fate.
become fate? Fate should be written in stone.
Because you're making the
from
choices in
beginning.
the present, and the fate is really the future, isn't it? Isn't your future the fate? So you're making the choices right now to make it to make your fate in the future.
I think fate implies past, present, and future. It's all been preordained.
And to meet your fate, you meet it in the present anyway. Just because it's in the future, you could still meet it in the present.
Right. That's what I'm saying. The term is a non sequitur, right? Is that the terminology I should be using? I know there's a fucking grammar lawyer in here that's going to jump on me. Is that a non sequitur?
Yeah, it's like a categorical error doing that. Yeah. Almost.
So it either is fate or it isn't.
I just don't think fate exists in the sense that people think about it like that. No.
You mean well then maybe we're just not agreeing on the definition of fate. Then that's the problem. You know, we could just be thinking about different things.
Oh, I'm not arguing for it. That's what I'm saying. I don't believe there's a form of fate per se. I think it's more, like I stated, you can have a predetermined path for yourself, but you would have to choose to take a predetermined path.
Yeah.
The same way you give up, you enroll in a college course,
I hate college.
Well, you're either going to get the qualification or you're not, right?
What's that?
You're either going to get the qualification or you're not. You're going to choose to do it or you're not, right? But it's your choice to walk away at any point, and I think that's the same with most things. You know what I mean? Unless
they seem like micro instances along a long thread of fate. Then, each individual choice is starting or stopping a new possibility of what could end up being your fate. In my mind, fate is already from the moment of your inception, even before your fate is your fate. That's what I see. But I get what you're saying.
But that is what fate means. Yeah, basically.
If that's what fate means, then those branches that you're talking about, where you create them with your choices, could never exist.
I wasn't talking about branches.
Well, if so what I'm working from is that like fate is like a point A to point B straight line, right? A string of events that you don't deviate from because it's preordained. So if you were to make a choice, how do you get to the end in the same fashion? You have made a deviation. If that's the case, then your fate would have included that deviation to begin with, and it's not a choice. So it's a big circular fucking conundrum.
What is that on the top?
I didn't hear if you were talking to me, crack villain.
No, I wasn't. Mate. But like, you could dispel the idea of a pre-fated death like instantly by the idea of a free will, because obviously you could just choose to like kill yourself, but then people would say that would be your fate. But then if it was done by your own design, then free will would be the thing that came first.
Fate exists outside of anybody's subjective or objective experience or observation. Those things have no bearing on fate. Fate is going to be what it's going to be regardless of that.
Yeah, I really don't know about the idea of fate, man.
Yeah, I hope not anymore, because I keep hearing the same two arguments about fate and free will, and I think they're both nonsense.
Yeah.
Free will doesn't cancel fate. Free will creates your fate. The choices you make in the present.
Could you repeat it? Because I came in angry. I didn't hear the beginning because I was about to get mad about whoever gave me sauce knots.
Free will does not conflict with fate. With free will, we create our fate by the choices we make in the present.
In the present, you are creating what was ordained outside of past, present, and future. That's right.
So if you ask God, where will we be in 10 years? He will know that. But we will choose with our present choices where we're going to be to get ourselves there in 10 years. Even though he may know that, it doesn't take away our free will.
So God knows what I'm going to create. That's what it boils down to. So the way it would work is we need God as the intermediate here. I guess. I'm not a sauce Nazi. I'm a sauce nationalist.
Talk to you guys later. I have to go to the store for dinner.
We'll see you. Who was it? I just talking fate with. I'm sorry. I do know your name. I'm just scrolling through and I can't find it.
It's Godric.
Okay.
You can have both fate and free will.
Yeah, you got me stumped. I'm trying to work it out. Yeah, it was my. Yeah, but you can see but without God in that argument where I was having a problem, right? Like, why if it's just either a fate loop or a choice loop, and you're trying to integrate them, how could that be? But
atheists and scientists try to call that a paradox and disprove God because of that. However, it's not a paradox because you're creating the future by making choices in the present. And we can make choices. We have free will. We will end up somewhere. We don't know, but God knows.
it feels like a very superposition-like argument. But I like it because of that, because it may be why they have that theory, because they like to reverse everything and invert it, and yeah, my brain just melted. I can't continue this.
I just think that like fate as an idea, like when you start building theology off the back of that as an idea, which we've seen in lots of different cultures, is quite a dangerous sort of thing, believe it or not. You know, this idea of pre-fatal deaths is like a common thing that every, like, you know, warrior culture would share, for instance.
I mean, I don't like to. I mean, science and theology are fine in my brain. Both can exist. It's just that when they're talking about proving how things work, I don't want to talk about theology. But since we're not about that, I'm totally open to basically anything. So those who think I'm a scientific method Nazi as well as a sauce Nazi, I'm not. Unless it comes to where it's supposed to be applied. But it wouldn't surprise me that that would be the argument that they would use to disprove God by saying it's a paradox. Because ultimately, most people, when it comes to is there a God or not, they want to know the why, the know-all, and then that's God. God is the know-all. So they unknowingly want to know God, in my mind, since we're doing theology right now.
Well, there might be different forms of like fate, like the way that Godric's trying to explain it is not the traditional sense of like this like pre-fated death sort of. That's the one that's mainly an issue, in my opinion, as a like a sort of as like a mode of thinking. Like, yeah, like the idea that your death is predetermined is like. If you internalize that can be a dangerous thing to play with.
It can be very freeing too, though.
Yeah, it can be free, and that's the point. Yeah,
but of course. But as long as you're free to do the things that, like, if I'm free to follow a good path, then that's a good thing, right? Like, if I choose to do my best.
That's my point. People that believe in pre-fated death usually have that idea of proposition to them with an all-encompassing like doctrine, right? So, and that's what we see in, like, you know, in warfare, like the doctrine of warfare is that like you build a system of belief around a few different things, and between those few different things, certain things have to be true, which would be like, you know, you have a pre-fated death, but at the same time, the way that you would get away from eternal death would be to do certain actions. And then you can program what those actions will be. So you introduce the pre-fated death idea. and then you create a second holding place, like it changes the game up, right? So now you can influence the actions based on that idea, because it's like it goes in tandem with something else, you know. That's the way it's been used.
You ever see the 13th Warrior with Antonio Banderas?
Don't believe
based
so.
on a Michael Crichton book called The Eaters of the Dead. It's very good. Anyway, and he's along with a group of Nordic warriors, and he's not a warrior, Antonio Banderas, and there's a big battle coming, and he's all nervous, and one of the warriors looks at him and laughs, and he says, "The Allfather wrote the length of your life long ago. Go ahead and hide in a hole if you like. You won't live 1 second longer." And that, to me, is a super freeing statement for you to go ahead and do the things you think are right, because it doesn't matter. You're going to die when you're going to die anyway. You better do the right thing up until then, and you don't know when it's coming.
Yeah. You should look into the rest of that system, because it's actually very, like you said, it's freeing, but it's only freeing in the moment, like psychologically freeing in the sense that you don't have any control. Like the idea of not having any control of your death, just it is.
Yeah. For example, lead me down the evil road that I'm going to go down here with this belief system that now that I know that I have no control over my death and I'm going to die whenever. Am I going to show fear? Am I going to show fear in any?
That's the point. So you won't show. Potentially, you wouldn't show fear, but at the same time, it's easy
You're
to.
Assuming I'm going to use fear in a negative way, or I'm going to be.
No. I'm not assuming it would take different like doctrines interwoven into the idea of predetermined death. So, like, bring up the Allfather, for instance, right? Like Nordic. Mythology and everything like that. Like when you look at the different ideas that were mixed with pre-fated death, the concoction that it makes leads towards a population that's easy to control into warfare. It's just that simple. It really is. There's a set formula for making people go to war, and it's very, very simplistic. You know.
But why is that bad? I'm still lost. Why is that bad? You don't think you can get through life without war, do you?
I'm not saying. I'm saying that if you have an ideological system that dictates you have to go to war in order to receive the blessings of the Allfather, right? Then that's the problem.
Not everybody has to.
Well,
you don't have to go to war.
Well, how much that's what I'm saying. I'm saying in the Nordic mythology,
you can.
You understand how they go to their heaven, right?
Okay, now we're going to mix two things. I was using that as an example of how it is a freeing statement. I didn't say I adhered to the Nordic.
No, I'm not saying that. I think you think I'm like trying to argue with you. I'm not at all. I'm just like talking about how the ideas that you're on about.
I can see where you can argue that a certain type of person with personality traits hears that, and it will make a worse person, absolutely. But those people get singled out at this point. And now people like me who are free and not afraid of them will help the rest of you get rid of them.
What?
You're afraid of the negative consequences. People. You're afraid of people. That's what you're afraid of. You're afraid of people who will suddenly get this freeing power and use it against you. Well, don't worry. I got you back.
I ain't afraid of people at all.
Listen to your own argument. Break it down.
No, I know what my argument is. My argument is that the idea of pre-fated death is often used as a way to coax people to go to war. It's that simple. I'm just saying it's always interwoven into that. Like when we were talking about the Allfather, when you brought that up, that's why I use that specific example. For instance, like obviously for them to get into Valhalla, right, they have to, die in battle. And I'm saying when I'm talking about war doctrine. I'm not about war doctrine being built. That's all I was talking about, bro. I wasn't trying to actually.
Right. You're building a war doctrine through what, though? Through a control system. I'm talking about building a war doctrine through its inherent necessity and only using it like it's as a necessity when necessary. You don't
that's
just go
fine.
to war,
bro.
go to
Like
war.
I said, that's fine. Pre-fated death on its own doesn't necessarily induce a population that is going to just go to war for no reason. I'm saying when you mix pre-fated death just has this tendency when mixed with another ideology or idea, right? When you mix it with another idea or belief, pre-fated death is easy to manipulate people into going in a linear sort of fashion toward one directive. We've seen this time and time again.
Yeah, we agree on that.
Yeah,
but it was the mixing of it with another ideology that we were leaving out up to that point. That's why. I just don't want. I am immune to that, though. I don't have these external type of things wearing on my body, so I can see where the argument is a black swan, right? It doesn't work on everybody.
No, I only said that because you brought up the Allfather. That's why. That's like.
Yeah, I was just using it as a specific example because I remember seeing that and my skin almost like crawling because it was so inspiring.
Yeah,
I get it.
What the fuck ever.
But the shit war is absolutely necessary. Because people will never all get along. It's impossible.
No, we've been manipulated to fucking.
Oh, war is definitely a necessity. Listen, war is a
manipulated. We've been manipulated into thinking that, man. I've been walking through bad neighborhoods, good neighborhoods. I've gotten along with everybody, man. We can get along.
That's not war. If you're in your own neighborhood, that's not war. If you're in your own neighborhood, it's not war. That's not war.
Those people over there want to fight us. Why? For land, money, resources. There's some really bad people out there.
The reason is that secondary belief system that gets brought in that we just talked about. That's why. And then they show up on your land. That's why war is necessary.
Exactly. This is the issue. It's like people don't understand. It's like the moment that somebody in their life has something that is lacking, the brain starts to think of ways in order to preserve itself. These ideas get induced through a natural form of selection. Once you induce one idea, they sort of have these sort of other ideas that come in lockstep with them. Because over time, that one idea on its own, people start to ask questions. Where was fate created then, right? And then if there's deviation of the fate, this is where like the three little spinners come from in Norse mythology, right? Because now they have to have the All-Father's will overruled because they are like, well, I can make choices. So the mythology starts to fit what they doesn't coexist with the thing they need in order to continue to go forward fearlessly while they are in such a situation. And it's by necessity of the land they live on, right? The Norwegians live on like this horrible coastline. It's jagged. It's difficult to live there, right? So, you know, these sort of ideas are very attractive, right? And that's why it's a thing where it's like, well, we have to do this in this way, and how do we morally condone it in order that we don't lose our minds, right? And we know this, like when people go to war and if they believe in what they're doing, they don't get PTSD in the same sense, right? The sense of loss in people from like Iraq when they were like, right, should we have been there? And they didn't really know. That's a hard place to be in because it's like it was unjust. The men of World War II had a different form of PTSD, right? Obviously, probably more severe from like shelling and stuff, right? But I'm saying the men that got through it, though, right? They believed in what they were doing, right? So a lot of war doctrines are based on that. It's about making men be able to believe in what they're doing and have a system of belief that condones it, and it's via necessity of actual survival, right? And like I said, you know, these ideas, they sort of come in lockstep with one another over time, unfortunately. Right, and that's kind of what we see. It's like socialism leads to communism, right? It's kind of a little bit like that, believe it or not.
So, I would like to point out that modern warfare is not traditional warfare. Modern warfare is that secondary system having such influence that it can cause war, it can cause conflict wherever it wants now. It's not war of necessity. None of it. This is not real warfare.
No, they're starting real warriors are involved. Of course, listen, of course, bro. But like I said, it's easy to interchange ideas to condone other things, right? So you have like a tradition or a culture where you can look back and say, well, these people were in these patterns as well. They did this as also. So like they can try and equivocate it to their own situation and like draw it up next to it, right? And a lot of the time it works, right? Because people have a type of mind frame that when they want to do what they want to do, they have the capability of fitting things in. That is the nature of people, right? And it doesn't matter if it's not a necessity. Warfare's changed forever. Like, you know, we don't have flags represented by it anymore. It's all proxy warfare now, right? You know, groups.
Agreed.
Yeah, of course. People don't strap their name to it anymore, right? You know, you wouldn't do that. Like, it makes no sense. You can fly under the radar of the, you know, the UN, right? And yeah. These types of things were built in order to try and stop bigger wars, right? But that's kind of the point.
I disagree.
That's what they say. Listen, that's what they say. I'm not saying that's the case.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So this is apparently the intention, right? But obviously it's not the intention, because it just effectively makes people become like guerrillas, and guerrillas can't be controlled. They don't have a nation state, right? So effectively it's a way of corporate and globalization. It's a way of them acting out wars while not being held culpable for it, right? And that's really what it is, you know.
Could I posit an intellectual exercise at you real fast?
Go ahead.
If you were of a tribe or nation that was currently in a state that you were incapable of warfare, and you are just being totally enslaved or taken advantage of, you can't get a foot up, but you found that if you pretended to be somebody's ally and destroyed them from within, that you could then, like a virus, move from place to place and overtake them. Wouldn't that be the more efficient way for the weak warrior to win wars than to wage warfare? What happened was warfare was replaced with what I just described by a certain group of people who will never be named. And that's the problem we have today.
Of course, it's the more efficient way to do it. You know, this is what special forces are and what they've been boiled down to. You know, infiltration and information, and actually, because it's all logistical, right? Like everything is logistical, and big groups of men are hard to control, and you can't control the truth. When
I don't mean logistically unable, though. I mean that they they don't have it in their heart to risk their own lives, so they would rather be subjugated than go to war. But then they discover how they can use their captors' mercy on them against their captors.
Well, yeah, that does come down to the logistics. They don't have a logistical system in order to support a war that's head on, so they would use the system of the actual beast they're fighting, right? You know, like
they're not fighting a beast. They're fighting a very merciful defender of their own nation at this point. That's the point. It's not warfare anymore. It's this subterfuge type of battling.
I thought you said a small tribe that would be like kept down or something.
No, I meant that I was trying to be descriptive of who the enemy is. I didn't mean it was an actual small tribe. That small tribe of controllers now control the armies of entire nations through the
I get
central banking system.
Did you just cut out?
I didn't want to name that which will not be named. I don't want to get banned.
We'll say it in a way that's smarter, like, you know.
I'm not that smart. My hat is very tiny.
You just change the letter at the beginning, don't you? Like something like that. Yeah. But yeah,
I just told you exactly who it was.
I know. I'm not. It was a joke. You can say that, I believe, mate. I don't know if you'd be banned.
All right. And it's not a personal attack on anybody who might have a belief. That's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Zionists. I can't shut up. I don't even want to go off on this tangent because I know where it leads.
You sound like an anti-Semite, mate.
Yeah, see, I knew it wouldn't take long.
That was a joke. But yeah, no, like I said, mate. Again, like these ideas of like pre-fated death, like yeah, I don't know, man. It's not that it's like scary that it's freeing to people. What the issue with it is that when people become free, they're often coaxed towards you know they're often coaxed. A mind becomes free, it can be programmed. Believe it or not, when people are on that self-discovery sort of pathway, like they can be programmed.
Oh,
like
I agree.
You know, and yeah, that's. I'm just saying it happens all the time.
I think we're in a spiritual conflict at this point. In many ways.
Oh, it's
many of its battles will play out in the physical realm.
It's definitely spiritual in a sense because, like I said, like look at what that does. Like, if you get into the right spirit of thought, right, or you have the right sort of thing behind you, even ideas, right, that really are just ideas. They're not anything physical, but they manifest out in your actions. Yeah, that in essence is like a form of a spiritual thing in itself, right? Like,
yeah, I agree. But I literally mean actually spiritual, as in I believe because of the way I believe the universe is that there must be a creator, and I believe that they also believe it, and it's those who love the creator and are gracious for their gift, and then those who versus those who hate the creator. That's the war that's going on right now. That's what I mean by spiritual.
Well, yeah, we know that like it's not necessarily a battle of flesh, right? But yeah, like that's what I'm sort of saying is like if let's say somebody's following that's what I was saying about pre-fated death sort of more follows in line with where it always accumulates into eventually a full-blown ideology is it always goes towards more similar to what you would see as destructive or satanic in essence, right? Like this idea of like yeah, like this, like a movement, right? A conquestatorian sort of spirit. You know, everyone thinks they're enlightened, and the enlightened people wish to make subjects of the people that aren't enlightened by their own opinion, right?
For their own good. Remember that? For your own good.
It's not necessarily for your own good, though, because everyone that thinks they're enlightened might not be, right? Like, who's to say who truly is? Who's the arbiter of that, right?
No, so I'm just saying